All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Want to give a quick shout out to the replay gang. What is going on, guys? Sorry you missed the party we are about to have. We're about to have a good ass time. And even though you're going to enjoy it, it's going to be a lot more fun if you're here for the party next time. So make sure you hit that subscribe button, ring the bell, and you'll be here every time I'm live. Who we got already? Let's give a shout out to NBA goalie. What's going on? We got Little Sus in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So today we are going to be going over how Destiny challenged the red pill and maybe won. I don't know. Hey, we got Vincent in the building. Said, I like having a good time. Are you in the right place, my friend? Welcome, welcome, welcome. So I said, Destiny challenges the red pill. Before we dive into that, I just want to give a quick shout out to the sponsor of this and every stream, mysickshirt.com. Got a bunch of great designs here for you. Whatever your flavor, they got something for you. And of course, this is the only place where you can get your very own, which will not load, your very own, the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. You can only get it at mysickshirt.com. So, welcome. How's everybody doing? I was actually looking to do a stream on when Sneako went to visit Destiny. Hey, oh, sorry. We got Tyler Smith in the building. Push-ups done. Yes, sir. And Vincent saying, pass the 42 and Patron. Cheers. I'm not going to let you guys know what I'm drinking until they pay me to let you guys know what I'm drinking. So yeah, there was a video of Sneako just, I guess, in Miami or wherever. And, he actually went to visit Destiny at his house, and they had like an IRL conversation. And I was going to do that video, but then I saw that not only did Destiny go on the Fresh and Fit podcast, but Destiny and Sneako were on the Fresh and Fit podcast. And thankfully, Destiny has chopped out all the BS and given us just I don't think it's just the highlights. It's the main deal here, but we got the goods. So without further ado, as you guys know, please do let me know if the sound is not working. But let's do it.
Welcome to the Fresh Fit Podcast. Well, Sneako, not you so much. Yeah, we're tired of you.
Bro.
Yeah, he's about to be our neighbor here soon. So you guys are about to see him pop up. Like, it's going to be crazy. You're going to see him in the chat 1 minute, like, yo, this bitch is annoying. And he's going to pull up and just, like, shit on them. But I guess we'll start with you, Sneako, and then Destiny can introduce himself.
Sneako, my second channel. You know me. I've had a lot of debates with Destiny recently. And, shout out to Act for calling me stupid for the last debate with Destiny. Stupid. Come on, man.
Okay, so this is Destiny or whatever the fuck his name is. Basically, he's making him look fucking stupid.
Come on, Act. No, you're cool, man.
AK.
I'm gonna pull up and
He'll probably be here sometime this summer. So yeah. Well, summer's almost over. Run the fall, maybe. Anything else?
Nah, that's why I don't give a fuck. Yeah.
Fantastic. Destiny, welcome to the Fresh Fit Podcast, man.
Destiny, I think not stupid one in that debate. Thank you very much, Jack. I don't know anything about you, but I appreciate the compliments. So, yeah, you can find me on youtube.com/Destiny. I do politics, philosophy, video games, whatever.
Awesome.
Some would call me blue-pilled, maybe.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So, can you tell people why you're banned? Because I did not know that you were banned off Twitch until right before we started the stream.
What happened, bro?
Yeah. If you could talk about it.
So real quick, those of you who are not familiar, Fresh and Fit, God, it's warm down here. Fresh and Fit is a red pill manosphere podcast, and probably bottom of the barrel when it comes to red pill stuff. They definitely have, the same talking points as everybody else in the red pill manosphere space. So they definitely have a lot of good points to make. But them as people, they're very superficial, and whereas you saw people like Kevin Samuels, where he was interested in speaking to women for the sake of helping them and getting families together. Whereas I feel like Fresh and Fit is a little bit more of the Jerry Springer-esque type show. And that usually they'll do a daytime podcast. As you can see here, it's daytime with, whoever the main guest is. And then they do an after hours show where they bring like 10, 15 girls into the studio and they go through that. So we're not going to be doing the after hours this time. But if you guys are enjoying this, then we can definitely do after hours on Friday. Destiny is as he said, he's a Twitch streamer. Well, he just got banned, but he made his name being on Twitch, left-wing politics. He's like the brainchild of all those lefty Twitch people that you see, Hassan or Vosh or all those people came up watching Destiny. And I'm assuming you guys know who Sneako is. If you've been here at this channel, we've been talking a lot about Sneako, but just a 23-year-old kid. He's been on YouTube for like 10 years. And he used to do really thoughtful video essay type things. Then he switched to doing more, like on the street with a microphone type stuff. And that was still pretty cool. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this dude becomes like the biggest Andrew Tate dick rider I've ever seen. And, it's hard to see somebody that you, I didn't necessarily look up to him, but I appreciated his work. And to see him going down a bad road, it's a struggle. And so I'm very glad that Destiny is here to put both Sneako and Fresh and Fit kind of in their perspective lanes, having to talk to somebody who isn't a drunken, ethot in Miami. Hey, we got the resident sausage, Jimmy Dean, in the building. Welcome. The Sneako is a male ethot. You ain't wrong. Let's get into it.
Sure. Just basically, I've always had kind of like a center left political position, which like 5 years ago in the gaming space was pretty far left.
Yeah.
But the scene has changed a lot over time.
Yes, it has.
And stuff has gotten way farther left. So I think the ban was because I had a position that I didn't believe that trans women should be competing in the same leagues as cisgender women.
How dare you? Oh, you bigot?
Yeah, basically. And then I think I got banned for that. Maybe, but all they do is they tell you that they ban you for hate speech, and they don't actually tell you what it was for. But I don't say like any hateful slurs or anything on my stream, so that's my guess.
Very big. Yeah, I mean, hey man, let's just let guys compete with girls and just continue to beat the crap out of them and let them know that they're inferior physically. All right, cool. So I'll read these chats real quick. We already got 12,000 you guys in here, so do me a favor, like the video, subscribe to both their YouTube channels, Destiny
and mine. Subscribe, guys. I am two subscribers away from getting a community tab. If you have not subscribed already, please hit that button. If you have subscribed already, share with a friend. Who knows? Maybe they'll love me. 2 people away. I need 2 people to get to 500. But yeah, we're gonna skip all their super chat shit.
Getting every 3 are definitely good at arguing.
Oh, maybe you did. Okay, cool.
They call him Ethan Decline for a reason. Made some bullshit allegations that weren't.
So I guess he did cut it up, so we don't have to be too aggressive with the skipping. Vince said ethot. Let me add that to my vocabulary, but it's my first time hearing that. I've heard e-girl before. Oh yeah, that's everything. It gets stepped up, don't it? Said not for his looks, but because he shouts bullshit the loudest, but not because he actually has a real well-researched and fortified argument. Yep, we saw that when was it the 2 of them? Or when he was debating Abba from Abba and Preach. We definitely saw that he's just repeating everything that he's heard. And it's not that everything is wrong that he says. It's just that that's all he's doing.
true, and like her story just fell apart when we pulled out all the receipts.
And Ethan, of course, gonna make it worse than it really is.
Of course, yeah, they call him Ethan Decline for a reason.
That's liberals. All they got is cancel culture. They're not really good at arguing. You guys
We don't have as many nicknames as you guys have. I'll say that for sure. Jesus Christ. I'm like relearning every YouTuber when I step in here. I was like a new nickname for you guys.
Oh, yeah. We have a bunch of nicknames. But yes, Lasan and L3 are definitely our favorites ones. And, you know, they're the ones that like they made so many videos talking shit about us, like, oh, we'll debate you guys, blah blah blah. And I was like, all right, cool, let's debate. Matter of fact, me and Andrew will gladly debate you two in person. All of a sudden, oh no, we got family. Oh no, we don't want to debate. It's like, are you guys even relevant anymore? Well, Andrew takes the most searched person on Google, and we get way more views than y'all, and we have 1/3 of the audience. So what's your excuse, bro?
This is part of why I do not like Fresh and Fit. While all of that stuff may be true, you just spent a lot of time like gassing yourself up on your own podcast instead of just talking about the things that you're going to talk about. Like, okay, great. The people who are watching you already like you. You don't need to convince them that you're good. They're already watching. Hey, we got Alex Pickus in the building. Welcome, brother. How are you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's get back into it. Welcome, Alex. We have just started.
What's your excuse? Like, you're going to say we're not relevant? What the fuck?
You know what it is, bro? They're our biggest supporters. That's what it is. Shout out to them, man.
All right. So I guess I'll turn it to you guys. Like, what do you guys disagree with on Fresh and Fit that we talk about?
I want to start with this just for you guys, because you guys are definitely icons in the space as well. How did you find the RP, and what's your thoughts on RP? And we'll start, I guess, Destiny.
So I've been doing like the political space probably for like since like 2016, and then red pill stuff is kind of like it rose like in the early Trump days, and then it kind of like receded for a while. And then I see over the past like year or two, especially last year, it's like picked up again a lot. And I guess the way that I see it is that you've kind of got like this progressive establishment that has basically, through all of these kind of like academic terms, have like built up this idea. You can say like men, white people, the Mayo side, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
But like every other racial minority is super protected. Can't make fun of black people. Can't make fun of Hispanic people. Can't, right? And then if you're white, there's like 50 million things you got to worry about. When you have that type of attitude, and then it becomes pervasive on your side, then, I mean, invariably, there's going to be other people that will start to speak to the disaffected people that you're pushing out. And I think that part of the red pill has been that there are people on, I'll say the right, I don't know if you guys would seriously look at the right, there are people on the right that are willing to speak some uneasy truths that people on the left won't acknowledge.
Yeah.
You know? And as long as you're not willing to acknowledge something that's true, you're going to lose to the people that are willing to acknowledge what's true.
I mean, Destiny is spot on right now. You know, the way that I was just talking about how Fresh and Fit themselves, you know, they speak truth because they're talking about red pill stuff. But I think Destiny is getting to the heart of, you know, he's talking about the red pill space in general, but he's definitely getting at the heart of why Fresh and Fit specifically are not the best to listen to. And of course, they have a very close proximity. Get out of there. Yo, if this dog if this dog unhooks my whatever. And I think it's important for us, those of us who watch red pill content, those of us who, you know, if you consider yourself part of the manosphere, I don't really, but I do watch a lot of that stuff. I think it's important to understand the limitations. It's not and shouldn't be a religion. It's not and shouldn't be anything that is taken so seriously and you know, like gospel. It's not meant to be that way. And there's too many people. I mean, I moved the captions here because I want you guys to pay attention to how much money some of these people, some of these dudes who will laugh and say, "Oh, you're a simp," because they're on OnlyFans, which you are. But these dudes are sending hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars simping to other dudes. So just pay attention that you don't want to be that person who's too far gone. You don't want to be that person who's dropping hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars that you don't have on a podcast that you think is the gospel, because it's not.
I think that red pillars will make some observations that are true, and then they get wild with it. And they go off into these crazy places where it's like, I understand where you're starting from, but the places that you go, you could go
Sneako's mad already.
such a better direction. And
That's what we've been arguing
my
about
engagement
on
has been with like
Street
the red pill, yeah.
All right. I mean, I agree with that. Like, I mean, I've talked about it. That's a big reason why we get dragged so much, is because I've said it a million times. The public enemy number one is a white male. You know, it's how you galvanize the left is you need a common enemy. It's what
Did he just say that's why we get so much flack? Common enemy number one is the white man. I don't think either of them are white. But maybe I just misheard it.
Hitler did to unite Germany. White man bad. They came here, colonized, and they enslaved everybody, etc. But if you're like a woman, you're a colored person, whatever it may be, you're considered a protected class, and you can say whatever you want. It's only racism, right, if it's on a protected class. But if you make fun of a Caucasian guy, talk shit about him, even a white girl. We've had girls come on this podcast and say derogatory terms about white people, and no one bats an eye. And my thing is just this. We talked about this with Sneako the other day. You know, we'll have people run around saying Black Lives Matter and Black Power, and you know, we need to have Black-owned businesses, and you need to marry a Black woman. You should need to be with your kind. You need to keep our roots strong. Black lives, right? You know, Black Power. Could you imagine if we reversed it around? White Power. Yeah. Oh wait. Oh no. KKK. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you guys are racist. Blah blah blah. But it's only racism when white people do it. It's not racist the other way around. And it goes back to that logic thing that I talked about. If you put it on the other side, it doesn't make sense, and it does not in this case.
I will.
So, like I was saying, it's not that you're gonna get 100% bullshit from the channel. Just be careful. That's all I'm saying.
Let me represent the other side a little bit. I think there are reasons for that. I think there are reasons why, and everybody at this table knows. If you hear a guy say Black Power, it's whatever. But if you hear a dude say white power, you're like, hold on. What do you mean by that, right? It's like, and it's one of those things where, you know, different people, you know, represent groups for different reasons. But the problem is that I can give you that answer for that, and I can give you that answer for everything else. But when you take all of it collectively, at some point it doesn't matter anymore. It just sounds like, well, it just sounds like you fucking hate white people. That's what it sounds like. So yeah, like I think everybody here knows when you hear somebody say white power, there's something else going on there as opposed to like Black Power.
No, of course.
But yeah, I agree that like when you have that excuse for every single issue, like why is it okay to say fucking kill all white people, but I can't do it with Black people? When you have that excuse for every reason, it looks bad. And I think that's where the left's kind of like lost control of the narrative and the optics and everything.
Yeah, I just look at it like if you want to end racism, then everyone's got to be held to the same standards. Sure. My thing, like you can't sit there and say Black Power, then a white dude goes ahead and says white power, and you're like, oh well, you're a racist when you're pretty much saying the same shit. I've heard them say terrible things like, oh yeah, we need to attack white people, take the shit back, and no one really bats an eye. It's crazy to me that like Black Lives Matter is not designated as a domestic terrorist organization because they fit the profile 100% according to FBI definition, you know? But if you have like a white militia group, they're definitely going to go on that FBI list. So I look at it like, listen, you look at the Justice Department, what does Lady Justice have, right? She has a blindfold and she has the 2 scales. Justice is supposed to be blind. That's what they say. So I look at it like, listen, if you're going to go ahead and say this is racist on one side, it's got to be racist on the other side too. That's all I'm saying. The way to defeat racism is through equality, but it can't be selective.
Yeah, Twitch went through that a couple months ago. There was a huge ordeal where some people wanted to defend calling white people cracker, and it blew up into a huge thing. And like, I was surprised Twitch actually started banning people before. It's like, this is a little bit wild, but yeah, not a good look, I would say.
Yeah, it's just like I said, it's just
who cares that much about using racial slurs, like one way or the other? If you care that much, I can see the argument of, you know, not wanting it to be banned in the name of like free speech in general. But the way he just said it was like they were fighting to be able to use that specific term. I don't know. If you care that much, you're fucking up.
Wild to me how like you can be racist to white people, but if they say anything about like a protected class, it's considered you're racist.
Because you're punching down, and you're systemically oppressing somebody, and blah blah. Yeah, there's like all these reasons why you can't make fun of somebody else. But these people will like go after your throat for everything.
Exactly.
They'll try to like they'll go after your job, they'll go after your income, they'll go after like your online presence, they'll get you banned, kicked out of your apartment, whatever.
Yeah, they try to do it to us, and it's like because and we're colored, so it's like then they'll say, oh, well, you guys are black, like you can't make comments on the black because you guys aren't black. And it's like, okay, bro, we're gonna use this fucking example again.
Yo, could you imagine if we were white saying what we're saying now?
Oh yeah, we would have been canceled.
Fresh is retarded. That's the conversation. That's what the conversation has been for the last 3 minutes. He's like, yo, imagine.
It would have been.
It's funny because like,
does anybody believe that not this dude, the other dude, actually pulls chicks enough to have a podcast about pulling chicks? Just listen to the way he talks. He's got nothing.
Yes. The white man's commenting at me now, but like, it's just our turn because what happens is, right, like, no one's safe. Like, now it's white man, it could be the Spanish man next. It just depends, bro. So nobody's safe.
Yeah. And it's gonna. I've always said that the left continues to eat itself. So it starts with Caucasian men. It's gonna start to progress. Yeah. It's gonna get to a point where it's gonna be like, all men are trash, only women, and you need to be purple haired and 300 pounds, and you need to be the most woke, etc. Like, as the years pass, becoming left becomes more and more extreme. So
it's like there's like the comic with there's the guy standing with like 10 people in front of him, and then there's the not the bulldozer. What's the flattening thing?
It's like a roller.
Yeah, behind him, and it's like just crush the last person. It's like, okay, I think we've gone far enough now. Because it's coming for him next.
Yeah, exactly.
That's kind of what happened to me. So that's basically I'm one of the flattened dudes.
I mean, shout
out the cap
to Tim Pool. I always use him as an example. 10 years ago, right? 10, 12 years ago, around 2010ish, he would be considered like a flaming liberal. Now it's like he's a raging conservative, you know, and that just goes to show you, just in the span of 10 years, how much we've like went off the fucking rails as far as like being woke and being politically correct and people's feelings and all this other crazy shit. So
it's funny because like the three of us, did you vote for Trump?
Didn't vote.
You didn't vote, but you would consider yourself a Trump supporter?
Bro, you don't even watch American movies.
Well, it's just funny that we're if you were a Trump voter, you'd immediately be labeled alt-right. But Myron and I both voted for Trump, and like they can't use the same terminology.
I will admit, I didn't vote, but if I could,
Oh, you didn't vote?
I didn't vote, but if I could, I will vote for him. And if he runs again, if they don't pull some bullshit,
Why couldn't
I
you
will vote for him.
Yo, what? This prawn star in Smash said she had 1,000 bodies, and she's fucking way more people than Fresh. I bet, but 1,000 bodies and you still hit it. Hey Wesley, how you doing? How you doing? Welcome back. We are going over the Fresh and Fit podcast with Destiny and Sneako to see what's good about the red pill and what's not. So let's get back into it.
Work for government?
Well, in 2016, when was I? In 2016, I was registered to vote in Connecticut.
Oh, so then
My vote is useless.
Okay,
Yes, in 2016, I was registered in Connecticut. So that's a big yeah.
So the elephant in the room, is Andrew Tate good for the guys or not, in your opinion, and why?
I'd say absolutely not.
Okay.
Well, why is that?
I think that the idea of masculinity and success and fulfillment that's being sold by a lot of people on the right, I think leads to the same type of spiritual wasteland that you're trying to like pull these young men out of, I would say. Like when I look at somebody like Andrew Tate, or even like for you guys, or anybody that talks about red pill stuff, it always feels like your big markers for success are how many women can you get, how much money can you make, what kind of cars do you drive. And at the end of the day, I don't know how old you guys are, but like when I think back to the things I've had in my life, like I don't like remember the third, new iPhone I got. I don't remember like when I got my new car, like how it was cool for like a week, but like there are memories that you make with other people. There are things that you achieve or accomplish in your life. For me, maybe stuff related to music, maybe stuff related to gaming when I was in esports. Like these are the standout memories that I have, but I never hear anybody in like the red pill society building towards that. It always feels like they're building towards like the most hollowed existence that you possibly could have as a man that gets like signed off by mainstream consumer society.
This is exactly what people in this space, myself, you guys, them, everybody in that space needs to hear. Because the markers of having a hot girl or a bunch of girls, having a nice car, having a lot of money, all those things are definitely markers of success. But they can't be your only markers of success. You have to understand where those fit into the rest of, how you approach the world. And I think Destiny does a really good job of, that's why we're watching it.
That a lot to me, but I've never even really talked about that. And even if I do, I want the ability to buy those things. It's not those things are going to make me happy. I just want to have the power to not be restricted by anything.
Hey, we got Kluke in the building. Welcome. We are doing the Fresh and Fit episode with Sneako and Destiny. Guys, if you have not hit the like button, please, can you do that? Thank you very much.
Yeah, but I guess the argument that I always make is if you spend all of your life trying to get the capability to have everything, right? Like a man who spends his whole life on the mission, once that mission is fulfilled, he has nothing. Because your whole life you've just spent trying to get stuff, right? And you haven't worked on building relationships, building friendships, accomplishing something real. Like the best type of advice you get from red pill is at least working out. As long as you're doing it for yourself and not to impress a chick. But like, because building your body means something.
So
right?
you don't think we should like get money?
I don't think that's that important. I think that there are like upgrades to your life you can make. If you're making $15,000 a year and you live with your mom and dad, yeah, you need to up your money, of course. But like if you've got a decent job, and I've seen this as a millennial, there's a lot of people from my generation who are sitting in their apartment making $140,000 a year, doing work from home, who fucking hate themselves. They have no friends except for the ones that they see light up on Discord. They have no hobbies except for the 4,000th game of League of Legends they play for the day. And they have like no fulfillment in their life. They have nothing. And then these are the types of people that go online like, how do I meet girls? How do I meet friends? Like
I was just about to say that. And that's precisely the type of person that will find this, the red pill type content, manosphere content, and not only just learn the stuff that you can learn, but go too far and like I said, take this stuff as Bible. Vincent said, she taught me a new position I added to my repertoire. Fair enough. I'm not saying that, don't smash porn star. I'm just saying I wouldn't want to know how many bodies she had before that. Like, ugh.
Why is it that I've hit every big marker in my life, but I'm fucking miserable? And I think that void isn't being answered by anybody, I think, right now.
Would you admit, right, that life is about experiences?
Yeah, for sure.
So if I'm a guy living in this world today, wouldn't I want the best experience possible?
Absolutely.
So if I'm telling guys to be better and become better themselves and experience more things in life, I want to have the best in life. For example, nicest cars, nicest lifestyle, because that does breed experiences. Now, I get what you're saying.
Hey, we got No Freedoms in the building. Welcome. What does No Freedom say? Actually, it doesn't matter. Do what you want that makes you happy. Don't bitch about your decisions later. Also, just pay for some action. I know places you can get some for $50. You know what else you can get for $50? The clap. Yeah, for real. That's That's a lot. I've never been to a. I mean, I had sex with a stripper once, but I've never gone to a prostitute, and I didn't pay her. Funny, quick story. So I was in. Oh no, that was here. So I was mixing up with another story. So it's not that long of a story. But anyway, I was with some friends just at a bar, that like just a normal bar. And they were like, yo, let's go to this other place. I'd never heard of it. I'm like, all right, sure, whatever, let's go. I go there and it's a strip club. And I didn't have any money. I anticipated on, just going to the bar, have a couple drinks and going home. So like my friend bought me a lap dance for like, gave the chick like $3 or whatever. And then she pulled me into the back room. She's doing her thing. I'm sure it's because I wasn't, handing out money. She was trying to get something out of me. But then she's like, can I have your number? She came over afterwards. She brought her own weed. She left some of that weed, and we did the do, and she left right away. It was awesome. It was great. Vincent said she wanted me to wipe her up. Don't do it. But I had to dip. She was annoying and self-centered. Oh yeah, you definitely got out of there. I said our first date. I stayed at her. What are you going on dates with prom stars for? Come on, man. Come on. Said our first date. I stayed at her house for 2 days. She didn't want me to leave, but she had to work. Ugh. I told her I don't want to see her after she gets back from work. Yep. And you. Oh man, Vincent's all over the place. You dirty, dirty dog. You dirty dog. I'm like, Fresh, who probably has never touched a woman.
Most guys may not get to that marker and they may be miserable on the journey. But we're just saying, look, if you live on this earth right now, how do you improve? How do you become better? Because that is the only way you can actually have purpose in life. Becoming better.
I agree.
So no freedoms. You're actually, I don't know if you're saying this tongue in cheek, but this is what a healthy view of sex used to look like. What no freedoms is talking about. And he's saying, yeah, I know I'm a strange person. But it has become strange to have a normal way of thinking about this stuff, if that makes sense. Everybody is so flippant about it. And not that it's necessarily bad to be casual, but the level to which all of this is going down is just too much. Hey, we got Revolvement in the house. Welcome, brother. How are you doing? We are going through the Fresh and Fit with Destiny and Sneako. By date, I mean fuck her at her house or my. Oh, okay, gotcha. Fair enough. Vincent's laying it down
With you, but we're almost begging the question: having the best experiences, the best type of life. Well, what are those experiences? Like, I wish we had somebody older here who was like wealthy, but like I guarantee if you pull like a 40, 50, 60-year-old dude, I'm 33, I'm decently wealthy, millionaire before 35, I've like got my shit together, traveled the world. Yeah. When I think back about the things that mean the most to me, it's never the new expensive computer I got. It's never the new expensive car I got to drive. It's never like it's always going to be like the experiences I've had with other people, especially people I love. So like the experience I've had with my wife, ex-girlfriends, like never like the car that I drove or like the newest cell phone I have. Like it's the memories you make with other people, I think. And to some extent, money can help you do that. But to another extent, money can help you do that. I have my family on my mom's side all came from Cuba, and I watch my Cuban family is so divided. Yeah. On one end, I've got God bless them, I love them. My parents are amazing people. I love them. They love me. But oh my God, do they run the rat
I didn't pause in time. I was like, that's what you say right before you talk shit about somebody.
race. They're in a huge house. They're both on Social Security. My dad works full time. He collects disability and retirement from the Air Force, and they're going to work till they die. They've already got like one foot in the grave. They're walking down, working full time. And like, where's the happiness in that? Whereas if I look at the other part of my Cuban family, half these people live in Hialeah. They live in these dog shit apartments that flood. Yeah, every time it fucking rains, you've got cockroaches around. But man, every Friday, Saturday, they're having these huge parties. They're having barbecues. People are going over. They don't have expensive shit. Half these motherfuckers don't have phones, but they're all having fun times. They love each other. They're having like an amazing time every weekend. They've got friends, relationships. And I look at like both of these worlds and I'm like, fuck, like, well, who's winning at the end of the day? Because on one end, I see the American dream, which is chasing the houses, the money, the pools, the big lifestyle. And then on the other hand, I see like these like dumb Hispanic people, but like these guys are so much happier. We're like, what the fuck? And I think even you guys are clued into that to some extent because I hear it in your rhetoric and I know it's stripped down. This idea of like,
so he's talking about, he offered a dichotomy there, a false dichotomy of either, living the American dream or being some rundown. There is a way to strike a balance. And I know he's just making a point. Obviously, he, feels that he is stricken the balance in his own life. But I think it is important to hear that it doesn't have to be one or the other, balls to the wall. You're either going after money, chicks, and drugs, or you have to be all about family values and be super, not spending any money and not having any fun. Balance is all you need.
Western women and Western lifestyles, they have it more figured out in these other parts of the world. And in these other parts of the world, they're not running the same race that we run in the West, where we're obsessed about getting like cars and houses and bitches.
So I'll just make one more point
Bitches.
on this. So recently, right, I just bought a 2022 Rolls-Royce Colonial truck, right?
Yeah, I saw the story, yeah.
Not to flex or anything, but like that experience there, you know what I'm gonna do? Everyone that I care about that watched me on the journey up, I'm taking it for a ride in it. And like my mom is like excited to come see it, whatever. I'm just saying, like, yes, you're right. Chasing things like material stuff is kind of dumb. However, when you understand why you're doing it, it makes sense. So, for example, giving people you care about, your family, your mom, your dad, your son, whatever, giving them those experiences will change your life. And also, as well, let's say they get sick. My guy and I was sick a couple of years ago, right? And I didn't have money to pay for his stuff. He'd be dead right now. So having the money, you need it, no matter what. It's like breathing, bro. Without money, you can't survive. So we're just saying, look, get as much money as possible so you help your family. But as well, get experiences too. Traveling, meeting with people. Without money, you can't do much in this world. It's sad, but
I think there's a study, if somebody wants to check that out, that up to like $75,000 a year absolutely buys happiness. If you are making less than $75,000 a year, then the money, the things that you can buy, the experiences that you can buy, the service, whatever it is that you can buy with that money, absolutely will make your life better. But beyond that point, once you are to the point where you don't have to worry about your bills, one of these days, guys, 2 subscribers away from 500, hit that button. Once you're at that point, then you'll, like he was talking about with the iPhones before. He's like, I don't love every new iPhone I get. The first time I got it, it was cool, but the novelty wears off. So money definitely can buy happiness, but just up to a point.
It is what it is.
I don't think the red pill is as materialistic as you're making it out to be.
It's super materialistic, but
Myron's not materialistic at all.
So that's a good one. Do you guys think red pill content is too materialistic? Put a Y or an N in the chat. Do you think it's too materialistic? Yes or no?
He's up to it.
Yeah. So
I'm not even that materialistic.
I was gonna say, my thing is, I've always heard this quote, and I love to quote it. It's money doesn't buy happiness, but it's a damn good down payment. And what I mean by that is, for us, when we talk about money and becoming successful, we always say, you got to get in shape, you got to get your money up, and then you got to understand female nature so that you can become a complete package, not to get women, but so that women are a byproduct of your success, so that you. I
thought, Vincent, I literally thought as I pulled this up, he was gonna say the same exact quote. It's similar. But Vincent's saying, whoever thinks money doesn't buy happiness doesn't know where to shop. Facts. Klug says 75. I'd say more like 100K. Okay, well, that's what the study said. I'm just giving you the information. The idea is that, that's not a huge difference. 75K versus 100K. That's right in the same ballpark. And I'm sure between the time that the study has been done and now, it's probably equaled out to that exactly. So Vincent doesn't think the red pill is too materialistic. What about the rest of you guys? Yes? No?
Project yourself in the world in a certain way. And we're really big on guys having like a purpose, because if you have a purpose, then every purpose, you have a direction. And when you have a direction, you have a destination. When you have a destination, you have something to work towards. So my thing is, I always tell guys, your value is not determined by the amount of girls you can get. Your value is determined by how much value do you create for the world. And then the women are going to be attracted to that. So we tell guys like, yo, don't chase girls, chase success. And then the girls will follow after that, right? So that's one thing. And then my thing also is that
Tyler says, depends on who you listen to. Most of them aren't materialistic. So who would you say, Tyler, who do you think which one of them do you think are too materialistic, and which ones do you think are good? Let me hit it.
Me, myself, I'm a hardcore minimalist. I just brought back my 2002 Honda. I don't really own anything nice except for like one Rolex that's a plain Jane. I don't spend really any money except for like in the studio and then my real estate investments. But I think it's important for guys to have the capability to have these experiences you're talking about. So I agree with you 100% that life is built upon experiences, not materialistic things. Now, for some people, those experiences are centered around material things. It depends on the person. But my thing is, I look at it like, you need to have that money so that you have the capability to provide those experiences in the first place. And I know what you're saying, like with Tate and everything else like that he might not be a good example because it's hollow. He's telling guys get Bugattis or whatever. So I see your perspective on it. But what I would say is that if he teaches a guy how to make money, right, and that guy just needs a kick in the ass to tell him, hey, get out there, make some money, start a side hustle, etc., well, then that person could decide what they want to do with the money, because everyone makes money for different motivations. Some people do it for financial freedom. Some do it to flex. Some people do it to buy clothes or whatever it may be. And I think materialistic things in general are stupid. But if it makes them happy, even for temporary, then hey, man, do what you want to do. But I think it's important to have that money so you have the opportunity. It's a down payment towards that happiness to some degree.
So Klug says, I'd say a little closer to yes about red pill being too materialistic. But it's also a thing that's a byproduct of how materialistic nations with great wealth have become. So, yeah, I think that's a good point in the sense that maybe this particular ideology in a vacuum focuses a lot on material things, but that's how the world works. So if you want to, and it's not necessarily about, I think we all know it's not just about getting money. But from somebody on looking in from the outside, it can definitely seem that way. And those people maybe don't necessarily have the lack when it comes to women or sex or whatever, and they hyper focus on that. So I think that the spiritual or emotional gain that you would get from that stuff is probably a big degree of why people watch this stuff, even if it is focused on the material things, which is fine in my book.
I think, but I'm a big firm believer that you make the money not for girls, but so that you can go ahead and walk away from girls if they do some bullshit. It gives you an extra air of confidence because competence leads to accomplishments, which then leads to confidence, and that's the end product a lot of times for making the money. So I want the end product from making the money, not necessarily making the money to chase after the girls.
So far, we haven't really seen too much. I don't really think there's really been anything that's said that we've disagreed with so far. But they're gonna get into it. So let's keep track. Oh shit. Vincent said, money is the only thing people can keep track of anywhere in the world. Have you heard of time? There's only one correct response to that, Vincent. There's only one correct responsive because people keep track of time everywhere as well.
That makes sense.
Sure. And I guess we'll probably get into more of this in later topics.
Yeah.
If that is the case, I think that's a good message,
Mhm.
right? The goal isn't to get certain things; it's to build yourself up to a position that those things come to you naturally.
Right.
That's what you
Absolutely.
want,
That's
right?
what
And it's a better way to get those things too, because then you really deserve them, you really earn them, and you're going to keep them.
Yeah.
Because you're not playing stupid games to get a hold of them. I do agree with that. And I think that there are things you can spend money on to get good experiences, right?
Yeah.
So you guys have been a podcast for like a year and a half.
Yeah.
You have an amazing studio. You've had a lot of success. Like every
And he failed. So Vincent said, money is the only thing people keep track of anywhere in the world. And the correct answer would have been time is money, baby. But he said, I meant tangible things. I don't know. I feel like people keep track of their children. They keep track of, I don't know. I'm just being a dick at this point. But no, I feel you. Definitely. It's, money makes the world go round. There's no two ways about it.
all that you pour into this is
real quick before we jump back in, Tyler said Andrew Tate can be materialistic in some areas, but the most of their points are working on yourself, which has some materialistic values. So I don't know, I might be trapping myself. Yeah, it's definitely a little of both. You can't say that red pill stuff is not materialistic and isn't measured by material success. It absolutely is. But is that inherently a bad thing? Or is that inherently an inaccurate way to be looking at the world? I don't think it was a Walmart. It was a mall somewhere. I got lost in a mall one time. But hey, I'm here now. They found me. They kept track of me at some point.
a sense of fulfillment, right? You're not just buying shit to have shit, right? But you're like actively improving on something that I imagine you guys will probably feel, everybody here probably feels really strongly about. So that's cool. I support that. I think that's a good idea. But you got to admit, when you look at like the plethora, especially around the Tate stuff, when I see all of the advertising for the red pill stuff, it doesn't feel like I hear about that chasing of fulfillment very much. It all feels very materialistic.
Well, before they say anything, the obvious thing that comes to my mind, trying to, be in the middle here and trying to just kind of, again, play moderator and just give my view of what's going on. That flashy stuff is the flashy stuff, which is why he knows of it. He doesn't necessarily, if he's not following red pill content, then yeah, you're going to see the flashy stuff from the outside, but there's deeper messages in, you know, what we talk about. So that makes sense that you would see the flashy stuff because that's what they use to get people to watch the other stuff. Manson got lost in them all too. In Canada, he said I was little and didn't want them to leave the country without me. Oh no, he wasn't ready to be Canadian.
Well, he says that a dork who gets rich, like money just amplifies what you have. So a dork that gets super rich, that's why Bill Gates' wife ends up leaving and taking half his money. Because you're just a dork with a bunch of money. It doesn't make you a better man to have a shit ton of money. You need to be a better man overall, or else you're just a rich dork and everybody looks down at you.
But then the only worry is when you're tracking the metric, like, are you a better man because you have money? Or like you were saying, do you get more money because you end up being a better man? And the second one I think is okay. There are ways you can improve yourself to improve your life to get more money. But if the goal is the money, that's always going to be the goal. And when you attain it, like, you're going to be lost.
I think foundationally, if you're
that is a crucial difference between, are you measuring the man based on the money, or are you saying the measure the man will be the measure of how much money they're going to get? I think the second version is a much healthier outlook on life. Vincent says, still remember the Rainforest Cafe. I'll die before I become Canadian. Yeah, nobody wants to be Canadian. No, but not even the Canadians anymore. Now they took their guns away. Leslie says, I'm going to hell because that's where all my friends are. Well, I think you're in the right place. We'll all see you there, buddy.
drive is going to be outside of money, you're going to win, because at that point, you're right. For example, we have a goal board in our rooms, at least in my room. And when I hit each goal, it's like, okay, cool. I feel happy. Then I'm like, what's next? If you hit all your goals, then
I have a vision board because Oprah said you have to like manifest. Does anybody here have a vision board? I feel like, maybe a list of like a task list, maybe, but I don't know. Do any of you have a vision board?
what do you do? So in that sense, I get what you're saying. But if you're coming from it, you know what? I enjoy the journey to get to where I'm at. Then it makes sense.
Yeah, another thing too is why I tell guys all the time, like, I went on a whole huge rant on this as far as like guys like attributing their value to their notch count or getting girls, is that it's a fleeting win, because once you hit, let's say 50 girls, now I need 100. Once you hit 100, now I need 200. And then you're never going to be satisfied because you're always going to want more girls. You're like, I always say the male thirst for sexuality for women is insatiable. You're always going to want more and more girls.
I'm very tempted to fast forward to this because what they're saying is sex is addicting. Got it. Think we knew that. Kluk said, if you've hit all your goals, make a new one. I don't know. This doesn't seem like right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So the only way that you can really satisfy that like drive to conquer is through accomplishing things and then letting women be the byproduct. Because if you're going to go ahead and chase after women, you're going to be a very angry, bitter guy, because you're going to be dealing with chicks are fickle and flaky from the rip. That's just how they are. They're emotionally erratic creatures. So I always tell guys, you go after the success because at least that's in your control. And then the girls are going to come after. I always use Drake as an example, right? So when Drake comes here to Miami, right? Drake. Yeah, Drake.
How do you not have a sex addiction if you're Justin Bieber? I remember being in college when I first heard of this kid, and he must have been like, I don't know. I have no idea how old he is, but however old he was in like 2010 or whatever, there were girls my age who were creepily into Justin Bieber. So I can't even imagine he was literally like 11, and they're like, oh my God, he's of course, let's not even talk about flipping that around and see how that would go. But I don't see how you would not be a sex addict if you got that much female attention from that early of an age.
What he'll do is he'll have a party, right? And he'll have like 50 to 100 girls show up. And he doesn't pay none of them attention, even though all of them are trying to go talk to him, right? And that's a perfect example, right? Obviously, like on a higher scale, right? But my thing is I want guys to have that mindset where you're so successful that your work speaks for itself, and then girls want to get to come and meet you because he's already created value to the world, and the byproduct of that is the women naturally come to him. So I want guys
baby,
try to be at that level, whether you're the top guy at your firm, you're the top guy on YouTube, you're the top guy in your office, whatever it may be. Like if you look at like sales, right? Like people that work in sales, a lot of times the top salesman guy gets a bunch of the chicks, and it comes from like women naturally being attracted to dominance hierarchy. So my thing is, be the best guy that you can be, and then the women are going to come as a part of that. But when you chase after ass all day, which a lot of guys do, that's where you get that hollowed out feeling that you're talking about, which I agree with. And I said that explicitly many times. You got to become the best version of yourself, and that comes from going to the gym, making money, and then becoming that guy. Because the other thing too that Sneako was saying, as far as like, these guys that are like losers that make money quickly, maybe they just, hedged on a good ass coin and then they made the money and they blew up. They didn't learn. They didn't get the discipline, the hardship of it. Yeah, and they didn't go through the the trials and errors of like becoming that guy. Like anyone ever play Pokemon? You do the fuck.
So Tyler says, same, bro. I had my first grade classmates question on him. But that's like fine because you can look up. It's when these are college age girls looking at a literal child and like, oh my God, like he's going to be in a couple years. Like, oh my God, who knows? Like, creepy.
Rare candy trick where you get like 99 rare candy and you take 2 Pokemon, you take one that's a level like 5, another one level 5. You train one by going to the Elite Four multiple times, having him get his ass whooped or whatever it may be, and leveling up. And then you take the other Pokemon, you just give him rare candies to level 100. That Pokemon that you give the rare candy to, he's gonna be weak as fuck. His attack is gonna be weak, his defense is gonna be weak, his special is gonna be weak. It's gonna be terrible when you look at him. But when you go to the other Pokemon that actually went through the fights and fought the Elite Four.
Are you guys old enough to remember like the original Pokemon? I mean, I know Vincent's older, but like I feel like I was pretty young. I don't even know if you guys are alive for that.
120 times, his stats are going to be way better. So that's kind of what it's like with like fast money leads to slow problems. But if you get the money in a way where you had to build yourself up, then you're somebody. This is why women right? There's so many trust fund babies here in Miami, and I'm sure you guys know this.
Holy shit. I will say that coming to, because my wife wanted to move to Miami, she wanted to be down here. And I've never seen so many, I was talking to Sneako about this, but I might not see the same crowds of people, but I see so many people. And I'm like, what do you guys do for work? Like, oh, never. I was like, we're in South Beach. This place is fucking expensive. Okay. Like one bedroom apartment is like $5,000 a month. What do you mean you don't fucking work? Like everybody here, like, it's coming from money.
Yeah, New York money or South American money. So like those people, right? Like perfect example. Like I can't tell you how many girls have come on this pod and like deal with those guys, right? And they just tolerate them because they have money, because they didn't go through the work to become a man to make that money. So those guys are not like inherently attractive to them. They're just tolerating them because they have money. Versus a guy that made the money, he becomes a fucking somebody. That guy had to learn certain characteristics and had to build character to make that money. That's what's attractive. I've always said women aren't attracted to money. They're attracted to the characteristics it takes to make a lot of money.
This is one of the
all right, I want to get through him because he kind of just, Myron can just go and say the same thing over and over and over. So we might skip around a little bit, but I'm not going to be skipping anything important.
This is why, and I'm only bringing up things you said, not to rag on you, but I don't know how much like trickles down for everything else. But like, there's one of the reasons why I rag on like the crypto bros so much. Like, there are people that build businesses, provide a value service to the world, or even build YouTube channels. Yours is really good. You've done a really good job of that, and like I respect that. But I don't want to hear financial advice on
to the moon.
Some fucking loser that bought like some shit coin and made like $2 million. You got lucky. I know you're not. No, you do good content. You've made your shit. Like, you've proven yourself even from an early age. But like hearing some like 21-year-old like crypto millionaires like, oh, I'm going to tell you what the future of Web3 is. Like, bro, you don't know fucking anything about anything. Yeah. Okay, you put 3 weeks of allowance on some bullshit doggy coin, and somehow you're a millionaire today. Like, you're going to lose that shit in 2 weeks. And
Did I hear somebody talking about age?
That always happens too. Yeah.
And then the test is like, if you took that person's money now, would they be able to make it back?
No.
And then there you go. That's the litmus test.
Because the question that they'll always, do you guys say your age?
Yeah, I'm 32.
Okay, I think we agree on this. If you could go back to being 20 and you could either have all your money now or all your knowledge now, what would you have?
I would take the knowledge.
Yeah, without even a second thought. Like, if you take a crypto millionaire and you go back 5 years, you have the money or the knowledge, but they didn't fucking learn anything, right? Yeah. Unless they're literally thinking, like, well, what can I predict the future? It's like, what did you learn investing in some coin? Yeah. You're not reading white papers, okay? You don't even know how the fucking technology works.
Yeah. And I
fucking facts. Fucking facts. So even though you definitely can, especially with the advent of the internet and everybody having it in their pocket, people are definitely at different levels of knowledge on any given thing. But there is a clear knowledge and wisdom that comes with life experience. And there's just no two ways about that. And it said, I've noticed people repeat things a lot because the general public tends to need things repeated to understand them. I always wonder that. The repetitiveness used to annoy me. That makes a lot of sense. That does make a lot of sense. But especially because all of their shows seem to be the exact same thing. It's just like, all right, we know this one. Let's get to the point and move on. But maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just us. Who knows?
Crypto too, so it's like I definitely understand how people can like pump a coin or whatever and get lucky. It is what it is. But like, I would definitely take the knowledge of how to make money for sure over getting lucky and getting the money. So
Destiny, do you believe in the?
Does anybody here think that if they were specifically if you are not 30, if you're under 30, do you think that when you are 30 and you have the chance to go back, but you made in their scenario, you made a bunch of money at 20, and you go to 30. Would you rather have the knowledge or the experience, or you're going backwards? You know what I mean? The scenario they just gave. Does anybody think that they would take the money over the knowledge.
Hero's journey.
Like the Greek archetype or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe it's a story. And just
So dumb. Fresh is so dumb. That's like saying, It's like saying, do you believe the story of the tortoise and the hare? Like, do I believe that it's a thing? Yes, I've heard it many times. He just talks so weird.
yeah, of course.
So to me, from what I see Andrew doing, he's giving you the hero story. He's been through hardship. You know, he was poor, not successful. He worked his way up. He's saying, you know what? If I can do it, on some level, you can too as well. Would you agree on that or no?
I say that he always disagrees. I said everybody can get rich now, and he doesn't like that.
Here's the problem, okay? With these guys, okay, these guys are on the Titanic, and there's one lifeboat that can hold 400 people, and there's 10,000 people on the deck, and they're like, everybody can get in this boat. That's not true. Anybody could get in the boat, but not all 10,000 of them are getting in, okay? When you've got like a podcast where guys are talking about, here's how you become a millionaire doing this, that, yeah, maybe there's like some percentage of your audience could do it, but 98% of these guys are going to fail. And everybody knows that from the dawn of any multi-level marketing, any online type of advertising, any like encouragement to like get rich doing these things. Like these goals are for 98% of people totally unattainable. Can anybody do it? Probably. Can everybody do it? Absolutely not.
Would you agree though that if I work on myself every day for the rest of my life, I will improve on some level?
Absolutely, yeah.
So that's what we're saying here on the podcast. We want guys to improve. You may not become a multimillionaire per se, but you can do the best that you can do. For example, maybe top guys for sales in your area. Maybe like, you know, you're the guy that has like the most, like I want to say, influence in your society. We're just saying like, as a guy, if you can improve every single day, you win because on that level, you have purpose, you have drive, and people see you as, you know, the top G in that sense.
For sure.
Yeah. I mean,
Top
if you shoot for
G.
the stars, you know, and you fall a little bit short,
G.
you're still up high. So that's what it comes down to.
Do you think you've been blindsided a little bit by just seeing like the Bugatti and seeing?
But that's always like the thing is that's always like the pull-in, and I think that's what a lot of the people are after. Because when people
But see, he understands that's the pull-in. So if he understands that's the pull-in, then he should understand that there is more beyond that, that they're being pulled into something. Before he was saying it's all about the Bugattis, all about the money, all about the women. Well, that's what you see because that's, as he is saying, that's what pulls people in.
start evaluating if they're successful or not. And I'm going to be honest, it happens even in my audience, right? I'll say like, hey guys, like we should think about these political issues like this or that. Some people will just bite like a political opinion out. They don't actually copy any of the underlying thought process. I'm like, well, fuck, like now I'm kind of disappointed.
Isn't that exactly what happened to you with the red pill space?
No, what do you mean?
Like, don't you think you just took the bite-sized
Oh,
little...
no. What I'm saying is I think a lot of people take the bite-sized stuff. Because like I said, and I admitted at the beginning, and I'll say it again, I think there's a lot of stuff that red pill people do get right? I think that a lot of people on the left, for whatever dumb fucking reason, are really scared of self-improvement. I'm reading articles from the New York Times saying that like...
People on the left are scared of self-improvement. Burn.
You know, workout culture has been taken over by the right. Why the fuck is that the case? Why the fuck would the right have a monopoly on improving your body? What a stupid thing. Meanwhile, I go to the left and I'm seeing like health at every size shit. I'm like, oh, well, that's why fuck me, I guess, you know? So yeah, I mean, like there are things on the red pill that they acknowledge that are true.
Yeah, you're going to come to the good side eventually, I'm telling you.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a quote, just because one side errs too far, does it really follow that the other side couldn't be erring too far as well? And that's kind of how I view it. Like the left is fucking ran away for sure. But that doesn't mean that the right has the correct answer on everything.
So you're in the middle.
I'm definitely on the left, more on the left. So I'll say center left. I'll give you that. Okay.
All right,
If I reach really far, I can touch the middle. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and we talked about body positivity before too. I mean, I that's one thing that I have like I've made girls like literally get very mad or cry or whatever on the panel. Like I genuinely, wholeheartedly believe if you're fat, it's your fucking fault and you deserve zero sympathy. You know, because at the end of the day, as a human being, especially in a first world country like the United States, you control every morsel of food that goes into your mouth.
So this is where I definitely agree. By and large, there is no excuse to be fat. If you want to not be fat, you can do that for most people. The fact is, though, there are a myriad of things that can lead to a weight gain that aren't necessarily directly due to like genetics, medications, stuff like that. And so I definitely don't agree with just blanket body positivity. But there's room for nuance there. There's definitely room for nuance.
Controlling calories and going to the gym is not that difficult. If you go, you can build a pretty damn good physique going to the gym only 3 times per week for about an hour and a half. And people will sit that waste that time playing video games or eating shitty ass food or doing a bunch of bullshit on their phone, scrolling through TikTok. So like obesity is just something that's unacceptable. But yes, I agree with you. Like that's like considered like on the left, they're like, oh, body positivity, accept you at any size, love your curves. But with the conservatives, they tend to be like, well, being fat is not correct because conservatives tend to be a little bit more based in reality. Does that mean that all conservatives right? No, but that's one thing I agree with you that the left is definitely on some bullshit with this body positivity, which I think is cancer.
Well, and then like the thing, and I'll push back a little. The thing is that like the core of that messaging is correct. You can, just because you're fat doesn't mean you can't try to improve your health in some ways, because something that'll happen sometimes is once.
So Kluk, the question then is, what have you done to to try to lose weight? Like I was saying, there might be, if there's genetic factors or something else, then that makes it more difficult, but it's not really that complicated. So what is it that you've tried that hasn't worked? Because saying you don't get it is one thing, but if it's more about what you've tried, because if you haven't tried anything, then there's your answer right there.
Somebody gets a little fat, they'll just lose it. Like, fuck it. Like, I'm in the overweight, I'm obese, I'm gonna eat whatever. I'm not gonna exercise. My life's over me. No, like, you should love your body, and that should be the big drive to improve it. Even if you are overweight, you can still love yourself. You don't have to hate yourself, and that should be like the big drive that's pushing you back towards being a healthy person. But somehow, somewhere along the way, that got convoluted or warped into, well, you're healthy and you love yourself, and we can't be having any problems with ourselves, so we love ourselves. So if you love yourself, nothing can be wrong with you. Therefore, you're perfect the way you are, and then don't work on anything. So that's always the issue. Is that like, and that's what's happened with some of these left-leaning narratives. Is that they start off, I guess, kind of like the right ones, where like the central idea I think is good. Like if we talk about like BLM, we talk about like black issues in the United States. There is truth that things like slavery or Jim Crow fuck with the position of black people today. Yeah, but those reasons for why people are in the areas they are suddenly become justifications or rationalizations to never improve anything.
Agreed.
And this is why I like Destiny, because even though he is on the left, he's a rational person. And so when it comes to policies, we will have different ideas on how to operate and how the country and the government should operate and how much power they should have. But we also are disagreeing on those things, looking to get to essentially the same results of, a better world in whatever context you're talking about, a better society, a better person, about whatever it is. We don't have to have the same political ideology in order to have the same overall goals. Very important.
Yeah, now the explainer for why you are where you are has become the handicap or the crutch that's preventing you from succeeding. And that's the thing that drives me fucking crazy.
Agreed. I mean, we 100%, like, we talk about this all the time. Like, the victim mindset is extremely strong in the black communities. They continuously complain and cry about laws that don't necessarily affect them right now. And honestly, they might be not even in a situation where their family wasn't negatively affected by it, but they will sit there and be like, I need reparations or whatever it may be. And my thing is like, how is it that foreigners come to this country that don't even speak the language, don't have an education, are able to come here and build a business or make a 6 figures or whatever it may be, or rise up the ranks faster than people that are born here, raised here, have an American citizenship and speak the language and have all the opportunities? There's people that, as you guys know, I don't know if you know, Destiny, I was an agent for Homeland Security Investigations. And
so real quick before he goes on, I do want to call out a little bit of bullshit on that point. The reason that you see more immigrants doing, coming to this country with nothing and doing well is because in order, at least legally, in order to get here, you have to be some, you can't be just some nobody. You have to have something that you could do. So the people who immigrate here are, for all intents and purposes, the top of the class, so to speak. So if you look at the top of the class of immigrants in America and the top of the class with black people, you're going to see a lot more black people because there's just way more of them than there are immigrants. Or I mean, I guess I don't know that for sure, but the logic is there. You know what I mean?
One of the crimes I investigated was human smuggling, and I would see people dying trying to come into the United States all the time from all different parts of the world. Dying from getting left in the brush, in the desert, getting crammed in vehicles, dying from heat exhaustion. I mean,
thanks, Biden.
And Antonio, about a month ago, they recovered like 50 aliens that died in the back of a truck. So seeing that with my own 2 eyes, seeing dead children, dead families, etc., coming here struggling to try to get a better life, I have zero excuse for anyone that make excuses about systemic racism or whatever, whether it's black, Chinese, green, I don't give a fuck. If you're in the United States and you're poor, it's your fucking fault. It really is, because this is the land of opportunity.
And this is something that, so I'll throw on both sides here. It'll piss me off on the left because, like, if you want to find some of the most anti-immigrant or sometimes racist people in the United States, it's going to be from those newer immigrant communities, because these are the guys that are coming over, they're busting their ass, they're working as hard as they can, and they don't make excuses for anything.
They don't.
And then I'll see it on the right where conservatives will utter this shit. We're like, I don't want these lazy fucking Mexicans coming to my country, blah, blah, blah. It's like, bro, are you serious?
Yeah,
like, go drive anywhere in the fucking summer and look who's on the roofs, like putting everything up. Like, look who's out there busting their ass, driving, getting where, however the fuck they can do it. Like, some of these people can't even fucking read, and they're showing up working like 12-hour days. Like, you can't call these people lazy. They're not. They work harder than any other motherfucker. That's why they're taking your jobs.
Yeah, my old job, right? It's a company as well. I had a guy, one of my best friends on the team, Mexican, right? Me and him worked overtime. We did the most hours in the office. We started making more than our boss. And you know what it was? It was drive. Both immigrants want to be successful. Hey, everyone's like, you know what? Let's go get a beer. Let's go drink. Let's go party after work. We're like, bro, we need to make money, bro. Like, we're not going to be here 4 years plus. They're like, you know what? We'll get a retirement. We'll get a pension, whatever. We'll get a retirement, whatever. I'm like, bro, we're here to make money and be successful. So we worked harder than everybody else. And we're immigrants. So it's like, it just depends on your mindset, bro.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't just a black community. This is any community where they're making excuses for where they're.
I'm glad he said that, because what they're talking about really has nothing to do with race at all, and it really has to do with, more American culture, I would say, and it does more affect lower income demographics more, which also happen to overlap with race, but it's not really about that.
if people have been here for generations, a lot of times they'll just like not value the opportunity that they have living in the United States. Whereas like people will like fucking try to die to get here. You know, even people from first world countries try to come here. You know how many Canadians sneak into the United States to try to get opportunities here or overstay their visas, especially here in fucking Miami, to get opportunities? Like even people from first world countries that want to be here in the United States. So I look at it like if you piss that away, man, and you're poor, no fucking excuse. Just like with fat people, if you're broke or you're fat, it's always your fault. Because I know someone that probably has one arm that wishes he could fucking go to the gym and train, and I know someone else that's in a third world country that would kill somebody to be able to come in here. Meanwhile, your dumbass is sitting there whacking off, watching porn all day, wondering why you're a fat fucking loser.
You know what it is? Comfort. Yeah, and convenience, honestly.
So that's it. I want to know, like, where do you?
I was gonna say real quick on that because oh my god, and then you go. Sorry, this kills me the most. Being 33 years old, when I hear somebody who's 19 or 20, they tell me their life is over and they're hopeless. I'm like, dude, I would.
Those are left-leaning people.
No, there's a lot of people, a lot of lost people. I'm like, bro, you're 20 years old. You haven't even started to live yet. You could do anything. Like the whole world's in front of you. Or when you see people, even people that are overweight, like if you are a healthy individual, if you can get out of bed on your own support, you don't have a wheelchair, you're already in an amazing starting spot. You can be a dude that's 5'11" and you weigh 280, 290, 300 pounds. That starting spot, assuming you're healthy, no chronic conditions, you're still in an amazing place to start. Absolutely. You have such an amazing road ahead of you if you just like put in a little bit of work. And
this is the same exact messaging that you get from red pill channels, except that this is being packaged in a much more appetizing way. And I think the reason, like one of the reasons Kevin Samuels got big was because of the style of how he would talk to women. And I've always said that, you know, I think a lot of women really did need to hear those things in the direct way that Kevin Samuels would deliver it. But so often you would hear somebody who's, oh, I hate Kevin Samuels. It's like, okay, well, have you ever listened? Well, a couple clips here and there. It's like, okay, so you're being turned off by the tone altogether. And so you're not even getting the message. And so it's just different strokes for different folks. And that's why we need to make sure that whether it comes to news, culture, you know, whatever it is, that you have different perspectives that will color in your own. Instead of just listening to one person or one idea or one whatever, spread the wealth, baby.
On the second thing, just as like a self-improvement thing, you have no idea how much time you have in the day. You should waste so much time looking at your phone, do whatever. Yeah. You block out just fucking 30 minutes or 1 hour. You could become like a world expert at anything in like 1 year. It could be an instrument, it could be fucking gym, it could be whatever. Just 60 minutes a day is an unimaginable amount of time.
You haven't said any of this on our debates. I'm wondering where you draw the line between being complacent and like toxic hustle culture. Because I've always said like anyone can get rich. And like, well, it's hard for people. Not everybody has the same circumstances. And left-leaning people make a lot of excuses for the reason they encourage complacency way more than people on the right. So I'm wondering where you stand on that.
Okay, so you analyze on the very highest level when I'm analyzing things. I'm the most.
So let's take a look at this super chat that is I can't do that. Wait, that came in. It said Destiny missed the fact that 80% of men are sexually invisible to most women. Coupled with a high likelihood of coming from a single mother home, men have minimal reasons to improve. The RP is a stark message amidst male subversion and stop the self-deletion rates. And so this kind of goes back to what I was just saying, where there are people who need the message delivered in this harsh way, but not everybody does. And so I think people who are maybe a little, hold the red pill ideology a little bit more closely, you need to understand that that is what works for you. And that may not be what works for other people. And then if you're somebody who hates red pill this, anything red pill, then maybe, you actually want to realize that you just don't like the packaging. And what does Vincent say? Vincent says Zentience is on Just Pearly Things channel a lot. I know who Just Pearly Things is. We did the thing. I don't know who Zentience is. Is that the black dude that she's always with? I'm trying to think. I think there's 2 or 3 because I don't really. I mean, at this point, I personally don't need to be watching that much red pill content. The message is really relatively gotcha. The message is relatively simple. There is a lot to it, but once you get it, you get it. There's not, there's only so much to learn, like, okay, don't focus on women as a top priority. Make sure you get your shit in order, and whatever. Once you understand those things, I think that's where people go wrong. They get the message and then they get addicted to the other aspects, like the Kevin Samuels videos or the after hours version of the Fresh and Fit podcast. They get just addicted to the argument. And because this is a space where you already know what they're going to say and you already know that you agree, then you feel like, okay, I gotta I gotta be in the fight. The fight's happening. I gotta be in the fight. Like Vincent's saying, you don't need to take the red pill like a daily Viagra, 3 hours a day. Yeah, exactly. I mean, not gonna lie, Kevin Samuels was so godly in his entertainment that I watched purely for entertainment. Once I, understood what he was showing the world about, modern women and all that, it was just entertaining. And so, like, every morning when I was getting ready for work or whatever, I'd put his show from the last night on. But other than that, unless there's like a really good even the channels that I follow, like specifically Rich Cooper from Entrepreneurs and Cars, I love his content, but I don't watch every video that he puts out. If he has a catchy title and it's like, oh, what's this? He'll do like sponsored videos where you could pay whatever and you send him an email and he'll, read the email and whatever. Sometimes I like those just because, it's a different person every time. But the underlying message is something that I understand. And especially because I'm not personally in a place where I'm really on the prowl and actually out there dating, then I don't really need to be consuming all of this all the time. And neither do you. So once you get it, take a little break. Luke said the red pill stuff, for the most part, I agree with and see the value in. But I'm someone who needs a physical presence to be focused and invested long term. What about the red pill doesn't go with needing a physical presence? Are you talking about like the girl? Said I don't like that I'm that way, to be honest, but it's how I am. I wish my dad would have stayed around. Well, that definitely would have helped. But going back to you say, but I'm someone who needs a physical presence to be focused and invested long term. Physical presence of who or what, and to be focused and invested long term on who or what. I'm a little confused on that.
Progressive motherfucker in the world. We need to talk about systems. We need to talk about like the structures of racism, oppression, like things that affect wide groups of people, because these systems are real. They do affect people. But if you get me down to an individual, I'm talking one-on-one to somebody, I'm the most like libertarian anarcho person in the world. Nobody's going to do shit for you. You're the only one that cares about yourself. You need to do whatever the fuck you can to improve your position, because nobody else is going to care about you like you do.
So are you letting just because you're a streamer?
No, it's just there's
So so Kluk says the focus on complete independence to make money and find success. I just need help to do it. So maybe you are at the place where you do want to be consuming this content on a somewhat regular basis. Like I said, once you get it, then you get it. But if you're not there yet, then keep watching, keep learning. Especially at 19, 20 years old, you don't need to, and you shouldn't have. I mean, if you're 20 years old and you got your life figured out, congratulations. But nobody at 20 years old has any idea what the fuck they're doing at all. And something I remember saying when I was 22, I remember being at the local pub in my hometown, and I was talking. I just had a shitty day I don't remember what happened. It was just a shitty day. I was talking to the bartender. He was probably in his early 40s at the time. And I just, you could tell I had that look on my face. He's like, oh, you look like you need a beer or whatever. I was like, yeah, and I said something about age. He's like, wait, how old are you? And I was 22 at the time. And he's like, oh, 22? Like, that's not like you would expect. But I remember that specifically because right around, I wouldn't even say 18 or 19, but really like 20 to 22, you really start to realize you really start to feel the reality of the fact that you're getting older for the first time. When you're 29, you've already been through that. So even though you're even though you are getting older and you are older than when you were 22, the idea of, oh shit, I really am getting older has already been there. When you're 18, you think you're going to live forever. But by the time, within a few years, there's so much change that happens from 17 to 23, I would say. The difference between a 17-year-old and a 23-year-old is night and day. One is a child. A 17-year-old is a child. And so, if you're in that range, part of the like, oh my God, I got to get this figured out, is the novelty of realizing that this is life. This is life. This is what it is. Strap in, because this sucks. And the good parts of life are things that you have to build on your own. You don't get freebies anymore. And so that realization can get you to to think about yourself in a way that, like, oh, I can't do it by myself. I need help. First of all, we all need help with this, that, the something. So needing help is not antithetical to anything in the red pill. Completely the opposite. Your network. They say you are the sum of the 5 people that you spend the most time with. And, if you're like me and you don't hang out with anybody, but you watch a shit ton of YouTube, then pick the top 5 YouTubers that you listen to and have this weird parasocial relationship. I know it. We do it too. The people that you are around are going to shape that. So if you're around people who are, either have their life all figured out or have had their career handed to them or something like that, maybe they're not somebody who can understand the struggle of being 19 and trying to figure things out from scratch. But also, if you're hanging around somebody who, hey, we got Wiltos in the building. What you mean was? We're just getting started, homie. Funny. But no, I'm just talking. Kluk was saying that he needs help with the red pill, and I'm saying with red pill thinking and getting your life going, and I'm saying that everybody needs help, and it's okay to need help, and not only is it okay to need help, but it's required. You have to have other people. You have to rely on other people, and part of the red pill is having the confidence to understand where you are lacking and where you should be leaning on other people. You shouldn't be leaning on other people for everything. You should be doing what you can by yourself. But as you get older, you gain those skills by learning them from other people. So definitely hang on. I feel you, brother, but it's you're young. You're young. I know everybody keeps telling you, but you're young. You are young. Instead, I feel it in my knees. Need some oil. I hear you, bro. I hear you. It's my back for me, my lower back. Oh, I used to hang out with this dude who was a lot taller than me. All you guys are a lot taller than me. But he would do that. He would be able to do that thing where, like, I would put my arms like that and he could, like, crack my back like that. And because he was so much taller than me, it was so easy for him to just, like, kind of shake it out. So he'd, like, hold me up and, like, there'd be, like the, whatchamacallit, the inversion tables is almost like that. Just, the weight. You could feel my body weight pulling my spine apart in the best possible way. It was awesome. I need an inversion table.
There's a different level. First of all, I'm already banned for not being left-wing enough, so nice try. Okay. Secondly, I got the perfect story for being a fucking conservative. Okay. Lived on my own since I was basically 17. Okay, self-made fucking millionaire, self-made. Nobody in my family helped for shit. Okay, so I got a good conservative story if I wanted to be. But no, I just think the problem is that people on the right won't acknowledge, like, real issues that exist, right? People on the right will say some stupid shit like, yeah, I think family is really important. And, like, my grandpa, my great-grandpa and shit, like, the contributions they made to my parents, that really helped me in life. And then they'll turn around and say some shit like, I don't think Jim Crow matters. That was in the 60s. It's like, bro, this family doesn't have a fucking house because they weren't allowed to live in this part of the city.
We aren't saying that.
That's
Facts. You can't say that, racism is gone and Jim Crow was so long ago, and then talk about how generational wealth has affected you and not see that you're like, oh, whoop, uh-oh. That doesn't mean that you're being racist. That's where the left has gone wrong with all of this, is throwing words like that around. But that is definitely something that you want to be aware of. That if you have ancestors who had just time to build wealth, then you're a step ahead. I don't think that's controversial at all.
Fine if you don't say that.
What people in the red pill space
I'm not saying it exactly, but I'm saying is that there are truths on both sides that have to be, you have to take them together and synergize them to get a good view of the world. If you just look at everybody as you haven't accomplished this, you're a fucking failure, and then you go on the left over here and you say like, oh well, nothing is your fault, you have no responsibility. Both sides of these
he acknowledges the inadequacies.
Yeah,
I understand. Yeah, I see what you're saying. He acknowledges the inadequacies. It's not an excuse, but you acknowledge it.
Yeah, you acknowledge it so that you can overcome it.
Yeah.
That's the point.
All
But
right.
like here's the
Boom. You acknowledge it so that you can overcome it. Whatever it is. If you're fat, if you're if you're dumb, if you're broke, whatever it is, you have to acknowledge that that is the case so that you can overcome it.
thing I'll say, right? A middle class person, and I don't mean to come down on anybody here, but like if you were born middle class and you're middle class your whole life, you didn't accomplish shit. You showed up to life every day and you did fine. You went to school, you went to college, and you got a job. And that's great. But those same people that started, middle class and ended up middle class will look at people that are lower class, and these people will stay lower class and they'll look down on them. And it's like, wait, hold on. You didn't improve your lot in life at all. You stayed the same the whole fucking time. Why would you look down at a guy, who's making $24K a year, who came from a family of people making $24K a year? It's not like you.
That's fucking bars. I never really thought about that like that. If you're but it makes so much sense, right? If it's about how, like, what you're doing in life. So if you start halfway down the river and you beat the guy who started at the very beginning, that doesn't really mean anything. It's only relevant to where you started. Interesting point.
You're a millionaire now, and you had every right to be, right? Because if you were born middle class in America, the United States of America, the fucking world is at your fingertips, right? There are people that are 14 becoming YouTube stars. There are people that are learning computer programming, all sorts of shit, right? You shut up every day, you're going to make fun of the guy beneath you who didn't have half the opportunities you did. That's the issue that I have when I talk about on the right
side. That's a disagreement with the conservatives. But what's your overall disagreement with the red pill space? Because the only thing you brought up was the materialism, and we kind of showed that.
I think it's the materialism, and I think it's the hyperfixation on the individual sometimes, without acknowledging that, like, yeah, there are structures that like fuck with people that are going to make it harder. And I think there's a fine line to balance it. Not all red people are as bad as all other red pill people. Like I've seen some that are okay. Assuming Myron, your positions are as you say there, I'll probably agree with you on quite a bit. But then there are other.
So Lil Toast says, meh, disagree. What is it that you disagree with? With me? With him? Well, let me know. We'll talk about it.
People that are true, yeah. I grab a $40,000 car that I like, and I don't want to buy it anymore.
So my thing is like $2,000 if that.
Sure,
I mean, I brought my car back because I had it in college. I drove it across the country when I was an agent. I drove it from Connecticut to Georgia, from Georgia to Texas, then back to Florida, and it keeps me grounded. It has good memories, and I will never get rid of it. And my thing is like I'm really big into real estate. Take all my earned income and dump it into that. So that's what like makes me happy, like building like kind of an empire, real estate empire. So for me, it's like not really the materialism. It's just that I'm accruing money so that I can help my family in times of need. Like we had some stuff going on. I pay all my parents' bills and take care of them as well. So, or a majority of their main bills. But I think that's the most important thing. And that goes back to what you were saying as far as like experiences and being able to help the people that you love versus like, I'm just going to spend my money like a retard on stupid shit. But if that makes you happy, right? It is what it is. I think a lot of people at some point, once they buy enough materialistic things, they start to get tired of it. Yeah, and it'll help them at least realize, okay, this is not what I wanted. And then that might drive them to go.
And that's where that 7,500K, whatever you want to put that number at, that 7,500K a year, once you get to that point, then you're not acquiring anything except more money and more stuff. So Lil Toast said he disagreed. Said middle class to middle class is the same as lower class to lower class. Exactly. That's what they were saying. So they were saying the middle class to middle class person will not have changed. Just like the lower class person didn't change. But Destiny was saying the middle class person will be looking down on the lower class person when neither of them did shit. One, the middle class person just started ahead of the lower class person. But the way that we judge these things and look at these things, like he started out with, is by the material, the material success that you have. How much money do you have? What kind of car do you drive? All that kind of stuff. I said that they are still middle class. Yeah. I agree. I don't know which part you disagree with. You're just saying the same thing that they said.
Go ahead and formulate those relationships or create those experiences, or maybe that materialistic stuff, help them create an experience. Everyone is different, but I'm a firm believer that money does not buy happiness, but it really is a good down payment.
I think we're pushing more so than anything else to freedom, because freedom means, for example, with the power to make change. If I just say, I mean, that's all day, right? I do my job, I'm the same. I can talk about change. I can want change. I can't really do much. If I have money now, I can actually make a change either in my life or other people's lives. We're just saying, look, if you're gonna be on this earth, at least have the capability to make a change.
Yeah,
For
100%.
yourself.
But
Yeah.
if money, I mean, it's like money's not everything, but not having it is, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're broke as fuck,
Yeah,
Facts.
it's
and this is why, and it's hard to flip the switch on this because I was a carpet cleaner before I got into streaming, and my life was falling apart on my house payments. Girlfriend was pregnant, everything. We got
No, dude. We agree with each other that Destiny was the thing that I said was the thing that Destiny said. So if you agree with what I just said, all I did was reiterate what Destiny said. He was saying it's not about which class you're in, it's about the improvement. So if you started middle class and you end middle class, this is what Destiny is saying. Then you have no right to look down on somebody who started lower class and ended lower class because neither of you did anything. So we either both agree that Destiny is right, or you disagree with Destiny and me. Because me and Destiny are in agreement. Right, middle class is still higher class than lower class. But the point is, if you started in the middle class, then you didn't improve your life. You just showed up to life. So why do you have the right to look down on people who are not socioeconomically equal to you if you didn't do anything to earn that status? Well, it takes effort to stay in, from the lower classes out of poverty too. I mean, I think, I'm not sure. So like, okay, yeah, it takes effort, but I think we're agreeing with each other, bro. Hey, we got Trace Kushrenada. Hopefully I'm saying that correct. Welcome. We are just going through the red pill debate with Sneako and Destiny on the Fresh and Fit podcast. Let's say you're only looking at money. That's what we're talking about. When we're talking about socioeconomics, we're talking about money.
for my casino job, working as a carpet cleaner, and everything is fucked.
Oh.
And in that position, fuck you. Hearing people say shit like, "Oh, money isn't everything." Money's like, motherfucker, money would solve like 80% of my problems.
Yeah.
Okay, fuck you. All right,
Yeah.
money is everything when you don't have it.
Yeah.
And I empathize with that position. But something that you don't learn it until you're on the other side is there are a lot of, and you guys should see this if you're in this. I'll say this medium, right? There are a lot of people with a lot of money that are fucking miserable.
Yeah,
and that's wild to see.
100%.
I would have thought that was impossible. And I know so many influencers, so much talent, so many Instagram girls. Like, damn, dude, you must be doing crazy shit, fucking like mad. Like, you got to have the best life, and they're fucking miserable.
I still have trouble believing. I know it in my mind, but I have so much trouble believing that, having so much money is not like, unless you have some underlying thing. It's so crazy to me. And again, I know that it is true, but if you have that much money that you could be unhappy, it's crazy to me. And again, I understand the notion. It's not like, oh, it doesn't compute. I get it. But it's just wild. Like, do you know how, maybe it's because those of us who aren't rich have had to do so many things to keep from being miserable, that we already know how to do that without money. So money would just be an addition from there. I don't know. Wesley says, what does it mean if you see Jesus wearing a Beatles wig in a pizza pub at Wrigley baseball field? I do not know. And let's try to keep the, you guys talk to each other, but if I don't bring your chat up, it's, just keep it on topic. Like I said, you can say whatever the hell you want, but if you see me not pulling your comments up, I just want to keep them on topic. So let's say, I don't understand what your point is. It's not about improving one life if it's already better than the other. That is exactly what it is about. That is the point. The point is we're talking about improvement. So if you haven't improved and somebody else hasn't improved, then you are the same. That's the point. So if you're content with middle class but not lower class, then one is better. But that is true, but that's not what, that's another thing from what the point that was being made. I mean, maybe you thought they were talking about something else, but they were specifically talking about the level of improvement. They were specifically talking about the level of improvement. You've done the same thing. That's what he said. We could, I mean, if you, let's go back then. You can go back.
But I'm saying is that there are truths on as both sides that you're but like every day, and you did fine. You went.
Yeah. So I see what he's saying.
All right. Well, fellas, we're paying attention, right? We're doing this just for you.
It's not an excuse, but you acknowledge it.
Yeah, you acknowledge it so that you can overcome it.
Yeah.
That's the point. But like, here's something I'll say, right? A middle class person, and I don't mean to come down on anybody here, but like, if you were born middle class and you're middle class your whole life, you didn't accomplish shit. You
accomplish. That's what is being talked about. What did you accomplish? Yes, you still have more money. No, they're not saying that they are the same socioeconomic class. They're saying you accomplished the same thing. Yeah, I don't know what that.
But here, but like, if you were born middle class and you're middle class your whole life, you didn't accomplish shit. You showed up to life every day and you did fine. You went to school, you went to college, and you got a job. And that's great. But those same people that started, middle class and ended up middle class will look at people that are lower class, and these people will stay lower class and they'll look down on them. And it's like, wait, hold on. You didn't improve your lot in life at all. You stayed the same the whole fucking time. Why would you look down at a guy, who's making $24K a year, who came from a family of people making $24K a year? It's not like you're a millionaire now, and you had every right to be, right?
So, Wiltos, you're getting caught up in the. It's ironic that you said this. You are only looking at the money. Take the money out of it. Let's say, like we were talking about Pokemon before. If you were gifted a level 50 Pokemon and somebody else was gifted a level 5 Pokemon, and then 10 whatever years, weeks, whatever later, you're like, aha, your Pokemon's only 5. It's like, well, what do you mean? You didn't improve yours at all. How are you going to say, like, yeah, you have a better Pokemon than me, but you were just given that. You didn't earn it. You didn't accomplish anything. That's the point. That is the point. Now I gotta find where we were. Again, little toes. You accomplish being middle class and staying in the middle class and not losing it. So that is the same accomplishment as accomplished being lower class and staying lower class and not losing that. It's the same accomplishment. Again, if you're just looking at the money, of course, middle class is higher than lower class. That's not, anything. Trace says, rich folks have a whole different set of issues because they have money. More money, more problems. Well, it says, you weren't completely gifted, though. Parents die and don't always... I agree. Look, you run it back again. You missed the point there.
Space, because the only thing you brought up was the materialism, and we kind of showed that.
I think it's the material.
It's like not really the materialism. It's just that I'm accruing money so that I can help my family in times of need. Like we had some stuff going on. I pay all my parents.
Believe and I'm the same. I can talk about both. You have the power to make change. If I just say that's all day, right? I do my job. I'm the same. I can talk about change. I can want change. I can't really do much. If I have money now, I can actually make a change either in my life or other people's lives. We're just saying, look, if you're gonna be on this earth, at least have the capability to make a change.
Yeah, 100%. If money, I mean, it's like money's not everything, but not having it is, right? Yeah. If you're broke as fuck, yeah, of course. And this is why, and it's hard to flip the switch on this because I was a carpet cleaner before I got into streaming, and my life was falling apart out of my house payments. Girlfriend was pregnant, and we got fired from my casino job, working as a carpet cleaner, and everything is fucked. And in that position, fuck you. No, I'm just kidding. Hearing people say shit like, "Oh, money isn't everything." Money's like, motherfucker, money would solve like 80% of my problems. Okay, fuck you. All right, money is everything when you don't have it. And I empathize with that position. But something that you don't learn it until you're on the other side is there are a lot of, and you guys should see this if you're in this, I'll say this medium, right? There are a lot of people with a lot of money that are fucking miserable. And that's wild to see. 100%. I would have thought that was impossible. And I have so many influencers, so much talent, so many Instagram girls. Like, damn, dude, you must be doing crazy shit, fucking like mad. Like, you got to have the best life. And they're fucking miserable. A lot of these people aren't even fucking as much as you think they would.
Hold on.
And I'm like, are you serious? Yeah, go.
On the other end, I know many people with money that are very happy and successful.
There are probably others.
So it's all about the mindset. Because, for example, right?
That's a good point. You definitely know a lot of people who have money who are unhappy. But everyone who doesn't have money is at least unhappy about their money situation. So yeah, you can make that's what we call representative heuristic. It's like, why do people have a fear of flying? It's because you don't hear about every plane ride that goes from LAX to JFK. You only hear about planes crashing. So that's the representative thing that's in the representative frame of when you think airplane, it goes to crash, even though flying in an airplane is one of the safest modes of transportation. I don't remember what I was saying, what they were saying, so hopefully that is still relevant. But
you know what makes me really happy? Being able to say, you know what? My mom is retired in her own house, in her own car. That for me makes me happy. So after that, buying cars was stupid shit. That's the way I want to. But having that capability to do that made me super happy. But just saying, look, at the end of the day, you have freedom to do whatever you want, and people are happy regardless. It's a mindset. I can be poor happy or rich happy. It's a mindset. So if you have a choice to make, would you be poor happy or rich happy? Me, rich happy all the time. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I can agree. I think so. I would say that the comparison might be like fighting, right? You're probably not going to be a good fighter if you don't spend any time in the gym. But going to the gym all fucking day is going to make you a good fighter, right? It's two totally separate things you have to work on. So like getting your money up, making yourself a better person, that's good. I just feel like I don't hear enough people talk about the other side of like, and maybe you guys do, and I just miss it because I don't watch much of anything.
You see the TikToks and then you
people just don't talk about that build.
So at least he acknowledged that. He said maybe you guys do talk about that, and I just haven't seen it. Fair enough. Again, that's why I like this dude. He's willing to have the conversation for the sake of having the conversation and not having the conversation to try to look good or to try to win or any of that. He's here just trying to have a conversation.
The life fulfillment part as much. It just feels like it's always the focus on.
That's why we're so big on like having a purpose and like creating something. You know, I think with men, if you know the pressure.
Hey, we got Posital in the building. Welcome. Posital says he is talking about improvement. People, improvement. Like a fifth grader that repeats the fifth grade every year cannot make fun of a second grader that repeats second grade every year. Thank you, Posital. Thank you very much. Lotos, does that make sense? It's not about obviously fifth grade is higher than second grade. But if you're repeating the fifth grade, you're not in a place to be looking down on even the first year second graders, but especially if somebody is repeating second grade. Thank you, Posital. That was awesome.
It hits and you get sad when you're not like building towards something and building something. I remember when I was on the job with law enforcement, one of the biggest ways that guys die besides like getting shot at for being complacent was after they retired from the job. It's a very stressful job, but it keeps you on your toes, etc. They don't have anything to live for anymore. And a lot of times they die a few years after retiring. And I think that kind of plays into the man's innate need to be able to create something or having some kind of purpose. And that's why I'm so big on not chasing girls, because it's a fleeting purpose. You're never going to feel accomplished doing it. Versus if you can, create a dent and change someone's life or help people out or create value to the world, that's going to be way more fulfilling. Then the bitches come after that.
Yeah. So I will say I got to commend Destiny.
Bitches.
You're definitely more open-minded than I thought.
Yeah, I mean, I've done a lot of stuff. Yeah. I've seen a lot of sides of a lot of things. So yeah.
And again, that kind of stuff, being able to be open-minded in a situation where your ideas are being not necessarily attacked, but that's the subtext here, is that, hey, we have this show, we're a red pill thing, and you're here as a detractor. And obviously, we think you're wrong, otherwise we wouldn't be doing the show. That's the subtext. That's what's hanging in the air. So the ability to be open-minded in that situation is a sign of confidence. It means that you're confident in your own, your own thinking, and you're confident in your positions, as well as confident in your self-esteem, that if you are wrong about something, then you just take the L. And that's it. You just, I was wrong.
I already knew because I watched this content before. I was prepared. I already knew I was going to grab all the stuff.
Part with Sneako, we talked about your daughter. But yeah, we'll go on to that.
Fucking fresh talking.
What did I say? No, was it? I
didn't talk about that.
No. The question was brought up.
What?
Oh, would you let your daughter date somebody? Yeah.
I mean, dying.
What did I answer about that? I said yes.
You said yes.
Yes.
A long pause.
Oh, they're talking about when I think it was either one of their debates between Destiny and Sneako. And Destiny asked Sneako if he had a daughter, would he let his daughter date someone like Andrew Tate? And he said, yeah. Stop the cap, bro. Stop the cap.
Yes. Would you? I don't want to be the one to answer that question.
We answered, remember? Yes.
Yeah, better than having a weak man. I'd rather have like a strong man who could provide.
But I think the long pause was the issue.
I should answer quicker.
I mean, if you're
no, the pause is good. It shows thoughtfulness, reflectfulness. That's good. Don't listen to these fucking guys.
You're stupid.
Yeah, you don't want to be the butt. Okay, you're thinking.
That's not the answer.
All right, we'll read this real quick. Mary goes, Sneako, saludos de Mexico. Did you get threats after exposing idiots from Twitter after you made clear about your makeup?
I'm not Mexican, and yes, I did.
Damn. Fresh to BBC, apologies for being late, fellas.
Oh.
No, he's tight that you're late, man.
Jason, done. That's the answer needed from Jay. He talked.
Content I've seen like this.
What were your thoughts on the best when you're watching entire interviews? Yeah. And then we got $50 from Jay DeWallow. I think Destiny is criticizing Tate based on viral clips instead of watching entire interviews because his message is the same that Myron has stated. He talks about becoming a better person and that life is best when you have a woman that cares for you. Yeah, he does talk about that.
Women.
So that's a good setup. So now we're honing in on what exactly, at first it was like, okay, so what do you disagree with? And Destiny had this idea of like, well, you're very materialistic. And they're saying, well, actually, we're not that materialistic. So now we're getting into more specifics. And he's saying, well, Andrew Tate is essentially the same as them, which I don't disagree with, but I'm interested to see where it's going. Another cool thing is to watch the background, especially since we're on 1.25. You can see it getting dark, that sunset coming in. Well, not really a great sunset, but you know what I mean.
The long form content I've seen is him debating. I've got kind of a friend called XQC, and those are the long form conversations with him. I haven't seen too much else besides that. Just
what were your thoughts on that conversation?
That XQC performed not too well.
If you missed that, the XQC and Andrew Tate debate, not only did I do a stream on it, but I'm also now in the process because Andrew Tate is in this in the algorithm. I am chopping up that whole thing into little shorts. So again, make sure you're subscribed. And even though I'm not going to be live every day, every single day, multiple times a day, I'm dropping videos, whether it's a short or a clip. Usually the days I'm off, I'll drop a clip and a couple shorts. And then the days that I'm on, I'll drop a couple shorts and then I'm here. But yeah, if you missed that debate, I'm clipping up 1 minute at a time, and I'm only getting the good stuff. So check out the shorts, give them a like, comments help like a motherfucker. So help me out.
Well, hey, listen, he's from Quebec. Okay, that's how they talk about it.
Yeah.
Not
Oh, he's Canadian. That makes sense.
Fee for advertisement on your channel.
Just kidding.
What would it be? DM Fresh. Myron, no, have DM you. Also for the destruction
Complicated.
household in today's society, I'm going to be cheap at all. So, Yvette's Marks goes $50. Destiny, who's at fault for the destruction of a two-parent household in today's society? The right or the left? It's actually
All right, that's an interesting question. And I would like to hear from you guys. L or R? Which side is more to blame for the downfall of the household in today's society? I think you can look at, very easily, you can look at the left and say that they are pushing things that don't foster family making in general. But of course, you know that I am of the opinion that the people on the right wing are very much, how can I say this? People on the right, I don't know. I think I was going to say people on the right are a little bit more stuck in, in their ideology, that being religion. But that seems to be changing. That definitely seems to be changing. Tyler says left easy. That Vincent was doing his thing. Good for you. And Kluk says the right. This is spot on, brother. Spot on. He said the right, being a speed bump for the left as opposed to opposition. You just climbed in my brain, and I wasn't sure what I was thinking, and this is what I was thinking. 100%. So I'm going to agree with Kluk, and I say the right is worse. Being that speed bump allows the left to do what they are doing. The left is the left. That's their role. It's the role of the right wing to be opposition to that. Interesting. Good answer, Kluk. Good answer.
Good answer.
That's complicated as fuck. So it seems like, and there's a ton of writing, ton of research, nothing's going on this, but it seems like right now there's like two big issues at play. One that you guys will probably like to hear is women given the opportunity to pursue education and careers will put off having a family a little bit more because who wants to stop their life at 21 to like have a kid? That's a big thing. And the second thing is people are having harder times getting the economic freedom, getting your money up, to move out and have their own house because everybody wants to live in these like huge cities that are getting more and more expensive. Yeah. And nobody wants to start a family when you're living in the basement with your mom and dad.
So that was the left side of things, being more career oriented. So Trace and Tyler say the left, and me and Kluke think they were right. Now, of course, Destiny being a lefty is of course going to have issues with the right wing. So he was obviously putting that stuff first because he can, he's an honest dude. He could see, oh, this is my side. Let me talk about the issues that I see. But let's see where he goes talking about the right.
Oh yeah, I think those are like the two big things. I don't know which one's a bigger factor. Everybody argues back and forth on it. But when people have the money to like move out, it seems like they're more likely to live in their own place to start families. And both of those things are playing a big factor right now.
Yeah, there's many. Yeah, it's a multivariate issue. You got feminism, you got birth control, you got the feminization of men, while simultaneously the masculinization of women. Putting off the women chasing education. Women dominate college campuses nowadays, and women are starting to out earn men in a lot of cities.
College campuses.
Yeah, and they're starting to out earn men in a lot of cities as well. I predict in the next 10 to 15 years, women are going to start earning men pretty much all across the United States.
Yeah.
On average, not the extremes.
Yeah. Yes. On average. Men are still going to probably the highest earning people are still, just like with everything in life. Like women tend to, congregate in average. They tend to be better than most guys.
But the best
and the worst are almost always men on the bell curve, right? So the smartest people.
Does anybody not understand that point about the bell curve and where men and women fall? Because that's a super important point, and I can explain it pretty easily. I want to make sure you guys understand that men will be on the ends of the bell curve and women are more in the middle. So yeah, just let me know if you want me to explain that a little bit more.
Are men, then the dumbest people are also men. But when it comes to like average, you take average.
Or he's just going to explain it.
Check an average dude, that woman is more than likely going to be smarter than him to some degree.
My boss babes out there.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I think it's a multivariate thing. So you would, okay. All right, cool. Yeah, I mean, agreed. Zentians, Destiny missed the fact that 80% of men are sexually invisible to most women, coupled with high.
Oh, wait a minute. Somebody was talking, was talking about just pearly things. You were saying the super chat dude from this show was on just pearly things? Or you were saying Zentians was the super chat person for just pearly things? It doesn't matter that much. I was just curious.
Likelihood of subversion and stop. Thank you so much. Is a stark message amidst male subversion and stop the self-deletion rates. Thank you so much for that, Zentians. Yeah, please go ahead.
So I think here's one of the issues I have with, again, people on the left and right. I sound like a fucking centrist. But the issue I think is a lot of stuff has changed in the world with regard to technology.
Okay.
And I think everybody on the left wants to blame like the patriarchy and racism, and then people on the right want to blame feminization of men or feminism or whatever. But I think that a lot of our lives have fundamentally changed in ways that people aren't even aware of in an incredibly short amount of time. When I was in school and Facebook came out, originally there were like 4 things on Facebook. It was like DMing, it was checking in for like group events, and like posting your fucking wall.
Bro, you guys who are, let's say, most of you are either like right about my age or 19, 20 years old. So the younger of you, that is something I cannot picture in my mind. Not knowing what that original Facebook was. When I got on Facebook, you had to have a .edu email to even get on the platform at all. Who remembers bumper stickers? Oh my God. I spent hours going through bumper stickers. The sending person that sent the super chat on Fresh Fit is also on Just Pro Things a lot too. Oh, gotcha. Oh, the person who super chatted. Gotcha. Oh yeah, of course. MySpace. That was, I was a scene kid. I was into, like the hardcore, everybody else would call it emo, but real hardcore and metal and all that stuff. So MySpace was, and that was when I was like, I remember being in 10th grade taking photography as a class, just so I could have time to be on the computer, because the notion of proxy blocking or whatever, the sites that the school would block, you go to a proxy site and then you just put the website in. And so like, if you know how to get onto MySpace in school, you were like the coolest dude. Like if you're posting statuses, they didn't, was it statuses? What is this? I remember this, but I don't remember it. What is that? But yeah, MySpace was this shit. MySpace was so much better than Facebook ever was. I don't understand why Ultra Surf. Yeah, no, I don't think I had that. I don't understand why Facebook took off so much, being so different from MySpace. In hindsight, it makes sense because of the algorithm. But what people were looking for at that time, MySpace had so much. It's like especially when you could start putting songs on your profile. Oh my God. Once you had your song on your profile, you went to, what was the website? I think it's funkychickens.com, where you could learn all the HTML code. Everybody in high school when I was there knew how to do basic HTML because that's how you would make your MySpace look cool. Oh yeah. That makes sense. It didn't adapt. Yeah, like Kodak. That's a good point. I wish I could understand better what about Facebook, or excuse me, what about MySpace, or what about Kodak for that matter, was like what sank that battleship. You know what I mean? Trace says I was convinced to get on Facebook back in 2008, 2009. Yep. As soon as I didn't want to get on it because it seemed I don't know if LinkedIn was a thing in 2008. I assume there was, but Facebook looked exactly like LinkedIn, and it didn't seem fun. It didn't seem exactly. Kluk said Facebook targeted older demographics, which had no sense of technology. That's actually not true. The now mostly older people are on Facebook because they're just late to everything. But Facebook was specifically for college students. I mean, you've seen this the Jesse Eisenberg movie. That movie's pretty accurate. It was first just for Harvard. You had to have a Harvard email to get on Facebook. Then they went to different Ivy League schools. By the time I got on it, it was, there you go, proxy sites. That's by the time I got on it in 2007, 2008, you just needed any college email, and I had just so like people were getting on Facebook because you would see other people getting into school. Like you'd be a senior in high school, you'd see your friends getting into school, they get their college email, and now they can get on Facebook. So that's who it was targeted at originally. And then Vince says Facebook was always changing some shit, even if it pissed people off. People still use Facebook; they stayed relevant. That's another thing that I would love to understand. I remember every single time they changed something on Facebook, everybody would flip a shit, but then be like, "Oh, actually, this is better." And I don't know if it's because people don't really use Facebook anymore, or if they got better with changing it. But it was like at least once a year, they'd do some drastic change, and everybody hated it. But like Vincent's saying, they stayed on because that's what it was. Instagram was just coming around. There was certainly no TikTok. And yeah, exactly right. People would just hate change. But what I'm curious about is eBay had a similar problem where they used to have I think it was either the logo or the background was yellow, and then they changed it to white. And that's a good point, Positile. Facebook was adapting to people. And yeah. But yeah, eBay, they just went from, I don't remember if it's yellow or white. They went from yellow to white or the other way around. And same thing with Facebook. Everybody flipped out. And so they changed it back. But instead, they just slowly changed it one shade every week or whatever. And nobody noticed. And now it's the color that they want it. And nobody noticed. So I don't know if that's what Facebook is doing. They're just making smaller changes. Or if it's just that people aren't on Facebook. So nobody gives a shit when they change anything. But I remember those days. It was like, oh, the next update. I can't wait for this. And people are like, don't update your Facebook app.
That's all the Facebook had. You even needed a
the wall, not even the timeline.
The wall, yeah. Oh, yeah, because it wasn't a timeline.
Yep.
Yeah. Back then,
wall.
online shit only existed to augment your real life.
Yes.
The reason why you
Agreed.
got social media is because it helped you connect with friends more. Because back then, like a lot of us weren't using cell phones as much yet. It wasn't a requirement to fucking text everybody.
Yep,
Like,
MySpace.
yeah. And people use these things to make their real life better. But at some point, past 15
It
years,
became real life.
it became real life.
Yeah.
I don't use Facebook or Discord to connect with real life friends. I use Facebook and Discord to get friends. And that's not the same thing. There is something that is fundamentally lost in human interaction when you are living, and I said as somebody that fucking lives in front of a computer 14 hours a day, but I still understand the importance of like face-to-face interaction, right? Like seeing you in person, seeing you guys in person, doing it. There's a reason why you do this podcast in person and you don't do it on a fucking Zoom screen.
Yeah.
Right? It's a totally different experience.
Yeah.
And people are losing that, and it's getting more and more extreme. But because it plays into these like really bad, I would say, evolutionary traps to make us feel good, we keep pursuing it even more. A really good example of this, a lot of people get triggered me when I say this, I think work from home is probably a really bad idea. Because for a lot of people, the only face-to-face interaction they might get a day is like saying hi to the barista at Starbucks or seeing their coworkers. And now you've got, I'm sure there are some people that like, they don't have to commute, they work out more, they say, like, that's great. You got a lot of motherfuckers now that haven't left their front door in 12 fucking months except to pick up like a DoorDash or an Uber Eats.
Ain't that you?
No, I'm fucking here right now. I travel, like, yeah, I stream a lot, but you pick up my Instagram. Okay, I travel all over the fucking world. I got friends everywhere. I got people I see. Okay, I do shit. Okay,
He's outside.
yeah, I'm a bit of a nerd, but I do get outside. I see the value of it. But
Yeah, Vincent, saying use that on computers because the phones weren't like they are now. Imagine. You don't even have to imagine. Look at Facebook excuse me, Instagram, the website versus the app. It is miles apart. And I get that that's because they want it to be a phone-centric app. But like, can I at least do the same shit? There's no way to like the videos, the longer videos. There's no way to post those videos this as a reel from your desktop. You have to do that from your phone, which is stupid. And so talking about the old days, had to went to girls' houses and had to ask their mom if had to call girls' houses and asked her mom if she's home first. I was thinking you were gonna say, hiding, like when I had sex with this girl, but her mom was right upstairs. Those days. I remember, like memory lane. Can't talk about that on YouTube.
yeah, like that being locked in your room, like doing your work on your computer screen, you wake up, you're fucking working, then you get off and you play fucking League of Legends, and then you talk to people on Discord, and then you go to sleep, and you repeat that for 365 days. That has to rot the fucking mind. More than feminism, more than patriarchy, more than anything else, that atomization where you are like this individual entity, like robot living in a fucking room and not interacting with anybody is going to do horrible things to who you are.
I agree. I used to work in tech as well, and we had a kind of social network regarding work because we had like a ping pong table, we had like a coffee table as well, we had a game room, a movie room.
Uh-huh.
Like you have to be social in that environment. And then COVID happened, and you have to go home to work, and it's like, bro, you're in your home 8 hours a day doing nothing. It's like, bro, like you start to go crazy. Honestly, it's like.
And everything is so convenient. I can order groceries. I can order anything off fucking Amazon. I don't have to wait in line anywhere.
Yeah.
I can deposit checks on my fucking phone with my Wells Fargo app. Like, I don't have to see anybody ever if I don't want to.
If I didn't go outside after work, I thought
That's the life I'm living. No, but for real, like work is slow right now, so I don't have the most money that in my position. Like a year ago, I had a lot more money than I have now, but my life is so simple, and I love it that way. And that doesn't mean that I don't eventually want to, meet somebody, have a family, all that good stuff. But for right now, I'm chilling, and I feel like people are not comfortable like just saying, hey, I'm just going to chill. I'm just going to enjoy this time. I don't need to be, and that doesn't necessarily mean flying this way, that way, this place, that place, doing all these expensive experiences. Like definitely that's cool. But just like, I'm so content with just hanging out. And it wasn't always like that. I always felt like I needed to be around somebody, but I'm also very introverted. So like I would end up in situations where I'm with friends and I really want to go home. And I'd always be like in this, grass is greener thing until I learned to just fucking chill. And now, if I don't have work, I'm fucking chilling. I don't do jack shit else. If any of you are from Free Tacos, I know where this is from. He was here the other day. He's like, yo, we got to get you out of your little cave. I'm like, yeah, you do. Because I ain't leaving.
Like I was like being like I don't know, dumbed down.
Mhm.
It was weird.
So I would say this with because you made some fantastic points as far as like the internet changing the world, and people are on the internet now to make friends versus augmenting their experiences with their real life friends. And I'm 32, so I'm right there with you.
Mhm.
I remember MySpace, I remember Facebook, I remember these apps were used to kind of enhance your situation versus like you need it for a situation nowadays. My only thing is that technology has it's hurt men and benefited women. And what I mean by this is that a guy, right, like men typically have to be the ones to approach. They have to be the ones to engage in interactions with the opposite gender when I'm talking about the process of courting. And with girls, you know, they're able to get that attention from men. They're able to get opportunities given to them. And what it's basically done is, you know, it's changed the dating landscape significantly. You know, you had a girl that, you know, 15, 20 years ago, right, she had to go outside to meet a guy, or a guy had to approach her to Starbucks or whatever it may be. Now with the advent of Instagram, the advent of online dating apps, and all these modern conveniences, women get more opportunities now than ever before. So what happens is, like from what Zentians is saying, is that a majority of men now aren't even considered as suitable candidates. And
There's Sure. I'm gonna come over here to the ultra rental side for a minute. I'll explain.
I knew it.
What's happening here? Okay. So here's what's happened. Women, and I love this. Okay, you were complaining about fucking boss girls or whatever. Girl boss. I love girl boss. I love this type of women. Okay, I do.
Girl boss. Boss bitch. So he's let's also remember that Destiny is an open marriage. The reason I think that's not a knock on him, his girl's pretty good looking, but he's essentially living a single guy's lifestyle, but he just also is married. Because it's not like she's out sleeping with other dudes and he's at home not sleeping with other girls. Like they have an open marriage. So you know, a lot of people try to take that angle. Go, oh, you're cock and da, 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 da. It's like, bro, like, do you think you're the only person who fucked the last girl that you fucked? She's not yours. It's just your turn. Then said, I stopped at a gas station and asked where the newspapers are. And the employee said, who reads newspapers anymore? Where have you been? And I said, I've been asleep, apparently. Yep, well, and trace to the yellow pages. Yeah, looking up numbers. Oh, you just got a new one today. It's 1/10 the size. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Such as? I don't disagree. I'm just curious what you think.
But what's happened is women have stepped into more and more traditionally masculine roles.
Mm-hmm.
They're earning more money. They're handling their shit. They're stable. There's more to them than just looking pretty. This is what women have done. But men are not allowed to step in traditionally feminine roles. So all of these women who, you know, up until fucking 1970, 1980, maybe, like basically just to show up and they're okay, find a husband and you're decent, right?
Yeah.
Now they've taken the masculine role of like, hold on, I got a career, I'm working, I'm smart, I can handle my shit. Okay, cool. Well, can I just like be something to like take care of the household? Like, let me like cook and clean shit? Fuck no, you're a fucking loser. Wait, hold on, but that's what you did 40 years ago.
I, for a long time, didn't understand why the notion of being a house husband or a stay-at-home husband was anything bad. I was like, yo, that sounds awesome. Like, you do all the work and I just get to chill. And, you know, like if I want to take care of it's my family, I'm going to want to take care of them anyway. But like, whew, why is that cringe though, Kluke? Well, I mean, if we're getting real, if we're going to be real, and I'll put myself in there, me, you, and him, me, you, and Destiny, out of the three of us, who is having sex the most? And who's having sex with the hottest girls? It's not us. So that's what I'm saying. The fact that he's married to her is the only thing that makes it cringe to you. Otherwise, it would just be a chick in his rotation. How is it any different just because they got married?
Because 40 years ago, when men were being men, you guys were allowed to like do the feminine roles of like cleaning house and doing all that shit. And that's all you really did. You didn't really bring much to the table besides like controlling a household. But now that women have stepped into the masculine role, they're looking at all these men, and you know, studies show this: women are earning more and more and more and more, but they still won't date down socioeconomically. They still won't date a poor guy. It's like, well, hold on. And I remember watching a Tommy Lauren video, conservative. She's like, where are all the good men at? Where blah 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 blah. It's like, well, a lot of men have kind of become like what the old housewives used to be. They don't really bring much to the table. They can probably run a household, but that's it. But that's not enough for the women that are now like masculinized.
And I was actually gonna, well, you took the words out of my mouth. I was gonna say, because it's a two-part, it's a compounding issue. Not only do they have more options, but now they're also earning more money. So what's going on now is that women are making more money. They have more options than men. So why the hell are they going to go ahead and look at a guy that makes 40, 50K per year, 5'8" average man? The average man is invisible to a lot of women. As a matter of fact, you know, we've interviewed now almost 1,500 women. When we tell women, the average guy in the United States is about 5'8", 5'9", making somewhere between 37,000 to 50.
Does anybody know the statistics on adult men having sex? There's a couple that are relevant. And if you watch this kind of content, then you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. There's two different answers. Does anybody know the statistics on single adult men having sex? So going back to the notion of being in an open relationship, man, I give zero fucks about that non-monogamous relation. I give zero fucks about that. Non-monogamous relationships fail with enough time. That sounds like cope, brother. You said Destiny has cringe traits. I asked you what those were. You said being in an open relationship, and I explained how he's having more sex than both of us put together, and he's got a wifey that actually cares about him, and he actually cares about. And you said this. So, again, let's back up. And how is being in an open relationship inherently cringe for Destiny? Because you didn't say that just by and large being in an open relationship is cringe. You said Destiny specifically. There's a lot of people in open relationships.
2K per year in the United States, depending on what state they're in, they all go, "Ugh, what are you talking about? Ew." And that's the world that we're in now because women's taste in men has went up. Also with Instagram, they're able to see what's out there.
Yeah. But you're in Kevin Samuel's world where you've got a woman calling in who's like, I'm 33, I've got 2 kids, single, I want a guy earning 120K
Shout out to the late, great Kevin Samuels, the Godfather. We miss you.
a year. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what?
We have a female delusion calculator that we use, and it's hilarious because so many women almost always either score 4 out of 4 or 5 out of 5 cat bags because it's a little cat bag score that we use. And most women are looking for the same archetype of guys. Much as these women say, I'm different and I'm not the same like these other girls, they're attracted to the same goddamn things.
Okay.
So
They become the men that they want.
and going back to what you were saying, fantastic point as far as like,
That's an interesting question. Tyler said, whose idea do you think it was to have an open relationship? If it was just an average relationship, I would definitely say the girl. But this dude's a multi-millionaire streamer personality. So I'm going to say him. I'm going to assume, I have no clue, but I'm going to assume that he has no trouble getting pussy at all. But he likes this chick. So she gets to not only be his girlfriend, but he married her. Which I don't really understand why you would, I mean, I guess a leftist, but I don't understand why you would bring the government into your relationship if it's not even, a typical marriage, but that's a whole other conversation. But that's a good question, Tyler. What do you guys think? Who do you think in Destiny's wife, that particular relationship, who do you think whose idea was it? And Tyler also makes a good point and said, look what happened to Bobby Lee. It could be the other way around. That is true. But you can definitely tell that Bobby Lee is not a masculine dude. He is very feminine. And even though I wouldn't necessarily say Destiny is masculine like in a vacuum. Certainly compared to Bobby Lee, he's definitely more masculine. But I would just say as a level of confidence, he's a much more confident person. So I don't think Bobby Lee wants Kalila to be fucking other dudes. I mean, unless that's his thing. But I don't think that's what he wants. And he clearly is not happy. And she clearly doesn't respect him. I don't know that that is the case. And I don't think it is the case with Destiny, his wife. Good point. Good point. See, that's why I like you guys.
Women making more money and not conceding and wanting a guy that's more feminine. The thing is this, I've always said it, men are expected to be masculine all the time while women can pick and choose when they want to be ladies. So if they want to go ahead and enter the workforce and be masculine, we're supposed to accept that. If they want to be a lady, we're supposed to accept that. We're supposed to augment whatever they want. However, they will not tolerate us switching our roles. So if a guy was to say, you know what, I'll stay at home with the kids or whatever it may be, that might work a little bit. But we know a big predicator on women divorcing a man actually is her earning more money than that guy. And women typically want a guy that makes up 50 to 58% more money than she does. So, and a lot of girls, because people get mad, oh, Myron, you don't bring stupid girls on the show that don't understand anything, blah, blah, blah. I would argue the more educated and the more money a woman makes, the more hypergamous she is, and the more she's less willing to tolerate a guy that's not financially together.
I will say, I'll now come back to the loophole. One other thing that factors into this a bit too, is I think when you look at studies, I think it's like 38 or 37% of women are okay being single.
So remember, I asked the question about the statistics on men having sex. Does anybody want to take a stab at that?
like remove themselves from dating markets be okay. And I think on the men's side, it's like in the low 20s.
How old were they though?
I don't know what the age range was, but I think in general, it's a trend that women are usually more okay being single than men are. I don't mean fucking. I mean just like being in a relationship. They like being single. So maybe they're fucking whatever. They're not in relationships. And I think one of the reasons why that happens, and this is where I will attack a lot of like the hyper.
First of all, we are on 1.25. Again, this is how I listened to this when I heard it. Oh shit! I thought this. Oh my god! I thought the microphone was a cup, and I thought I hit it by. All right, never mind. So I'll back it up just a little bit. So. This is 2 times speed.
Ladies, so they want to go ahead and enter the workforce and be masculine. We're supposed to accept that. If they want to be a lady, we're supposed to accept that. We're supposed to augment whatever they want. However, they will not tolerate us switching our roles. So if a guy was to say, you know what, I'll stay home with the kid or whatever it may be, that might work a little bit. But we know a big predicator on women divorcing men actually earning more money than that guy. And women typically want a guy that makes about 50 to 58% more money than she does. So, and a lot of girls, because people get mad, oh, Myron, you're the girl on the show. They don't understand anything, blah, blah, blah. I would argue the more educated and the more money a woman makes, the more hypergamy she is, and the more she's less willing to tolerate
Just getting it back to where
together.
I will say, I'll now come back to Luca. One other thing that factors into this a bit too is I think we look at studies. I think it's like 30, I want to say 38 or 37% of women are okay being single. They'll like remove themselves from dating markets. Okay, and I think on the men's side, it's like in the low 20s.
How old were they though?
I don't know what the age range was, but in general, it's a trend that women are usually more okay being single than men are. I mean, fucking. I mean, just like being in a relationship. They like being single, so maybe they're fucking whatever. They're not in relationships. And I think one of the reasons why that happens, and this is where I will attack a lot of like the hyper masculine stuff, the red pill cell, is men are horrible fucking friends to each other. When you listen to 2 women talk, like she might go through some shit and she's like, man, I got this going on. This is how I feel about this. And they're talking to each other, bouncing their feelings up. And they have like these, they have these really rich and fulfilling friendships with each other.
Women?
Yes, they do.
Shreggy?
They do. Because when you listen to 2 men talk to each other, okay, this motherfucker might be ready to kill himself. And he's like, John, what's up? It's like, not much, man. How you doing? Yeah, you know. And then like it's like, what the fuck is happening? Guys suck at talking to each other. We do. Like the emotional connection that we have with each other is absolutely fucking abysmal.
Women lie to each other.
They might say it, but here's another thing too. And it's one of the reasons why men outside of relationships are so miserable. If you are a man and you find a woman, oftentimes this is going to be the first person you can actually connect with on an emotional level in your entire fucking life. Because you don't connect like that with your bros. You don't connect like that with guys when you have conversations. It usually.
All right, guys. This is a big part of the discussion. Do you agree or disagree that when that men are worse friends to men than women are friends to men? Do you think, well, let's just say, who do you think is better friends to men? In my opinion, it is unequivocally obvious that men are better friends to men. I think, again, you can have friends that are assholes and don't care about you, but if you are a confident person who is around other confident people, then my boys, I don't really have a crew like that anymore, but you know, when you're young, you got people that you're hanging out with all the time. Those people, I felt very comfortable being vulnerable with them because I was confident in myself and in the friendship that we had. Unlike with a woman, in just any woman, I don't have trust that she is going to respect me the same if I show that vulnerable side. Maybe later on, if it's somebody that I've been with for a long time and whatever. But I could not disagree more with Destiny on this one. So Vincent says, men, Kluke said, women are terrible friends. Men are more honest too, especially to your face. Women don't even want to be friends with women. So not with women. Women are definitely worse friends to, you know, they're bad to each other. But are they a better friend to a man? So if we have Joe, is it better for Joe, who's in a bad situation? Is it better for him to be going talking to his bro or going and talking to his female friend? That's the situation that Destiny is saying. He said, well, obviously the female friend, because she can, you know, be vulnerable. But like, I don't have women friends like that. And I have male friends who are able to be vulnerable because there's no, like, I can see friend groups where, oh, you little bitch, you little da-da-da-da. Then I can see where, you know, you wouldn't feel comfortable. But that has nothing to do with men and women. That has to do with, you know, you personally and your friends personally. Like, they're just assholes. And said, no, it's worse to men. They're a little nicer to women. I'm going to disagree. That's a tough one. I think in general, they're nicer to other women. But if we take a situation where it's just friends and you have a guy who gets a girl upset, then they'll be able to mend that more easily than if a girl offends another girl. I think, yeah. Hey, we got Mama Bear Moments. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And she says she agrees with Destiny. Interesting, interesting. I would love to hear a little bit more about why you think that women are better friends to men than men are friends to men. Because we all seem to think otherwise. Trey says, I disagree completely. When I or any of my boys are down and out, I do everything in my power to make sure they are good. Yeah, Trey, I think that there's two types of guys in this world, of course, just in this context. There's two types of guys. There are the guys who seem to be like you and me, Trace, where, again, we're just because we're men doesn't mean, we're gonna be tough all the time, and no, I don't have feelings. That's gay. Like, that is a very superficial way of being friends with somebody. And yeah, and we can sniff it out when some shit's going on with one another. Yeah, it's like, bro, what's up with you? Whereas girls will dance around the topic, and well, it's everything's totally fine, right? And I don't know, just like this passive aggressive bullshit. Then you talk about the solipsism where it's like, this is my day out and Becky is mad about her hair or some shit. Like, guys don't have that. But again, I'm getting off track because, again, I want to talk about, we were talking about who is a better friend to men. So again, we're talking about Joe. Is Joe better to go to his friend that's a girl or to go to his friend that's a guy? Palestine says the boys worked together and created the world we live in. Fair enough. Vince said, I disagree because they have girl code and always tend to have each other's backs, even when the girl is wrong. They're nicer to each other than to men, even if it's just a little bit nicer. Fair enough. All right. Mama Bear Moment said, I think that men weren't always taught to connect with their feelings, and women are taught from a very young age to pay attention to the people around them. That's definitely true. And I think you're 100% right. And that's where I'm saying there's two different types of male friends. The ones that are your friends because you have fun together, like whether you're on a basketball team or you smoke weed together or whatever it is. And then you have friends that are like your boys. I don't know, that to me, like, for me to refer to you as like my boy, that's a title. That's something that you have to earn. Otherwise, even if you're just a guy, I know, maybe my friend, but if you're like my boy, you're my fucking boy. Mama Bear Moments goes on to say, I also think that it's a catch-22 because there are women who will go scorched earth if you upset them. It might be more dangerous now that I think about it. Yeah, it is a tough one, but it's a tough one. It definitely is, because I think you're spot on here. But I've just been in too many situations where, there was somebody in the Discord who was just, the link for the Discord in the description. Somebody in Discord was just saying like, yo, this comfortable enough not to just DM me, but to put it out in the general chat for the IndianJesus community. Say, hey guys, I'm not doing well with this. And I think enough of a couple of us who were there at the time jumped on the opportunity to, hey, what's going on? Talk to me. What's and the notion of this aspect of going scorched earth if you upset them, then that aspect isn't really there in that conversation between two men, because either you're gonna help me, you're gonna be like, fuck, dude, I don't know, that's fucking tough, and that's it. But it definitely is a tough question. So let's back this up a tiny bit and see where we were.
Might be ready to kill himself. And he's like,
I want to go back to.
She might go through some shit reasons why that happens. Fucking, I mean, just like being in a relationship, they're like being single, so maybe they're fucking whatever, they're not in relationships. And I think one of the reasons why that happens, and this is where I will attack a lot of like the hyper masculine stuff, the red pill cell, is men are horrible fucking friends to each other. When you listen to
See, the fact that he started with men are horrible friends to each other, that just sounds like you were friends with some horrible dudes. I don't think it's as easy to blanket that statement.
Women talk, like she might go through some shit and she's like, man, I got this going on, this is how I feel about this, and they're talking to each other, they're bouncing their feelings out. They have like these, they have these really rich and fulfilling friendships with each other.
Women?
Yes, they do.
Shreggy?
They do, because when you listen to two men talk to each other, okay, this motherfucker might be ready to kill himself, and he's like, John, what's up? He's like, not much, man. How you doing? Yeah, you know. And then like it's like, what the fuck is happening? And
again, the piece there is the fact that I think he said the name John or whatever. The person who hold on. The person who is ready to self-delete. It's on that person to be in friendships where if you're there and somebody asks you, "Hey, how are you doing?" and you're not doing well, you're like, "Yo, I want to." If that were to happen, most times your male friends will take that seriously and be like, they might not have the best emotional intelligence to be able to deal with it. But certainly, it's not about brushing it off. I don't think any of my male friends, and I'm not just talking about my boys, I don't think any of my male friends would not take it seriously if I told them that I want to self-delete. And so it comes back to whether, how's it going? That is a real question. And if it's, the answer isn't, everything's all good, then say that.
Guys suck at talking to each other. We do. Like the emotional connection that we have with each other is absolutely fucking abysmal.
Women lie to each other.
They might say it, but here's another thing too, and it's one of the reasons why men outside of relationships are so miserable. If you are a man and you find a woman, oftentimes this is going to be the first person you can actually connect with on an emotional level in your entire fucking life. Because you don't connect like that with your bros. You don't connect like that with guys when you have conversations. It usually takes a woman and a man's life to do it. But for a woman, she doesn't need a man for that emotional connection. She can get a lot of emotional connections from her friend group.
I think that's a misconception of like the liberal world that we live in. I think it's just, as soon as you show a woman weakness, she might like give you empathy in the moment, but she remembers that and she logs it in her brain.
Boom. As soon as you show vulnerability, she might give you empathy in the moment, but she logs that into her brain and will see you differently. So maybe that's the linchpin there, that maybe a woman would be better for our friend Joe, who's having a tough time. Maybe a woman would be better in that situation. But looking forward, now that guy has no chance of ever being intimate with that girl. And depending on who that girl is, that could be a big deal. So if it is just a friend, which it very, very rarely is, then maybe the female would be better. Mama Bear Moments is back saying, I might even argue that men have more feelings than women. I tend to agree with you. But men are told to swallow everything, and that is not fair at all. Claps for Mama Bear Moments. She gets it. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. They say men are the true romantics. When you look at relationships in general and how easily women get over a relationship, that single example is something that's so huge that I don't know how they do it. I mean, I fall hard. And I've just, it's taken me months and months and months to get over a girl. But she was over the next day. Maybe not, but you know what I mean.
As a moment that you're pussy. And it'll come up later because women aren't strong. Women use information to lash at you.
So this is how I view this. And I hear this a lot. If you show vulnerability to a woman, it's bad. In my worldview, vulnerability is something that you have to earn. If you're a guy and you're a baby bitch.
Yo, I remember him saying this. This is super facts. Super, super facts. Vulnerability is earned. Here, let's run that.
It's bad.
It's information to lash at you.
So this is how I view this. And I hear this a lot. If you show vulnerability to a woman, it's bad. In my worldview, vulnerability is something that you have to earn. if you're a guy and you're a baby bitch and you're crying and all this shit all the fucking time, yeah, people are gonna look at you like you're weak. And then those guys will go online and be like, I was vulnerable by woman, she left me. Well, because all you are is vulnerable. But if you're a strong, stable person, you got your shit together, right? And like your fucking mom dies or some shit, and you have a rough day, you're crying or whatever, it's fucking happens, it's a shitty day. I think she'll respect you for that, for being able to connect with her on that level. And you go back to normal. You're not like destroyed, you're not crying all the time.
You think that women are better?
So I don't understand why, like, I agree with him, but I don't understand why he thinks that only applies to female friends. Because again, we're not talking about a girlfriend. We're talking about female friends. And if it's a female friend, I think it's Destiny who talks about the fact that women have two different ladders. You can be lower or higher, but there's a ladder of guys she will fuck and a ladder of guys she will not fuck. And guys just have one ladder, and it's a lot longer, but all girls are on that ladder. I think that I don't know. It sounds like he's just not had good friends in his life. That's what it sounds like to me. Trace says, male bonding is just different from how women bond. I don't really think they can be compared like that. Men are just a bit rougher with one another. Yeah, it's definitely apples and oranges. But it's definitely not the same. You know, we're built different. It's just, that's definitely a fact. But it is interesting to, it's an interesting question. Who, again, if we're taking our example friend Joe, and he's, about to self-delete, does he go to his best girl friend or his best guy friend? Interesting.
Better friends than men?
I think that women are better friends to men than men are to men. Absolutely.
Oh, but not to each other. Because women will end a friendship over a birthday dinner where someone's late.
And, I mean, you say that, but like, there's a reason why the saying "bros before hoes" exists, and it's because men don't put bros before hoes. There are men that will disappear if they find a girl. They're gone from their friend group for fucking ever. Everybody's got at least one friend who, where the fuck is Johnny been? Oh, we found another girl. We're not gonna see that dude for 6 months. Like, men disappear from their friend groups and shit all the time over dumb reasons. Like, it happens. Like, everybody has problems. I'm saying in general for the vulnerability thing, you can be vulnerable, but it's a moment you have to earn, right? It's like that saying, like, not to be sexist, but like, mom cries all the time, whatever. But when dad cries, some serious shit has happened. But you don't lose respect for your dad. You just know that, like, if he's that emotionally affected, there's some gravity to that situation. If you are upset and you are a strong, stable man and you sold that to your woman, you are that, then like you can be vulnerable, but it has to be like in a situation with a lot of gravity, I think.
What's the first thing a woman brings up in an argument? In a heated argument where she needs some ammunition that has nothing.
It depends on what you're fighting about.
They bring up the weakest thing to hit you.
I mean, it depends on what you're
fighting. Little dick.
I mean, guys do that shit to women too. You're fat. I don't like you, bitch. Like, I fucked your sister. I don't know. Men will say crazy. Everybody says crazy shit arguments.
I'll say this. I mean, this is like very an anecdotal conversation. But as far as like who lasts longer in friendships, from my experience and what I've seen that men tend to hold friendships longer than women do. Because with men, we're very simple creatures, and we kind of understand. Like, I'm still friends with the guys that I went to high school with. We have the same interests. We reconnect on nostalgia, watching Dragon Ball Z or whatever it may be. Because guys. You could be 15 years old watching Goku fucking charge up for a spirit bomb. Then you could be fucking.
This super chat right here. We got it's from Rusty Shackelford. Nice name. It says, when modern women say they want a high value man, most of the time they mean that they want a high value man with blue pill energy. Yup.
35 years old watching the same shit 20 years later. With women, they change a lot. And
I'm gonna run that back because I didn't hear what you.
Also watching Dragon Ball Z or whatever it may be. Because guys, you could be 15 years old watching Goku fucking charge up for a spirit bomb. Then you could be fucking 35 years old watching the same shit 20 years later. With women, they change a lot. And as they change with their friends group a lot as well. And the thing with women, I've always used this funny example that when guys meet each other, they say, oh, you piece of shit. What's up, man? Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, you're a piece of shit. I hate you. Okay, you're a loser. That's why, you get no bitches, blah, blah, blah. That guy will walk away and then they'll say, yo, that's a fucking good dude. I love that guy. But with women will walk up and say, oh, girl, I love your dress.
You're
oh,
so
you look
pretty.
fantastic.
You're beautiful.
Did you lose weight? Oh my God. And then as soon as she walks away, she's a fucking whore.
Ugly bitch.
Like with women, they're not over in their communication, which you were kind of like alluding to, like when a guy's going through it, like his buddies aren't going to sit there and be like, oh, it's okay, bro. They're like, you fucking pussy, ha ha ha. And that's exactly. That's what I mean. That's the false dichotomy. That it's either, oh, it's going to be okay, buddy, or you're a loser, you're a pussy. That's a false dichotomy. The way that I am with my friends is like, shit, bro. You going through some shit? Like, what happened? Oh, she fucking said that. Yo, why don't you just do that? Oh, she was doing that. Yo, that's fucked up. I remember when I was doing that and this girl did this. That's how you have that conversation. It doesn't need to be this, are you okay? That's the false dichotomy. And again, it sounds like they just haven't had good male friends. Vincent says, true. They want the money, but to still be able to control the man. Facts.
Positile says we're more honest in an indirect way. Yeah, it's because we aren't. I don't know. I think it might even. Yeah, no. I guess the woman would be more direct, but we have a different honesty or a different type of honesty. Yeah, it's right here. I used to. That'll keep me for a while.
That kind of comes where it's kind of on you as a man. You're responsible for your friend group, which is why you got to surround yourself with winners and guys that kind of understand. And my thing also, as far as like being vulnerable, I get what you're saying. Vulnerability is earned. If I'm crying all the time and saying, "Oh my God, I don't know how I'm going to deal with this," but versus a guy that has this shit together and then a tear drops because his mom dies. Well, that's understandable. I get it. However, we tell guys, if you're going to be vulnerable, you're going to cry, you're going to be sad, or you're going through some shit, you're better off sharing that with your guy friends because the guys aren't going to use it against you later on in arguments. And it's not like your guys are going to like lose arousal for you, lose attraction for you. With a woman, it's a toss up. Some girls respond very favorably to extremely strong guys that are stoic. Some girls like it. But my thing is this, and there's studies that show this as well. Women don't really know what they're aroused by. They know what they're attracted to allegedly, but they don't really know what they're aroused by. Okay. And I can go into that stuff if you want me to, but I would say this: if you have someone, right, that doesn't even know what they're aroused by, why would you open up Pandora's box and cry in front of her, not knowing how it may affect her psyche and attraction for you down the road?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, we were talking earlier, Positile. You're responsible for your friend group. We're talking about that you are some of the 5 people you spend the most time with. And I was saying, if you're like me and you spend most of your time at home alone, then you're most like the people that you watch on YouTube and convince yourself that we'd be friends if we hung out. Either way, what is around you will affect you. And if you have people if you have people around you that you have an emotional investment in, whether it's a girlfriend or just a friend, that's I'm not going down the gay thing, but if you have an emotional connection to somebody to whatever extent, then it's going to have a bigger effect on you. I was definitely somebody who, I guess, for whatever reason, I don't know why. I was going to say, I don't know, whatever reason, I always felt lacking when I was like young, like talking in like elementary, middle school. And I would find myself hanging out with like the bad kids, the kids that would get in trouble. And looking back, it's because that's where it was the easiest to find validation. You could just do something mean and funny to somebody, and then you get adulation. And this was before social media. I cannot imagine growing up as a kid these days and having to deal with the magnitude of that. And it took me a long time to realize that even though, like my parents were telling me, you got to have different friends. You got to do, what do they know? And eventually I learned, but it took a long time. And it says, you need a segment, IndianJesus acapella. Oh, yo. Have you, were you ever on the Filthy Casual MMA watch party on Talking Shit? Were you ever there when I've gotten super drunk? Because you see me stay drinking, but I cut this with regular seltzer because I found myself getting shit-faced on stream and not a good look. Point being, I love to sing when I get drunk. And we join the Discord. We might do IndianJesus karaoke. Who knows?
So it's part of the. I mean, it's part of the game of figuring
out. You're my boy. You're my boy, Blue. You're my boy.
Relationships. I agree. Like,
yeah.
I mean, there are tons of horror stories like. Fuck, I don't want to.
And one more thing too, I was going to say, as you come up with that horror story, like we've had girls on the show where they'll
the horror story
say, like, I thought I wanted a vulnerable guy, and I watched my boyfriend cry in front of me, and it made me change my view of him forever. And she just lost respect for him. So like
that was me.
Girls a lot of the times don't know how they feel about something or how they're aroused by something or how they might even lose attraction for something until they actually experience it. And at that point, it may be too late. So I look at it like this. If it's something that's risky, right, where you have a 50-50 chance of it might help you or it might hurt you, I say mitigate the risk, cry in front of your friends, show that vulnerability to them, be that hard rock for your girl, because I know for a fact that's going to keep you attractive. Now, can you open up and be vulnerable and potentially she might, engage with you and it's going to, oh my God, I love that you were vulnerable. I mean, that's possible, but is it probable? Yeah, I'd like to make it risk.
It would depend on the relationship for sure.
Yeah.
And the types of people you go after, the type of person you are, would hopefully.
I think that's a big point that is not talked about in the red pill space enough. That even though, we have this idea that, all modern women are the same and da-da-da-da-da. I would hope that most of us understand that that's just a saying, and that there's certain similarities that run through being a modern woman, but also that it's not an indictment necessarily. It's just, again, like we were talking about before, acknowledging so that you can overcome. And I forgot the point I was going to make, so I'm going to go back into
that. I would hope that when it comes to relationship, you're not like flipping coins. In terms
I was going to say that there's so many different types of people that to act as if there's one answer or there's one right way to do relationships is silly. And I'm not talking about like polyamory or anything. I'm saying like in the confines of one person dating another person, the way that can be done can be so very varied from couple to couple. How you like, what is your movie ritual like? How do you guys watch movies? How do you guys eat dinner? Who gets up earlier? All of these things come together, and they're so different for every individual person that each pairing is going to be extremely, extremely unique.
Like, fuck, if I do this, I'm gonna be fucked. So I mean, like all things in life, you have to weigh the risks.
Of course.
I know the type of person I am. I know who I sell myself as, and I know how people perceive me. Like if I have moments of vulnerability with a woman, I've never had in my life where they thought I'm a weak person, because that's not who I am. I live my values and everything in every single facet of my life. Yeah. So that's, maybe I'll get lucky one day. Maybe, I fucked up. You hear a lot of stories of.
And we give this advice generally for guys.
Sure, generally, sure.
For guys.
And you'll hear horror stories where, to your point, especially about the arousal thing, like, we tried a threesome, or my husband wanted me to try pegging, whatever, and then they do it one time, like I can never see him the same again. I was like, damn, why the fuck did you even agree to do that? What the fuck? That definitely.
All right, we got for a $200 super chat. We've got to read that, even though it's not my $200. I just got to see what this guy Darnell had to say that was so important. Said, I agree with the libertarian white gentleman. First of all, he's a self-proclaimed leftist. There's a lack of drive and victim mentality in the Black community. However, another issue in the Black community, unlike the Hispanic, Asian, and white community, is we don't pass our assets to our children. This is how wealth is passed down. $200. What do you do? How do I get those people over here? I love you guys. I fucking love you guys. You know I love you guys. But I need money.
Happen. So yeah, you have to be careful things. I will say one thing, one comment or whatever on the guy friend thing. I don't know if it counts, because you mentioned that guys will hold on to friendships longer. That is true. Yeah. But I think the guy definition of a friendship is a little different, because there are people that I know right now that I haven't talked to in like fucking 5 or 10 fucking years. Yeah. And I can message you, I'm like, bro, what's up? We should play some fucking, squad, or we should play fucking CSGO. Like, hell yeah, let's do it. It's like, yeah, that's my friend. But then other people are like, you haven't talked to them for 10 years? How the fuck is that a friend? So I feel like the standards for friendships are a little bit different. But to your point, like,
well, but isn't that exactly the point? Is that with another guy, you can just pick up right where you left off. You don't have to have, well, you didn't call me. Well, you didn't call me. It's like, bitch, I'm busy. I'm doing shit, or I'm not doing shit. I'm just chilling. And, I find that definitely with other guys, it's just, I haven't talked to you in a year. You want to hang out and smoke? Yeah, sure. And it's like nothing. No freedoms. No freedom says men are number one. Men are the better sex. Says no freedoms. We have one in men and women's sports and one woman of the year. The future doesn't seem like female anymore. Also, women are nothing but trouble. I think that's a little bit extreme. I see the same issues with women that you do. But that is I think I'll make the analogy to dogs, and I'm comparing all people to dogs, not just women. So keep your panties on. A lot of people will talk about their dog's behavior. Remember, if you don't know, I'm a dog trainer. a lot of people will be like, oh, I have a lab, so they're gonna do this. I have an Aussie, so they're gonna do this, and they expect to understand they expect to understand the dog before they have it based on the breed. I'm like, yes, you might see certain consistencies among all Labradors or along all Chihuahuas or whatever it is, but each dog is so unique into itself that's not really super helpful, unless you're comparing like a Chihuahua versus like a German Shepherd. Like clearly, there's two different classes of animal. But if you're comparing like a Doberman to a German Shepherd to a Pit Bull, then it's like, just get which one you think is looks the best or whatever. I don't know. They're dogs. They're different. Well, I'm working on it. I am 2 subscribers away from 500 where I can get that community tab post. You won't even have to join the Discord for me to be able to talk to you guys when I'm not on stream. So if you haven't subscribed, please hit that subscribe button. I would love it. You already know.
Yeah, you can probably hold on for friendships longer, but I think to my point, that's because the level of emotional depth sometimes is so much like more shallow. It's like, yeah, of course, that dude's my best friend. Like we used to play games all the time back in like 2008.
But what would you prefer? Someone you can hit up 2 years later and say, you know what, bro, what's good? I pick up like you never left off, or someone that's like playing a game with you, like back and forth, like, you know what, you're cool today, not cool tomorrow. I prefer somebody that can call 2 years later, yo, bro, how you been? Oh, good, bro. Let's chop it up. And it's funny because on our show, right, we've been really what 1,400 plus women on the show,
almost 50.
And we asked them on the table. We're like, who do you prefer as friends, men or women? And you know what's funny? 9 out of 10 times, what do they say? Men. Girls, even themselves, they don't want to be friends with girls because they know they're catty, they back talk, they're very like drama driven. So we're just saying, look, as a guy, for you, and even being vulnerable, if you're with a girl.
The only reason this is an interesting question is because Destiny framed it as a friend to a male. The question of, are girls better friends to each other or are men better friends to each other? That's barely even a question. Of course, men are better in that situation. Speaking exactly to the thing about, used to play a game together 10 years ago and haven't talked to, it's the framing that makes that an interesting question. And that is a sign of somebody who is somebody that I want to listen to, can take a topic that has been beaten to death and give a different spin on it. Who's the better friend, a man or a woman? That's an old ass question. But who's a better friend to a man or a woman? That's got some spice to it.
Oh, right. Let's say, for example, she's not sure what she wants, and you have a chance of turning her off by being vulnerable. Why'd you do that to yourself? That's your girlfriend. But let's say you cry in front of her, you kind of like whatever, and so you know what, damn, I thought he was strong. Or she may say, you know what, damn, you know what, I like that. But you never know. You're taking like a huge risk.
Yeah, I mean, that's part. I mean, everything in a real relationship, there's a lot of moments of risk, right? Things can get fucked up.
Why jeopardize yourself? Why?
Well, I mean, because you might want that deeper connection with your partner. You might not want to feel like you have to be on guard, right? Like maybe you should never have her, right? Like if I'm an emotionally stable person. I have my shit together better than most other people I've ever met. If I show one moment of vulnerability to my partner and she leaves me, fuck that bitch, I'll find somebody else. Like you're not gonna find anybody like me. I know you're not. So if you think you can do better, then you're free to go out in the world and find
giving you that information. I think it's about using it against you when it comes to
everybody uses everything.
Let's not talk about us in particular. Remember that, like when we dispense this advice, we're saying in general, it's not a good idea or a good practice for guys to be vulnerable for their girl because we know that a lot of girls are not going to respond favorably to emotional men. So
this super chat's bringing up the What Is a Woman movie, but that's the only way that this conversation can. They have to reframe this conversation in women and their friendships with other women because those are a shit show. Unfortunately, I think the question of who's a better friend to a man and framing it that way, I think that's a much more interesting conversation. But that doesn't really. Are you fucking with me? Are you fucking with me? Are you the same person as Vincent? Because he said that too. No, we're at 1.25. It's barely moved up. If Positile is fucking with me, I'm gonna be mad. Hey, 500 subscribers! Thank you so much, guys. Yes. Oh, shouts to you, all of you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Fuck yeah. So now, for instance, you piece of shit. For instance, on Monday, I have a meeting for work. So I'm gonna post something on Instagram and the Discord, all that stuff. But not everybody who watches is in those places. So I'm gonna be able to tell you guys directly, hey, I've got a meeting. I'll be on at 8:30 or 8:45 or 9 o'clock or whatever it is. I'll be a little bit late. Thank you guys so much. I'm humbled. I don't know what to say. I put a lot of time and money and energy into this. And it's not even, obviously, it's not about the money, because I still can't get any. I mean, you can hit up the Cash App, but the fact that you guys are here and you care about what I'm saying and you like that I'm doing this means so much to me. So thank you so much, guys. All right. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that. No Freedom says a dog is better than a woman. At least it don't bleed and leave stains on the couch every month or try to take your head off for doing what she asks. Well, if you got a female dog, you got one of those. We can get her sweet, but if you can only sub once. You can. It's not at all like 2020 where you can.
Like, if you don't know, don't do it.
Yeah.
I'll make sure there. I'll make sure. Yeah, if you don't know, don't do it. Sure.
Yeah.
Also, to that, not to be sexist, but hearing a bunch of girls say, "I'd rather have guy friends." Yeah, no fucking shit. You want people that are trying to fuck you constantly that you have like on a fucking string. Yeah, of course you. But that's not because their guys are better friends.
They like the
That's because
attention.
they like the attention.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a different.
No,
thing. But I
of
understand what you're saying. Yeah.
That's a good point.
But that's a component.
That's
Like
bullshit.
that's a component where like girls enjoy that because they get so many benefits. Like I've always said it, like as a guy, you get no benefits from being a platonic friend with a woman versus like when a woman is a platonic friend with you get benefits. She gets a lot of benefits. She gets that masculine energy. She gets that security. She has someone that's not going to necessarily judge her, that she doesn't have to compete with. She could look like a fucking scrub and be okay. Versus when she meets up with her girlfriend, she's got to dress up well and have that silent battle of being attractive. So women are able to, how do I say this? They could be mediocre from a look standpoint or be mediocre as far as like being engaging or anything like that, but they're around guys. So guys don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? A lot of guys will be happy just to be around a girl, especially if she's attractive, which is why if you look at like a lot of attractive women, they almost always have male, orbiters that just hang around and will be happy to be around her. And I think as a guy, you're telling yourself, sure, my analogy is like, a girl putting you in the friend zone is like you putting a girl in the sex only zone. If you hit some girl up, like you hit her up at 2 a.m., hey, come over and have sex, and then as soon as y'all fuck, you tell, all right, get the fuck out of here. She will feel used. She'll be like, what the fuck? And even girls are like when a girl's like smash buddy with a guy for some degree, she's gonna tolerate it for a while. She's like, I'm just giving this guy sex for nothing. Fuck that shit. But guys are so dumb. They'll sit there in the friend zone for decades and give away free attention and get used and not even understand their value.
We had a girl come in the studio, right? Mm-hmm. Actually, you know her very well, and she had a guy for 20 years as a guy friend, right? Yes. And we said, let's do a test. Give him a phone call. See you're horny. Where you at? So she calls the guy. Hey.
So you guys caught that, right? The 20-year friendship between a man and a woman, and she thought it was completely platonic. I'm like, all right, so call him right now. Say that you're horny, and see what he does.
I'm horny. Where you at? He's like, are you good? Are you drunk? He's like, yeah, I just want to be with you. Like, we've been friends for so long. They feel like you're the right one.
Whatever. You hear the car door closes, already driving over. 5 minutes.
He's like, where the fuck you at? He pulls up to the studio live on air and comes up here.
Yeah.
He would have fucked her if we weren't here.
Yeah, no.
He's like 20 years of waiting for one day to say, maybe one day.
The most annoying part about that is that it is so socially acceptable to talk about power dynamics in relationships when they benefit the man. Nobody talks about them when they benefit the women. That really fucking bothers me. Like
Base Destiny. Oh shit. Base Destiny. No Freedom says being a woman in 2022 is easy. If I was a woman, I would be getting paid $100K on OnlyFans a day. You look that good? I don't know if you look that good. He said, "What? Wait, why don't we talk about the wage gap on that? No man is going to get paid the same as a woman." Actually, Just Pearly Things ask that question all the time. But I don't think. Of course, it is a enormous opportunity to be able to just sell pictures of your body for money. But I don't think there is, just like regular porn, I don't think that there is a huge swath of women who are cleaning up on OnlyFans. They might be making a living, which again is a huge privilege. What, $100K a day? Maybe like $100K total for your average honey.
Everybody will talk
Yeah,
about
you
everybody will talk about the fuck zone,
Come.
right? Oh, you know that girl wants to date you, and here you are just having sex with her. That's manipulative.
Piece
That's
of shit.
evil.
We got
You're
a
piece of
Morty
shit.
stream.
And then it's like, oh, okay. Well, you've got this guy that you've got giving you like wake up calls on Saturday, Sunday morning that you wouldn't touch with a 10-foot fucking pole. Okay, and this guy like walks your dog, for work. Like, how are you not abusing the fuck out of this dude? If anything, at the very least, fuck zone girls are just getting fucked physically. This guy's soul is getting fucked by you. Okay, you are rotting this man from the inside out. Let him go. Okay, free this poor man from his like servitude, because holy fuck, man, I did that in high school. I used to do that, like simp fuck when I was like 14, 15 over a girl. And I see people do this behavior throughout their whole life, where it's like, you've got this motherfucker on a string, dude. Like, let him fly away, let him go.
Isn't that exactly what's happening to all men today because of social media, because of Instagram and OnlyFans?
That's a really big generalization.
It's the same type of dynamic. Guys following girls that are never going to follow them back. Guys subscribing and paying all this money to women online that don't even give a fuck about them.
Sure, but I mean,
men are so sad.
Girls do it too. There's a lot of girls that hop in my DMs or whatever, and it's like, yeah, I'll fuck, but I'm not fucking dating you.
Yeah,
right?
Told ya.
I mean, it'll happen on the same.
You're famous. These are average girls doing this.
Sure, but I'm saying like those girls aren't just looking for sex when they're DMing you. They want something more if they can get it.
Yup.
They want to be that girl that's like dating fucking Sneako or
yeah, but they're not getting miserable over that. They just go into the next guy.
I think the girls. Somebody that has
sad.
I can't fuck. Listen, it happens. Okay, girls will stalk guys and get fucking crazy over.
I think the takeaway here is that the percentage of women that are manipulating guys and stringing them along is far greater than the men that even have a capability to string a woman along. So like the thing is that like female manipulation is 100% accepted, and a matter of fact, I'll say encouraged in today's society, women finessing guys, but it is not accepted on the other end. If a guy is able to have sex with a bunch of girls and be a playboy or whatever, he's almost always going to be demonized for that. But if a woman plays guys, etc., it's encouraged. I mean, hell, we have sugar daddy, we have a sugar daddy culture openly where women say, this guy just pays my bills or whatever, and I may or may not fuck him on whatever it may be. But could you imagine if a guy went on air and said, yeah, I'm smashing these girls, but I'm not going to commit to any of them because they're all dumb hoes. Like,
I would do anything to have the possibility to be a sugar baby. That seems like the life. Because not only are you getting everything that you want to get, but you're getting paid for it. You're getting paid for it.
Marissa's like, it'll never work. So
and I like
female manipulation is accepted and encouraged.
It's really fucked up to say, and I know it bothers some people, but like, I think that Bill Clinton fucking Monica Lewinsky or getting Blair, that was wrong. He shouldn't have done it. He was in a position of power over her in terms of employment. But you can't tell me that this woman didn't have any power over the strongest motherfucking man in the world, the most important position in the world. He was able to compromise that office because of a fucking woman. You can't tell me that she doesn't have some power there. That's unreal, but nobody will ever acknowledge that end of the situation, right? Or these esports players that'll go after these fucking like 17-year-old girls or whatever when they're like 21, or people that'll like cheat on their senior mothers. Like, yeah, like these guys are in a position probably shouldn't do it. But you can't tell me there's no power there because these guys are risking a lot to do this stupid shit. They're risking their whole fucking life. Like even fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger is fucking his mate on her fucking bed. Well, you can't tell me there's no power there. That is power, okay?
Yeah, not only that, we demonize the men that like have sex with these girls, but we like don't put any accountability on the girls for like wanting a guy that's higher status than themselves. Like, let's keep it 1,000. The reason why a lot of those girls fucked Harvey Weinstein or the girls that fucked that Arnold Schwarzenegger, the reason that girl sucked Bill Clinton's dick back then in the 90s is because women love a man that is superior to them. It's in their biology. So it's like we don't hold women accountable for their carnal needs from the opposite gender, but we hold men accountable for it. And I look at it like, are they not two consenting adults?
Sure.
Like, what's going on here? Like, why do we not roast them for that stupidity as well?
There has to be like the conversation has to involve all the parties involved. Like you can't just attack one end because you're missing half the story, and then that's where the red pill or the Jordan Peterson and anybody else could come to like, well, if you're not going to tell the other half.
Did you see the caption say the bread pill?
This motherfucker is. You can't be mad when people follow them because you're not acknowledging what's actually going on. Of course, nobody's listening to what you're saying.
So they're talking about. He couldn't remember her name. It was Monica Lewinsky, and No Freedom says Bill Clinton didn't do shit wrong. I only feel sad for Hillary. I don't feel shit for Hillary. Fuck that bitch. Also, I want to see a gay man me too a woman. Do ya? I wonder who would win the LGBTQ plus or the woman. Interesting scenario, but the wording, the phrasing.
As much as we make fun of Bill Cosby, right? Like he had a chick, right, that literally like was able to file charges on him, and this bitch was buying him Christmas presents. Like, what the hell is going on here, man? Like, the Me Too era is like kind of stepped into a point where it's like, come on, dude. Like, I get it. You guys want to say believe all women, which is ridiculous in itself because that assumes that women never lie, which they definitely do. They wear makeup, but that's a whole other story. But you're not. I thought feminism was about equality. If we're going to treat both parties equal, then we need to give both parties a fair shot as to hearing both sides of the story. And it's innocent until proven guilty. But in today's day and age, you're guilty until proven innocent, especially if some accusation comes out.
It's equal only on their side, bro.
Yeah, which is wild to that.
Harvey started a lot of careers.
Destiny, on a scale of 1 to 10, how important is freedom to you and why? And then please correlate your
So that little Thank you to Destiny for cleaning this up and just getting us to the good stuff. Vincent says that would be satisfying, to be honest. No, for all the men who've been wronged and haven't been able to fight with Johnny Depp money. Yeah, that's something that speaking of Just Pearly Things, that's something that Just Pearly Things brings up a lot when talking about that. And saying that Johnny Depp was a man of money, means, and status. What can be hoped for the average man?
Answer to why you consider yourself part of the left.
This is a hard one. I don't know how much I'm going to grab into this, but I don't think freedom is very.
Let me. Okay, so let me do this, and then we'll go back real quick. Can you imagine a gay man crying, saying she flashed him at a party, and was essaying him by? Okay, that is kind of funny. That's kind of funny. When you're right, you're right. That is funny. All right, let's run this back so we get the full question.
Accusation comes out.
It's equal only on their side, bro.
Yeah, which is wild.
Sad.
Already started a lot of careers.
Destiny, on a scale of 1 to 10, how important is freedom to you and why? And then please correlate your answer to why you consider yourself part of the left.
This is a hard one. I don't know how much I'm going to grab into this, but I don't think freedom is very important to many people at all. I think people like the idea of freedom, but there's an interesting book that's around this called The Paradox of Choice. But the reality is when you actually put more choices in front of people, they actually get more stressed out about picking the wrong thing.
That's facts. They did that ice cream.
Paralysis by analysis. Anybody ever heard of paralysis by analysis before? That is basically, there's, if you've seen the Aziz Ansari Netflix show that he did, really good. Well, actually, the first 2 seasons were awesome, and then the 3rd season was weird. But he has a conversation with his dad, and he's not sure if he wants to do like comedy or if he is doing acting, or he doesn't. He's not really sure what to do with his life. And his dad was talking about, I want to say, is it Sylvia Plath and the Bell Jar? I think that's Sylvia Plath. And the story basically is about this guy who's standing in front of a fig tree. He's like, all of these figs are so beautiful and they look delicious. I wonder which one I should take. And he spent so much time trying to go through and pick the perfect one that all the figs go rotten and spoil before he can eat any of them. And don't we all, Kluk? Don't we all? But you've got to acknowledge to overcome. Where did I leave off? Monica Lewinsky is a professional victim. She was an adult and made a choice. Constantly avoids accountability as if she was 12 or something. Women aren't that stupid at 18 plus, and if so, then restrict them. I don't know if I necessarily agree that she was a professional victim. I think that there's definitely something to be said about men in power and their effect on women, specifically if you're the fucking president, and specifically if you're the cool president, which Clinton was, for those of you who are too young, when he was playing saxophone on Arsenio Hall. He was the cool president. So there's definitely something to that. Now, that doesn't mean that Vincent is wrong here about the fact that she wasn't 12 years old, that she wasn't stupid. She, was working in the White House. I think it's a balance of both. I think, we see that, but the next cool president. It was JFK and then Clinton and then Trump. There you go. What was I saying? Yeah, I think phrasing it as one or the other, again, is a false dichotomy. I think it's nuanced, and there is, especially, I think she was only like 20 something, like 20, 21. We were just all in agreement about how somebody of that age is essentially a child, not a 12-year-old child, but very young and impressionable. And without knowing the specifics of Monica Lewinsky's mental state, I'm not comfortable calling her a professional victim, but I see where you're coming from. No Freedom says woman is a child even if she's 60 years old. Interesting. Women are never adults when it comes to their actions. I had friends who bang their female bosses for a day off. We just don't talk about it. Again, I am going to give a little bit more credit to women in general because of the women that I know. The women that I choose to associate with are not this way, and I think there's too many women that are not this way to say that blanket statement women are. I don't even think we could say most women are like that, but maybe disagree. Still, yeah, but I agree. And well, indie films that's not on her; it's on Willie. So we got a little bit of disagreement. I think it's on both of them. She's an adult. She's able to drink and do anything at 21, but she was also influenced by somebody in power. I think that's a fair statement for both sides. Freedom says you do realize she got caught because she bragged about it to a friend, right? She also she kept the dress that had DNA on it. Yep, I do know that. In fact, I do. Yeah, I was. How old was I when that happened? That was what, like 98 or 94? Something like that. Thank you, Vincent. That's all I'm trying to do. Just trying to be fair.
And you can even feel that, like, if you go to a restaurant and they give you a menu with like 50 things, that's some stressful shit. Like, I don't know if I want that. I don't know, blah, blah, blah. Whereas you get like 3 items, whatever you pick it. I think that people want to be able to pursue the things that make them happy. That doesn't always mean you need to be able to choose between 500 things. Sometimes it does, but not usually. I think people just want to be able to carve out paths in their life in ways that make them happy. You don't need the freedom to be able to choose, from 20 million different houses. You need the freedom to be able to choose like the job that you want, or like to be able to have a family, or to raise kids, or that type of thing. So I don't think that having a ton of freedom is necessarily the most important thing, but you have at least have to feel like you have the freedom to make the choices you want.
That's a good point.
Elliot goes, $200.
Holy shit!
Gentlemen, there's a lack of drive.
Did you? I don't know. I was on another window, but Jordan Welch here just paid $500 to say Sneako.net. $500? Damn.
Or to raise kids, or that type of thing. So I don't think that having a ton of freedom is necessarily the most important thing, but you have at least have to feel like you have the freedom to make the choices you want.
That's a good point.
Elliot goes, $200. I agree with the libertarian white gentleman. There is a lack of drive and victim mentality in the black community. However, another issue in the black community, unlike the Hispanic, Asian, and white community, is we don't pass assets to our children. This is how wealth is passed down. That's true, but that's once again our fault. Yeah, because let's be honest, bro. In the black community, they're more concerned with buying fucking Jordans and buying a bunch of stupid shit, driving Mercedes Benz and having Louis Vuitton bags and having Rolexes and all sort of shit versus buying assets.
And that's kind of true. But like, I remember, like, you had like the whole Tulsa race riots. You had like the largest, wealthiest black community in the entire United States that was burned to the ground. And then up through Jim Crow, like, if you were black, you wanted to buy houses in certain areas. You couldn't do it. Yeah, which is, and again, not to make excuses, because today is today. You can't go to the past and change anything. You have to work as hard as you can today. But man, when you got it pisses me off when you get some of these white motherfuckers that have had houses that have been in their families for fucking generations, looking at people whose grandparents couldn't go to non-segregated schools, saying some shit like, well, why aren't you doing better? Like, well, where's your house? Like,
and this would be bullshit if he didn't make the caveat at the beginning that today is today and you're still responsible for yourself. You can have that view and still acknowledge that some shit went down. We can have personal responsibility and also address the reality of what happened. Vincent says, like Daniel Tosh says, if America went, we're in the top 10 instead of we're number 1, then they'd be like, that's fair. It was that number 1 stuff that was getting old. I'm going to assume that he told it better than I told it. But fair enough. Freedom says, I love how little Martin can do a crime and be sent to jail at age 17 to 13 for stealing a wallet of doing a small. I love how little Martin can do a crime and be sent to jail at age 17 to 13 for stealing a wallet of doing a small crime. What? But a 16 to 60-year-old woman can act grown and still be victims. Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously, the justice system is tilted heavily against men. Heavily. Yeah, I figured. I'm sorry. I'm reading on the fly here, baby. I'm doing the best I can.
Your house was built before my family could even legally live here. Okay, like what the fuck is that?
And I get it. Like that's acknowledging, a handicap. But at the end of the day, we got to have some accountability as well. Like a lot of these people in these communities, and this isn't just a black community. This is like if you look at any inner city, like lower socioeconomic area, a lot of the times they spend all their money on dumbass liabilities and not assets.
And a simple thing people do. Well, I want to say.
Hey, we got sketchy plays in the building. Welcome, buddy. Thank you, Vincent. I appreciate that. That's all I can do. That's all I can do.
White people do. They do life insurance. So when their father passes away or grandfather passes away, guess what happens? When they die, they transfer to the next family, next generation. So it's like, bro, they're constantly thinking about how can I pass on my legacy to the next generation.
A lot of the time, it's said, and it's true that in a way, being poor is a mindset. As fucked as that is, like when you're poor, you make decisions that get you poor.
In New York, there was a lot of free money given out of the pandemic. The Finney check, all the unemployment checks, that shit all went to rental cars and Amiris.
I mean, like if you work anywhere in traditional markets, the saddest time of the year is in fucking April.
Hey, we got Evelyn Morales. Hello. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the party. I am Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. We're just going over the red pill debate when Sneako and Destiny were on the Fresh and Fit podcast. How are you, Evelyn?
April. Because that's when the tax refunds come and you see how much people throw away on the dumbest fucking things. That's when everybody's getting a TV, everybody's buying huge dinners. Yeah. And I'm like, damn, guys, really?
Yeah.
That free money is not free.
Lord Sneak goes, is the reason that Destiny is anti-RP because he says that there is nothing wrong with incest unless his girlfriend, whom he financially supports, sleep with other men?
Whoa, damn.
Okay.
It's a big philosophical argument. I am in an open relationship. I'm an official. That's what I do.
So you let your girl get a...
It's official. It's when I do.
6'4" NBA players, or NFL players,
Okay. I mean, everyone has their lifestyle.
Yasu, love from Morocco, North Africa. Great content, guys. No offense to the guests, but his ideas are based on emotion.
True.
I don't think so.
I think he's talking about in overall, maybe, because right now it's been pretty.
He looks at both sides, so that's pretty cool.
Okay, Maverick S. I noticed that Destiny mixed up beta males and alpha males as the same character traits, especially when you mentioned about open up feelings.
I think there's like a bad idea that in order to be a man, you have to like disregard, like femininity and masculinity should be balanced in every person, right? Like even your hormones, like men produce some estrogen, women produce some testosterone. Like it's part of you that you should be able to, as a strong man, have some feminine traits, or as a strong woman, have some masculine traits. Like I think it's good to be balanced. I think when you shut off those things completely, because you think that like being a man means you have to be the most extreme, unemotional person ever, that's you get people coming back from like fucking Vietnam or Iraq that are like PTSD'd up the fucking brains. They feel like they can't open up or talk to anybody about anything. I think that it is a weakness as a man to be unable to like address or handle or deal with your feelings in an open and honest manner. To not be able to do that and to feel like you got to lock everything down and not process those things, I think that's a person that has a weakness that they need to address.
Okay, I agree. I think the only thing is that you need to open it with other men that understand your struggle and your experience. That's another reason too why I'm not a fan of opening up to women, because men and women live different existences, man. And I would argue in 2022, women have
sympathy and empathy.
They definitely have sympathy and not empathy because they don't understand the male experience. And not only do they not understand the male experience, they don't give a fuck about the male experience. They've come on this podcast and we've had discussions about this. Most women don't even know that like 1/3 of guys is either a virgin or hasn't had sex in the past year. Like women.
That was the quote or the statistic that I was wondering if any of you guys knew, that 1 in 3 men has not had sex in the past year or has not had sex ever. 1 in 3 men. I may be one of those men who has not sex in a year. But 1/3 of men? I'm sure. What's your fucking excuse? Sketchy Place said, I mean, I agree with Destiny. It's good to be balanced, but I feel society has become more focused on people's feelings than hard facts. That is a hard fact. Positile says, the people who believe that poor class shouldn't exist. What is poor class? The people who believe that poor class shouldn't exist don't understand how the world works. Well, I don't know what poor class means, so maybe I don't understand how the world works. Anyway, Anyfilm said if the U.S. had a strong leader, World War III and CCP and Russia would be a breeze. I agree. Let's just say I wholeheartedly agree. So yeah, women don't even care enough to consider the male point of view. Feels over reals. Unfortunately. No Freedom says most women want the same men. only a few men are getting these women preggers. One man will be 1 man, 10 women. Yup. Oh, interesting. I would love to hear what Darshan has to say about that, because I didn't realize that. I didn't. I mean, I don't know him that well. You know, we talk on you know, the back channels, and he's been on the platform a number of times, but I don't know him very well. And he was talking. He did like just you know, like a, I don't know what you call it, where he was just walking and one of these kind of videos where he was streaming. He's like, oh, I just bought some lotto tickets and I didn't have a good feel here, so I'm going to this place. And then he did a whole stream. And I mean, it was only like an hour talking about it. And it was interesting. I didn't know that, you know, he's had some like tips, and he's saying he won a bunch of money. But he also said, I don't play for the money, or I don't play with money that I need. He plays for fun. So definitely, if you're playing the lotto for money that you need, or with money that you need, that is a stupid tax. And said, yeah, I don't have a strong confidence in our military, and I used to be in it. That is damning. Yeah, the rainbow bullets are probably not going to penetrate that Russian tank.
Are grossly unaware about male struggles, and why should they know? Because at the end of the day, they have the privilege of the man approaches them regardless of how they behave. Like I've always said, like the reason why like girls know how to respond to men, but they don't know what it takes to be attractive as a man to get the girl, because they're kind of on the receiving end. They just exist. Guys come to them. But with a guy, you need to not only be attractive in yourself and understand, but you need to know women to be able to attract them. You got to be a step ahead of them to be able to get laid. Any guy that has sex with a lot of women has a very strong knowledge and grasp of female nature. However, the most beautiful women, they'll be 21 and they don't understand men for shit, but they're still able to be around high-value men simply because their youth and beauty opens doors for them without them necessarily having to perform.
I think you overestimate the empathy that women have in general.
Well, no.
Yup.
I will acknowledge that you can hear women say some real dumb shit, some hilariously stupid shit.
Tonight.
When you like, if you tell a woman like, "Hey, you should try approaching a guy," and I've heard women say this multiple times, like, "Why would I approach a guy and say no? Do you know how horrible it would be to get shot down?" Mm-hmm. It's like, yeah, of course, I'm a guy. I know how horrible it is to get shot down. What the fuck do you mean? That's our everyday existence, depending on what kind of dating market you're in. But I will say on the flip side too, guys are wholly fucking brain dead when it comes to understanding some of the fears or struggles that women have sometimes too.
Really?
Like, guys will say stupid shit like, "Oh, like I'm eating for steak. Why can't I just pick you up from your house? Like, why can't you just come back to my place, or whatever?" It's like, bro, you weigh 80 pounds heavier this one. You could fucking rape.
Wait, who doesn't understand what he just compared? He just compared being rejected to getting paid at your own home. I don't know. Maybe, I mean, he's already said it, so I can't really ask the question now. But I thought that was pretty, I thought that was common sense. Why you would not ask a girl to pick her up at her house unless she, you know, ask, because that's fucking, that sounds creepy. Left this moment, maybe. I don't know. Let's yeah, I think so. The thing though is that at least it's not a white knight moment. At least it's not him virtue signaling. At least this is what he really thinks. At least he's being honest. That's all we can ask for.
Murder this bitch in an instant if you wanted to. This bitch, this lovely young queen, right? This queen. Okay, yeah.
Daddy.
There are guys that have no concept of like the fear of like, you know, why won't you go to the bathroom and leave your friend? Like, I don't even know why that would be a problem as a guy. Like a lot of guys have no idea all of the random shit that women have to kind of navigate in the dating markets too. So I agree that like women definitely lack empathy when it comes to male struggle and male experience a lot. That is absolutely frustrating. And they'll say some dumb shit, but I hear guys say a lot of really fucking stupid shit too.
But here's my point. Here's my point. For a man to attract a woman, he must understand women to a degree. Any guy that's good with girls understands women very strongly, better than they understand themselves, I would argue. However, with women, they don't have to understand men.
Why would you add that part of it? Why would you add better than they know themselves? You need to know women better than you know yourself to get with women? Why even add that?
To attract them. They have to understand men to keep them.
Yeah, so I'll disagree and agree with you at the same time.
Okay.
I don't think it's a man or woman thing. I think a chaser needs to understand a little bit better than the pursued person, than the chasing. And usually men are the chasers.
The pursuer needs to understand the pursuee versus...
Usually the men are the usually the men are the chasers. So in that case, it's probably going to be the case that the chaser needs to have a better understanding of the situation for sure. If I'm...
The word is pursuant.
If I'm like hooking up with a girl for the first time, I have to think about everything that I want, everything that I need. But I have to know everything that's going on in her head too.
Yes.
I need to make sure you feel safe, you feel happy,
It's
you're having a
trust.
good time. It's not, and I've got to get ahead of these things.
Yes.
Because I can't ask you like, do you feel safe right now?
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at a fucking
Yeah.
So it has to be planned out really meticulously. And you're kind of like, I hate to say it, but like it's almost like a parent child. Like, I'm here and we're having a good time, but I'm taking care of you and myself at the same time. Well, I'm trying to fuck you at the same time too. That's a hard role to play as a man sometimes.
Yeah, and that's
the woman's just along for the ride. Like, I'm gonna fuck up so we can have sex by the end of the night. It's like,
and
I'm trying.
That's what I mean when I say like women really don't understand what it takes to be attractive as a man, because the thing is that it's like sales, right? So like with sales, you have a sales script to handle objections before the objection even comes up. So like as a guy, let's say you're setting up a first date where you're cleaning up your place, you're having it be pristine in a certain way, so that if you do bring her back, she feels comfortable to take her clothes off. A lot of the times,
How many times have you guys cleaned up your place, went out on a date, or just went out for the night, and came home alone? Too many. It sucks because I don't like cleaning, and I could deal with a level of untidiness. I can't deal with like actual filth, but I can deal with a level of untidiness that I wouldn't be comfortable showing other people. Like you guys see this part of my house, and the kitchen's relatively clean right now, but there's clothes all over the floor in my bedroom. The bathrooms. I don't have I have a regular, like I have a bath mat for the shower, but I don't have one that's shaped to go around the toilet on the floor. So I just have like 2 towels there. I when I make my kratom, I dump the, if I have a little bit, I'll dump it in just dump it in the toilet. And so there's a ring around the toilet. And like, that's the type of shit that I want to scrub off if I think I'm gonna have a girl over. But to do all that work and then she didn't even come over. Come on. And freelance as a date is like paying a woman. What is the difference between that and prostitution? I don't know if I can say that word. Also, my house is so clean that I make people feel strange. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. I have not made my bed since I moved out of my parents' house in 2009. And for the 2 years, year and a half, I was in college, not living at my parents' house, but that was still my home. I didn't make my bed in college either. Actually, that's not true. Sometimes I did, because in dorm rooms, your bed like doubles as the couch. So you don't really want people like sitting under your covers. So I was making, but 2009 2009, when I moved into my first house, I have not made my bed since. I prefer an unmade bed. An unmade bed is so much more welcoming than this crisp bed that's made. You don't want to mess that up. But my bed that's got my shape, it just covers me up. It just covers me up so perfectly. Plus, I've got like, I smoke weed in my bed. So I got like my ashtray, and there's ashes all over my bed. That shit's, yeah.
If you fail to prepare, you're preparing.
You said it, not me.
To fail. You gotta have a plan with a date, taking her to certain places, have ambience set up, whatever. But the woman is unaware of all the work it takes for you as a man to be attracted to that woman. I've always said, right? The gazelle doesn't understand the perils that the lion has to go through to be able to hunt it. It just knows, oh, lion, and runs. Versus the lion has to study its prey, has to see them when it drinks at the water, and it can even see when it birds a calf, so it can chase a calf because the calf is a weaker one. So men have to understand women to a deep level to be good to have sex with them. However, women don't have to understand men to attract them. I would argue women only need to understand men when they want a relationship and keeping the guy.
Sure.
And I think that's a privilege that only women get to experience, which is why my argument always is, especially when it comes to dating. The other things, it is what it is. When it comes to like intersexual dynamics, women lack empathy. They don't understand the male experience whatsoever. However, men, at least the ones that are good with women, definitely understand the female experience because they have to overcome those objections when they come their way inevitably when they're on a date. Now, most guys, I agree with you, are retarded and don't have these skills, which is why dating content, self-improvement content.
It's funny that you say this, Positile. I was just watching his last podcast. I'm waiting for one that is the way that he speaks. It's difficult to get in there and talk. So I've been watching a lot of Jordan Peterson, trying to find something for you guys, but so much of what I watch is just like him doing the job. So it would just be us watching him, which, we can definitely, if you join the Discord, we can definitely do that, where I won't have to feel like I have to do my own show. I'm not caring about that aspect, and I don't care about, we could do that in the Discord. But yeah, I'm still looking, but eventually we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. I am working on it, and if I can, pay my rent a little bit more easily, I'll have more time, take less clients, find better shit to watch. That's all I'm saying.
Etc. Dealing with women.
This sounds like a challenge. Is this a challenge? All right, challenge accepted.
Understanding female nature, it's exploded over the past couple of years because guys aren't getting laid. A byproduct that is like, okay, I have a problem here. I need to fix this problem. How do I figure it out? Then they watch content like this. They're like, whoa, okay. Now they're able to connect the dots on why girls might have flaked on them, why girls didn't want to fuck them, etc. Because now they're realizing, wait, like you're telling me that girls are different? Yes, my friend. Society's been lying to you. Girls are extremely different, and you need to be able to know what the fuck you're doing so that when that objection comes up, you already got it handled.
And then you've got like the additional problem where like if you ask a woman what women want, she won't tell you what women want. She'll tell you what she wants. And she might not even know what she fucking wants. So it's like, that's a hard conversation. Yeah. Sometimes it's better to ask.
I'll take it a step further. Let's have fun with this. Like I said this earlier, that women don't know what they want, right? And people, oh, that's sexist, that's misogyny. Well, they actually proved this with studies. So what they did was they took a group of men and they took a group of women, right? And they took lesbian women as well and gay men. But for the purposes of me explaining this to make a sense, I'll just talk about the heterosexual men and the heterosexual women. What they did was they attached electrodes to to the man's genitals and to the woman's genitals to measure blood flow, right? Arousal. And then they gave them a clicker to click the button if they're aroused. And they showed them a bunch of stimulating images, okay? They showed like heterosexual sex, a guy walking down a beach. They showed monkeys banging. They showed a girl getting banged by like a dildo, whatever, maybe a bunch of different erotic things. With the men, right, that were heterosexual, they only pretty much, they clicked on what they liked, and obviously the erection was there as well, and that was with the heterosexual sex. So in other words, with men,
erection,
what they like is extremely narrow, okay? Heterosexual sex, we like girls, everything else, oh, fuck, flaccid, I'm not interested. With the women, however, very interestingly shown, was they only clicked on what was politically correct. However, the electrodes showed otherwise, that they were actually aroused by everything, with the monkeys banging, the heterosexual sex, the guy walking on the beach naked, whatever. And they wouldn't click on that. They only clicked on the things that wouldn't embarrass them. And I say that a lot of times to tell guys that what a girl tells you she's attracted to versus what she's aroused by are two different things, which goes back to the vulnerability thing, why I'm so big on guys not being vulnerable to girls, because she might tell you, open up to me, cry, it's okay, don't worry about it. And then you cry and you don't know if those electrodes are if she's gonna get blood in the vagina or she's gonna be like, this nigga's a pussy. And that's why I tell guys, it's not worth the risk, because women don't even know themselves what they're attracted and aroused by. So I don't want to leave it up to chance. So
listen, man, girls get it. They want you to get it as well. And the funny part is, struggle breeds awareness. Most girls, bro, they just show up and they get whatever they want. Us as guys, bro, we gotta work towards it. So we have to understand, you know what, how girls operate, how to get them on a date, and that right there is struggle, bro. It's tough.
Sure. I mean, and again, I'll to represent the other side of this, especially in regards to that woman thing. That's interesting, but I think that it's easy to look at that and take kind of like a malicious spin on it, that either women are stupid or they don't understand what's going on. I think for a lot of women, I think that society, I think there's a lot of repression that goes into like female sexuality too.
I agree.
I think today it's gotten better than it was in the 90s, 80s, 2000s.
And that's undeniable. That's undeniable. That regardless of what we think the roles should be or shouldn't be, up until the 80s, women still had the same sex drive by and large, as a whole group. Women still had the same sex drive that they had, but they were not allowed to express it. If you can't at least be sensitive to that notion, I think that's some weak shit. I don't know. I mean, again, you have to be able to acknowledge reality, and that doesn't mean that it's okay to just be a slore, but it does mean that it's different and that you're going to look at things differently. And I think as long as that's all that you're equating, it's like, okay, that happened, so that means that you're going to see things. Okay, fine. As long as you don't take it any further. Well, I need special rights now because of this, that, and the other. No. You get my understanding. That's what you get. That's a privilege, not a right. No Freedom says, I love how men can be tortured to death and still have a boner. Just very, very strange. Also, computer science is easier than trying to understand people in general. Well, yeah, I mean, computers work in a binary language. I get what you're saying, but I don't know. I thought I had something else.
Even like it's gotten better, but like all fine girls, that like there are women that like have their first orgasm when they're like 21 or 22. Like they've never masturbated, they've never put anything, like they don't look, they don't even know what the fuck is going on to them sometimes because they're so like worried or disgusted or they've got these kind of feelings or whatever. So it wouldn't surprise me that they're not like as in tune with their sexuality as well. They don't know like.
Yeah, I remember a girl I slept with in high school. She like fell in love with me because she had had sex before, she never had an orgasm before. and she thought like I had a magic dick or something. And I mean, she was cool enough, but she's actually dead now. R.I.P. She was a really cool girl, but got a little out there. But I don't remember what my point there was either. I think I might be drinking too much. Cheers.
Things that would arouse me.
They're not. Yeah, they may not be in tune because of repressed or whatever. But I would argue it comes also from like shame. Like there's an enormous amount of pressure on women to like not come off as hoes. I mean, we've had porn stars even on here that are scared to say their body count. So it's like women have like an extreme like it's an extremely strong sense to conceal their past when it comes to promiscuity. And there's a biological reason for that. Like if people find out that she's a hoe, well, it's going to limit her opportunity to land a high value man and gain that security. It's still, even a woman that makes $1 million a year that's a hoe is still going to have an issue with disclosing her body count because it's innate. It's in her. It's in her biology. It's like just like a guy most of the time is not going to be okay with like, well, no offense to you, Destiny, with watching this girl get banged by dudes.
Sure.
They're just not, it's just naturally, it's just like, it's in us, right? So,
So I remember I was maybe probably like, or actually, I think it was more recent than that. I think it was only a couple of years ago. Yeah, probably, let's say 5 years. Make it a nice even number. About 5 years ago, I remember, this is still long before I ever found red pill stuff. Super blue pilled, super plugged in, arguably a beta, like straight up beta. And I was asking one of my female friends whether it was okay that I had a visceral negative reaction to the notion of a woman sleeping with a bunch of dudes. I'm like, this is before Trump, so it was normal to be on the left and not be fucking crazy. So I was like, I'm progressive, I'm a lefty, I'm a liberal. Why do I care about this? And knowing that, well, the answer that I got at the time was that, yeah, I was wrong for judging women that way. But I still got judged for being short and not having any money. So maybe it wasn't so wrong, was it? And of course not. Of course, you men care about women's past. Women care about man's future. That's how it should be. So don't ever feel like you are not entitled to your reaction to finding out that I remember what it was. I remember what it was. So I was a waiter at this restaurant, and I was boys with the bartender. Me and him were friends. And there were these two cousins that worked there, girls obviously, and they were so slamming. And there was one that was a little, they were like maybe 2 or 3 years apart. So I remember the older one, I knew her longer because she worked at the restaurant longer, and I had always been into her. But, kind of, she was like playing hard to get. And if I knew then what I know now, I definitely would have been able to land that. But I definitely didn't. So I missed out on that. Then the cousin started working at the restaurant. And so we were there for a while, and the bartender, my boy, got a text from the older cousin and was saying, "Hey, what are you and Lutch doing after work? We should hang out." And we're like, yo. And these were like, if you've ever worked in a like a restaurant or something else where it's a very social thing, these were the girls that every dude was after in the restaurant. I'm not going to tell too much of that story because I can't, but join the Discord and ask me about it because it was interesting. Now, Freedom says, who the fuck came up with the alpha and beta? I think a lot of people watch too much Teen Wolf. Showing your age with that one, pal. In addition, I will never marry a woman that has 100 plus partners or an OnlyFans. I think that's I mean, I don't even know what a lot is anymore. I don't know what that, like, what is the average girl's number? What is an average number? Like, is 10 a lot? I feel like 10 is a lot. But for a girl, but it's not that much. Like, but it's kind of a lot. I don't know. What is like no freedoms out here. It's 99, you're good to go. As long as you're double digits. But what is your if you found out and you knew it was the real number, what is the maximum number you would be okay with? Because unless you're looking for a virgin, you know that she's had dick in her. So it's just a matter of how much. I'll give you my answer after you give yours. Indie Film says, Dudley Moore got all the chicks. Just become a movie star. Easy peasy. That's what I'm doing. What do you think I'm doing here? How old is Teen Wolf? Dude, Michael J. Fox is dead. He got old, got Parkinson's, and died. I think Teen Wolf is from, I want to say, I'm going to guess 84. I'm going to guess 84. Let's see. Oh, it's a new, did they make a new one? From 2011. That's gay. That sucks. Who cares about that? Was it any good? Probably not, right? Vincent said, the girl I'm talking to right now is a virgin. She's a wifey type for sure. So you gotta be careful with that, because you don't want to, just pound it out and let her see you as not a hubby type. But you also want to get some of that. You know what I mean? Any film says Alpha Beta, Aldous Huxley, Brave New World. Depends on age. Don't date an 18-year-old that has 100 under her belt. MJ, isn't he? Am I crazy? There's no way he's still alive. Oh shit, he is still alive. I don't know why I thought he was dead. But this is what I was thinking of when 1985. I was off by 1 year. Let's watch the official trailer. For those of you who did not know about the original Teen Wolf.
For Michael J. Fox, life hasn't been easy.
Oh, this music is gonna get me fucked.
His voice is changing.
Give me a keg of beer.
Is there anything wrong with me?
He's got hair on his chest. He stopped being a boy.
I figured.
Think about to get worked up.
At last, he's become
Scott? Scott Howard? This is your father speaking. Now open this door right this minute.
a wolf.
An explanation is probably long overdue.
Dad, an explanation? Look at me. Look at you.
He's always wanted to
Oh
be
my god, the Surfing USA with the top of the car. That's so
something
hot.
special, but he never expected this. Teen Wolf. He's got style.
There's something different about you. Did you change your hair?
He's got class.
Wolf person.
He's got hair all over his body.
Wolves aren't supposed to be shy.
He's a wolf in teen's clothing. And tonight is his night to howl. Teen Wolf, a new comedy with Michael J. Fox, star of Back to the Future.
1985. So that was filmed in 1984. That's crazy. That was 5 years before I was even born. All right. Did you not watch the second? Oh, the second. Are you talking about the second original Teen Wolf movie, because I think there was a Teen Wolf 2, or the new 2011 bullshit, whatever that was. Was that on MTV, I think? I don't know. I'm going to back this up a little bit because I have no clue where we left off. We got a little bit off the rails, but
Dude, that's because it's innate, it's in her biology. It's like just like a guy most of the time is not going to be okay with like, well, no offense to you, Destiny, with watching his girl get banged by dudes.
Sure.
You know, they're just not. It's just naturally, it's just like it's in us, right? So
Wait, do you watch?
No, fuck no.
oh, okay.
We do like threesomes, but I'm not gonna fucking watch her. Fuck, that'd be weird.
Yeah, okay.
But basically,
Okay, so even
like,
Destiny's like, no,
sure, anything, whatever.
Wow.
Yeah, whatever the fuck you want to do. Yeah, hell yeah.
All right, so he does it. Okay, so he does it. So he doesn't.
The way that I see it, this is the way that I see it. I see
Oh
a lot of
my
people
God.
talk about these like one-way open
That's a train.
relationships.
That's a threesome.
I see people talking about these one-way open relationships. Okay, I'm bisexual, so you know.
Oh, word.
Yeah, male, female. Don't get any ideas. Okay, chill. So the way that I see it is, if I'm gonna date,
did y'all catch that? Did y'all catch that? Oh my God. Oh, we're going to run it back.
Wow.
yeah, whatever the fuck.
Okay,
you want to do.
well,
Yeah, hell yeah.
all right, so he.
Oh fuck no.
All right. If you missed it, we're doing it again. So I guess it was a CW, but yes, the so we found I found out that that was a thing. I didn't know that this existed. When you say Teen Wolf, I think of the movie Teen Wolf. I think I actually did know about it. I think I remember hearing about it and thinking, is it the same like intellectual property, or is the TV show a completely different thing? I mean, I assume it's not about basketball, but yep. I assume that the TV show wasn't about basketball, but I'm curious if it's, you know, if they had to like buy rights or whatever. And before Indie Film is saying, fun fact, Teen Wolf was actually set to be released before Back to the Future, but they waited because they thought Back to the Future would be a bigger hit. And I guess they were right on that one. Good call.
Oh, okay.
We do like threesomes, but I'm not gonna fucking watch her. Fuck, that'd be weird.
Yeah, okay.
Basically,
Okay,
All right, ready?
He's like, no,
Sure, anything, whatever. Wow. Yeah, whatever the fuck you want to do. Yeah, hell yeah.
All right, so he does it. Okay, so he does it. So he does it.
The way that I see it, this is the way that I see it. I see a lot of people talk about these like one-way open
That's a train.
relationships.
That's a threesome.
I see people talk about these one-way open relationships. Okay, I'm bisexual, so you know.
Oh, word.
Yeah, male, female. Don't get any ideas. Okay, chill. So
He said, don't get any ideas. Chill. Based. That's some alpha shit. That's some alpha shit. Saying, yeah, I like to suck dicks, but I'm not going to suck yours. That's cool. That's what I figured. It was something in the same vein as that. Why did I have to ruin everything?
the way that I see it is, if I'm gonna date a girl, okay, if I'm gonna date a girl, all right, I like to fuck around, okay? It's where I'm at in life. It's fun for me. I have the opportunity to. Obviously, I'm a famous person. I don't know if I'd ever be in a relationship that's only open on my end, though, right? Because one, I don't know if I have respect for that woman, and two, I don't think she has respect for herself. I don't think if you're a woman, you're dating a guy, you let your guy fuck around, and you're just sitting at home all day. I don't know. That to me seems kind of sad. So she wants to fuck around. She's free to. I fuck around. We do threesomes sometimes. That's what we do.
Bro.
Well, before we get into tackle that,
So, Kluke, earlier, you're goddamn right it is. You're goddamn right it is. Kluke, earlier, you were saying that Destiny has cringe traits, and you brought up his open relationship. I want to give you one more chance to clear that up, or to say, actually, I don't really know what I was saying. Because I don't know how you are more confident about how you go about your life than to say, I like to fuck around, so I'm going to do my shit. Bitch, I don't give a fuck about you. You do your shit. But I actually care about you, so you're my wife, but we do whatever. I think when it's open in the sense that, you know, you're a normal guy and you're getting sex like a normal guy, like maybe once every couple months, while she's a normal girl and she's getting banged out every goddamn day. That's some cuckery. But again, he's famous and rich. And it was another fun fact. At the end of the movie, during the big basketball game, when they show the fans celebrating a dude is standing there with his dong out? What? Oh, man, we gotta, I don't know about, is that real? No Premium says, I can't imagine being with a woman. Are you gay? Can't imagine being with a woman. Can you imagine going down knowing you're eating out? We're just gonna move on. Luke said, I still think it's extremely cringe. It's practically consensual cheating. Yeah, but like, what's the difference between banging a bunch of girls and banging a bunch of girls, but one of them actually loves you and you also love her? What is the difference? Right?
All I was going to just say, just to finish my point, just to finish the point was, women. I agree with you. They have there's a deep societal thing in them to not like, because women are scared to death of being ostracized by the tribe, right? So that's why they don't want to be looked at as hoes. The scarlet letters, the death sentence. So that's why another reason why too they clicked on the things that were politically correct versus they were aroused by a bunch of other things. As far as the sexuality goes, with I guess being open, or I disagree, respectfully disagree, and I think it's completely okay for a man to have a girl. He be open and she be closed. And the reason why I say that, this is my stance on it is this. If a woman is with a man, right, this only works, of course, if she's with a guy that she actually is attracted to, respect, and admires. If a woman is with a man that she loves, admires, and respects, virtually every other guy to her is invisible. Why? Let's ask it and peel it back. Why is it? The reason why is because women have a very strong proclivity to have the best guy that they can get, right? That satisfy that hypergamous need to get the best guy that they can get. Once they feel that that's fulfilled, well, I don't need any of these other motherfuckers because this guy provides me with everything I need. Security, he's attractive, he protects me, whatever, maybe he checks all my boxes, right? So all guys are invisible to him. But with the guy, if he could have the baddest chick ever, he's still gonna want to have sex with other women. So think about this. The female sexual strategy is accomplished. She has the best guy to herself, right? At least providing security.
I said, what is the difference? I'm talking about the difference between you being a dude who just bangs a bunch of girls and being a dude who bangs a bunch of girls and one of them rides with you. For real. I'm asking what the difference is. If you are in an open relationship where you're not getting laid and your girl is, then you're just a fucking cuck. I don't see how that's any different than what's the difference between every girl that you fucked? Those girls have fucked other dudes. But also none of those girls want to marry you. In Destiny's situation, all of those girls also have fucked other dudes. But one of them, there's a mutual like. So, dude, your girl's going with other men, probably unprotected. Afterwards, you are going down on her. You're eating other men's junk from her. Have you only hooked up with virgins? This is what I'm talking about. Like, maybe it's just like an out of sight, out of mind thing for you guys, but like, you realize the girls that you fuck have sucked other dicks and fucked other dicks before, right? Unless they're virgins. I don't know what you're talking about. And again, that's why I was like, you said I couldn't imagine being with a woman. So if you're gay and you don't want to be like, but then you're talking about eating other dudes' junk. So I'm confused at what is, like, that's sex. Welcome to having sex with people. Because I don't care about a difference. I would never do that. And I think it's not a good thing, regardless of if each person is getting laid. That's fair. I'm not saying you should do it. But you're saying one thing is cringe and one thing is not. So I'm asking you what the difference is. I care about what you think the difference is. Because I'm sure you don't think it's cringe to, be spinning plates and fuck a bunch of girls and not be with any of them. That's not cringe, right? So why is it cringe if you're doing exactly the same thing, but one of them actually likes you and you happen to like them? The issue is when you're sitting at home and she's out getting banged. Yeah, I mean, that's how it is that's how it is right now with you and any girl you've ever fucked. She fucked other dudes before you, unless she was a virgin. And if you've only fucked virgins, then I guess I understand your position. But that's what happens. People fuck each other, and then they go and they fuck other people. And the people that you fuck No Freedom says, so what is the difference between getting a maid and paying for some fun? I don't really think there is much of one. I mean, I haven't done it because I'm just a pussy. I don't know. I feel weird, but theoretically, zero. One thing is not a question. One thing is not question mark. That is not a sentence. All I said was it's cringe for Destiny to be in an open relationship fucking other people. Okay, and I'm just you can have that opinion. I'm not telling you not to have the opinion. I just don't understand your reasoning. I'm just asking. You don't have to cry about it.
With the guy, though, he's not fulfilling his sexual need, which is, I want to have sex with as many women as possible, right? That's what guys want. Men want variety. I don't care what any girl says. You take the most attractive woman, he's still going to want more girls. You look at a music video, there's a reason why they have girls of different colors, shapes, and sizes. Men want sexual abundance. That is their innate need. So my thing is this: if a woman gets the best guy that she can get and her sexual strategy accomplished, why is it that we shun guys from going ahead and wanting to have their sexual strategy accomplished and having multiple women? And of course, if they participate in a safe way, the girl's still taken care of, whatever. I don't see an issue with it.
I don't think there's no way. I don't think there's any way that would ever be stable in the long run. Maybe you can find like if you've got like an extremely high status guy and he's dating down far in like status of woman, I think maybe you can do it. But like
for sure,
because if we want to talk biology, right, you might argue that the woman is looking for the one alpha, blah 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 blah. But if that woman is playing to her strengths, right, if she's got a guy and they're together as they get older and older.
He's speaking facts right now. If you can't understand what he's saying, you're too far down. You're not red pilled, you're black pilled. So let's back this up a couple of seconds and make sure you hear this. And either, fair enough, Vincent, you do you. The rest of you, you either have to agree with what he's saying or have a, yep, you heard right, or have a good reason, an explanation to that reason as to why he's wrong. So let's go back. Because I know some of you guys are not digging this. But I'm telling you, he is on point. So let's see.
Maybe you can find like if you've got like an extremely high status guy and he's dating down far in like status of woman, I think maybe you can do it. But like
for sure,
because if we want to talk biology, right, you might argue that the woman is looking for the one alpha, blah 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 blah. But if that woman is playing to her strengths, right, if she's got a guy and they're together as they get older and older, well, why would a 30-year-old woman be comfortable with her 35-year-old husband banging 21-year-old supermodels? She's not gonna, no shot. She would be threatened every single fucking day of her life.
And that's but here's the thing. What that does is that threat makes you more, number one, it makes you more attractive, which keeps.
Hey, indie film. That's what I'm talking about. Is that short guys can get women. Women feel safer with short guys in bed. We are not as stressed about the guy overpowering them. Interesting. Is that the part about overpowering? I don't know if I agree with you. I mean, maybe they feel that way, but the difference between, like, even as a short, puny guy, the difference in strength that I have about between a woman of a similar size, especially if she's smaller, it's still, even though I'm not some huge jack guy, I'm still significantly stronger. I can still do anything I wanted to do if I so desired. You know what I mean? So maybe they do feel that way. I don't know. Good point. So Freedom's saying to Vincent, is she really? Good question. Good question. Is she really a virgin? Really a virgin? So because I've met some women who said they're born again virgins. I am 5'4". Tyler Smith, you haven't heard about born again virgins? Or yeah, so any film, then I agree with you. The perception is definitely probably there, but silly women, I can still RPay you. Just saying, wouldn't ever do that. Yeah, what is it that you haven't heard before, so we can help you out?
You in the leverage position in the relationship, because I argue that the guy always has to have leverage in the relationship. That's the only way that women actually stay
loyal.
loyal.
The problem is if in these types, if we're going to talk about the really big like evo psych sexual dynamics,
sure,
the woman, if I don't believe this, but if we go to that area, the woman has lost the ability to compete once she's 29, 30 years old. She's done.
Fair enough.
So like, why would that woman ever be okay with her husband fucking women that are younger than her that she will never be able to compete against? Yeah, okay.
It's on the woman to have a child with that man. That is the key. She needs to give him children, because at that point, now he understands I have a kid with this woman. I must now deal with. Obviously, this is the mother of my children. This is why it's so important for a guy, for the man to be on his shit, and the girl pick the right guy that's on his shit. Because if she has kids with him, there ain't going back.
That's where there is. One, we have broken family state of the United States and at any point in fucking history of the U.S. So guys can leave, and then two, depending on the time we're into the money.
So well, I'm playing around with this microphone. Is this? I can hear it. It's not the same. I don't like it. Okay. It blocks my face. It blocks my shirt. But I like having a nice crisp. Get right in your ear. Whisper sweet nothings. Yeah, baby. We're doing it. We're doing it.
Destiny, men only initiate about 20% of the divorces. It's the women. There's a reason why the phrase.
We're not talking about divorces, though. We're talking about fatherless children. You don't have to be married to have a child. And I'm willing to bet that if we look at, like, say, black communities where there's a lot of fatherless children, I doubt these people were married before they had kids, right? It's easy for the father to walk away, and a lot of times not even pay fucking child support.
No, and that's a good point. But that's why it's incumbent upon the woman to, number one, lock that security down, and then number two, have children with that man. Because and again, me giving this advice to women is obviously going to put men in a more vulnerable position. When you give advice to one gender, you inevitably put the other one in a bad position. But my thing is, if you marry the man and you have children with that man, he's going to be far more likely to provide you that security while simultaneously you can fuck other girls. And I think also it's on the, like, my thing is the performance goes on the woman when it comes to having the relationship. It's her job to keep the guy and add value to his life even as she gets older. Okay.
She can do that, but how can she add that value if you guys are saying things like you don't necessarily support like the girl bossing, you don't necessarily support them like being the more masculine, like aside from being young and hot, like what is the value in your world? I'm curious, like in your world, what is the value that a 30-year-old woman can add to the relationship besides already having had a kid?
Spiritual balance. So for me, I won't say, because I'm taking myself out of the conversation, but when I'm saying in general,
when I say you, I do. For you.
So in general, like what I always tell girls, right, when I give them advice and ask this, how do I keep a guy that I like or whatever, especially in a situation where you have a variable of like other women? Well, you need to become an indispensable component in that man's toolkit. And what I mean by that is every man is different. So some guys want a hot coffee as soon as they wake up, meals ready to go, clothes ironed, the children are ready to go to school. Some guys
blue job in the morning.
Guys might say, yo, I need you to check my emails, be my assistant. Some other guys may need a girl to be a handy woman helping them out with the car.
Yo, if I found a girl who could fucking edit videos and was good at social media, like from a business sense, do you know how fucking attractive that would be if she was already hot? Do you know how big of a boost that would be? Like, yo, babe, you're gonna do this for me? Like, I hate this shit. I'll sit here for, you've seen it. I'll sit here for 8 goddamn hours. But when it comes to fucking, just chip-chapping and this and that, and you got to go through it. Oh, that was a little too far. Undo, save, and then you got to wait for the export. I can't handle it. Vincent says, I'm short, and I've never had problems with getting women. Last chick I saw in a grocery store, I asked how tall she was. She smiled and said 6 foot. I got her number. It was no issue. Yeah, I mean, you have to just be, you have to acknowledge it so you can overcome it. If you feel like you're not worth the girl's time because you're short, that's going to come out. You definitely are going to have to work a little harder than the 6'3" Giga Chad. But that's life. That is life.
Or whatever, maybe every guy has a weak point, and it's on the girl to find that weak point, identify it, come up with a solution, and help that man go from 100% to 100, 100, 200.
You know what's really funny? Sneako has not said a goddamn word.
304, because that's going to make him the best version. So my thing is this: for a woman to be able to circumvent, a guy having an open relationship where she's closed on her end, get the marriage, get the ring, get the kids, he's going to be far less likely to divorce you and or leave you, because men rarely break up on relationships anyway. And then if he does, there's going to be some serious penalties, which is why the divorce courts were, the family courts are ran in the way that they do to prevent everything.
True. Although I will say, we're talking about, I think one problem you have is you're bringing some general things like men are less likely to end relationships, et cetera. That's probably true in the aggregate. We look at all the people. Yeah. But when we're talking about one man that can juggle multiple women, we're selecting for a top. If you were hypergamous, right? Or no, would a man be hypergamous?
No, it's typically for females. But you're talking about
you're talking about and these are the guys that can easily step out of the relationship, right? And even if you look at the status afterwards, like let's say 35-year-old man, 29-year-old woman, and then they have 1 or 2 kids. Who's better in the separation there, right? The man is just growing in value. The woman's fucked. Her life is over.
That is true.
I just can't imagine, and maybe it does happen more than I know. I just don't know those friends. I just can't imagine that woman who is in your world, use your guys' term, or maybe you use it probably, who is hitting the wall and now who's locked down with 1 or 2 kids, being like, all right, like I'm chill with you going to fuck like the 22-year-old chick from work, but I don't think you'll leave me because I make you cough every morning.
Well, it's not about that. Remember, she got what she wanted, which is the security. A man can love his wife or his main girl and have sex with other women. It's possible.
See, this is where it's coming through that Fresh and Fit are not really, they're not really versed well enough to have this podcast. Let's put it that way. They can run circles around the dumb drunk girls they bring in, at 2 a.m. But you see them talking to somebody who actually does this and actually thinks, for a living and actually debates for a living and lives a very different lifestyle than they would ever agree with. And he just comes back to, studies say that it's like, bro, you kind of just, glossed over a really good point that he made. Let's take another look at that. Let's take another look.
Who is hitting the wall now, who's locked down with 1 or 2 kids, being like, all right, like I'm cool with you going to fuck like the 22-year-old chick from work, but I don't think you'll leave me because I make you coffee every morning.
Well, it's not about that. Remember, she got what she wanted, which is the security. A man can love his wife or his main girl and have sex with other women. It's possible. You know what I mean? It's 100%.
What does he always talk about when women bring up things that are possible? He said, we deal in things that are probable, not things that are possible. But when it comes to, because Destiny's making a good point. Why would a 30-year-old woman, 35, let her husband, if she's not already primed for that, let her husband go fuck other chicks, younger and better looking than her, and she's still doing all this other shit, unless he is really top shelf. And again, this goes back to the thing they were talking about with crypto, is that, yes, anyone can get rich. But being rich is not something that everyone can do. And so, yes, it's good to have goals there and to aspire to that. But you're going to fall short. And what do you do then? And Destiny just hit the nail on the head with that. And Myron went with, well, it's possible. How many times? You could go through, and I bet you at least 50 to 100 times this man has said to him, well, you're talking about possibilities. We're talking about probabilities.
It's possible. And a lot of guys do it anyway. It's just that they're not honest with their girl. So my thing is this. The biggest takeaway from this is that most guys can't execute this. And I agree with you on that. Most guys can't do it, but can they, they can't pull it off because they don't have the value to demand that type of stress from their girl. Because let's be honest, it is going to be stressful. Most guys don't have the value to be able to demand it. But are men capable of doing it? Absolutely. My issue is that women are not capable of doing it. If a woman is in an open relationship with you, the guy is deficient to some degree.
Okay, I'll agree to disagree on you, because I think we're going to circle the drain on this one, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I look at it. Because when we've interviewed girls, when we say, hey, when you're with a guy that you really admire and respect, they're like, what are your thoughts? Oh yeah, I don't see anybody else. He's my guy. But with a guy, you could be full, but you're always going to look at the menu. Men are always going to look to other women.
Man, but I mean, earlier we just acknowledged women are on some crazy shit when it comes to societal pressure and the answers given that they think they need to give. I don't know if I buy that. They're like, oh yeah, that's my man. I don't look at any other person. Bullshit. I don't think that's true. I'll meet you and I'll say that
you're not gonna have
generally sex is a more emotional experience, usually for women.
I think I'm 35 fucking the 22-year-old and my wife wants to go fuck other people. It's a reaction. It's out of jealousy. It's not a natural desire.
But I mean, women can feel the same way about men. Absolutely. Why am I not enough for my man that he wants to step out and go fuck other women?
Yeah, but that's not a natural. I want to do it.
That goes down to just female stupidity, not understanding the male sexual strategy. Because women know that guys want to fuck a bunch of girls, but every girl thinks that she's special, that she's going to be able to tame the wild horse, and he's going to be loyal to her. And my thing is that the reason why you were attracted to him in the first place was because he was a wild horse that has a bunch of women. So you think he's going to change for you? No, you're not that special, because men always want variety. I think a girl is in a very strong and powerful position, actually, when she understands male nature, adapts to male nature, and pretty much puts herself in a position where she's like, okay, I get that you're going to do this. I know that you're going to want to do this. I'm going to encourage you. I'm going to allow it. It is what it is. You're my man. I love you. You love me. Because most girls, that's actually a secret weapon right there. Because most girls don't have, their hubris is so strong that they don't acknowledge that they're not that special.
Do you think that
I want to know if I am off base in saying that it just sounds like a lot of cope coming from Myron. I think Destiny's making really good points. I don't think that negates the message of the red pill at all. But I don't feel like he's engaging. And I feel like he knows his talking points so well. He's just going over his talking points and is just going to be long-winded enough to satisfy, the Myron Sims. I don't know. I feel like he's kind of, oh, no freedoms is out. All right, later, brother. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, I this is not a good look for Myron.
For the audience, I'm curious. Do you
Yeah,
think
please.
that even like 15% of the audience could be that type of guy that's juggling multiple women?
No.
Okay.
No, most guys
Not
can't pull it
1%.
off. Most guys can't pull it off.
I can almost agree, but
They
you
all
have to
want
be like that's got to be like a really, really, really high status thing to
Yeah.
hit that point.
But let's be real here. Most guys want to do it though.
Yeah.
See, I call it ego, right? Because for example, if a woman, right, is really into you, right, and let's say for example, she's upset because you want to see other women, I get it, 100%. She's like, you know what? Why can't I do it too? However, if you're providing everything that she needs in that sense, why leave and go with somebody else?
Well, I mean, again, it would ideally, I think from her perspective, be the same for the man's perspective. Like, I don't know if they view like this. We're certainly the trend. I don't want to go too back and forth, but like, I feel like the woman could ask the same question because I think oftentimes when a guy does cheat on a woman, like that is the thought, like, well, am I not enough? Now, I know you're saying that it's different from the male perspective or whatever, but I think that both ends can pursue like
for
those
women,
things.
I love the little. I know you're saying it's different from the male perspective or whatever. I love that. That's that. Little debate tactics that when you realize you're talking to the audience. When I was talking about my conversation with Henry, and there was a point at which I realized I was no longer talking to Henry, I was talking to you guys. You can see that change. I think I was going to say something else, but I forgot. So, Kluk said, which part of it is cope? Because if it's about dudes wanting to fuck all the time, I think we all do, especially in teens to 20s. Absolutely. But what Destiny was saying is that Myron is presenting a situation where the guy is high status enough. What are you doing? Oh, that the guy is high status enough that the woman is going to be cool with him fucking other girls. And Destiny was talking about how like, okay, well, why wouldn't she feel like, how am I not good enough for you? And Myron just said, well, it's possible for a man to fuck other girls. We understand that. The question was, how is she not feeling like she's not enough? And why do you want, why don't you want her, if you are actually with her, to feel like she's good enough for you? Even if she doesn't understand, like you understand that you can love her with while fucking somebody else. If she can't understand that, then the relationship's not going to work. And so Destiny brought that up, and Myron said, well, it's 100% possible, totally possible for a guy to fuck his wife for a guy to fuck other girls and love his wife. That's cool.
When they're cheating, it's emotional. It's like I
I
want
don't
to
think
get
it
even.
always has to be.
It
It could
is.
be.
Most of the time it is, but like with a man, it's like they're just having sex.
Exercise.
Like with men,
I mean,
it's
there's
like,
a lot of men that
leave
leave their wives for mistresses and shit too. Like, it's not like that never happens.
But
Like,
that's true. That is a good point. But more than likely, the woman was bitchy. She wasn't having sex with him anymore. She was annoying. She was nagging him. Whatever it may be. It takes a lot for a guy to leave a woman. However, it does not take a lot for a woman to leave a man. They're far more likely to end relationships, and we know this. Like women overwhelmingly initiate.
We could argue on both spectrums, but let's be real here though. What's
I think-
high divorce rate?
the divorce rate might be an issue by women more, but there could be reasons that relationships might end before marriage if the guy's more likely to end it, possibly. I don't know where all the numbers fall on that. Like women might
Again, if you really are interested in the truth of the matter, then it shouldn't just matter who is filing for divorce. It should matter who was the one who caused the relationship to end. Because even if you want to go in go with this ideology, if that's not already in your relationship and you are in a monogamous relationship, but then you decide, well, I listened to Fresh and Fit, so now I can go fuck this other girl, and she's not down with it, and so she divorces you. Well, yes, she filed for divorce, but you stepped out on her when that wasn't part of the arrangement. So again, it's just a matter of acknowledging the realities, the other side of what's being preached and over and over and over and over again on this channel and many other channels. It's important to hear and understand the rebuttals, whether you agree with them or not. Destiny is making some good points.
they're also
overwhelmingly initiate
sure for initiating divorces, sure, but there are so many dynamics at play. We're talking about different people. So, for instance, that thought of like women aren't as afraid of like the guy leaving them as the guy would be of the woman leaving them if they were sleeping around. I think that is.
Wait, one more time, just so I can follow.
Yeah, if a guy has his woman and she's sleeping around, he's afraid of her leaving him. But if he's sleeping around, she shouldn't be afraid of him leaving her.
I don't think he's afraid of her leaving him. It's more about like men have a very strong need to ensure that the child is there. So like that's why men are so disgusted by women that are promiscuous, because like, you know, we got to go back in time, right? Like if we go back through history, like paternity test is something that's relatively new in the past couple of decades. So the only way guys were able to ensure that the child was theirs was they would marry a virgin. That's why virgins are so high value. It's because it's the only way that a guy can like, no, okay, this kid is definitely mine and she didn't cheat on me. Yeah. So with guys, it's
if a woman is looking at that biologically too, she's not going to want a guy that fucks around, because a guy that's fucking around is going to be able to take care of 15, 20 kids.
But here's the thing, she knows that the kid is hers at least.
Yeah, but he's not going to have the resource to provide for a whole fucking village of children.
This is why, hold on. That's why hypergamy is so strong. Yeah. That's why women pick the best guys, because she knows, like, it's since the beginning of time, like the strongest men that have had the most resources always had harems of women, because women understood my security overrides my emotions and my female hubris that I think I'm special.
Emotional damage.
In modern day times, really, that women think that they're equal to a man and they should have a higher
Hey, we got Darshan Reckaway in the building. Welcome, brother. We are watching Destiny on the Fresh and Fit podcast. Sneako's also there, but he's not saying much. And he is challenging the red pill.
So, since forever, women have had the uncomfortable truth of understanding, if I'm with a high value guy, there's a bunch of other women that are also going to want that security from that guy. I'm just going to have to acknowledge that I'm a part of this family. So with women, they're not going to fuck a guy unless he's a winner in the first place, because pregnancy is a high investment for her.
Destiny. Yeah, I understand. Real quick.
Interesting. So, Darshan, we were I was talking about this earlier, that a few years ago, before I was introduced to any of this red pill stuff, I was saying how I was talking to a female friend of mine that, and this is before Trump came into politics. So not really being into politics, I thought I was on the left wing. I thought I was progressive. I thought I was a feminine, all this stuff. So I'm talking to my female friend. I'm like, I understand that women should be able to, do whatever they want to do. But I have like this visceral disgust when I know that, either this girl's been with a lot of dudes, or she's been with somebody that I know. Oh, that's it. Okay. I'm not going to. So the story I was telling about the restaurant and the bartender, remind me about that later. But yeah, I asked this girl, is it wrong of me to feel that way? Guess what she said? And this isn't me casting aspersions. This isn't me insulting women. I was talking about my own internal feelings. And she told me I was not entitled to my own feelings and that I need to work that out. So maybe that was never an issue for you, Darshan. But a lot of us are not really down with that. But also, Destiny over here is in an open he's bisexual and he's in an open marriage. So he'd be fucking everybody.
I understand what you're saying from certain evolutionary strategies. Yeah. I just, in one sense, I don't always see it playing out that way today. In terms of, if we're talking for ultra high value men, right? Sure. This might be something that like top 2%, top 1% of men could do, where you're juggling essentially like a harem of women. I can agree with that. Sure. But there are so many other circumstances where if you're a woman and you've got a guy, like him stepping out is going to be the most frightful fucking experience of your life. Maybe 30 years ago, maybe one guy could provide resources for a whole group of people, which I don't even think ever actually happened. You probably always have like groups of like men and women. It's just going to be one guy that has all the kids, right? Otherwise, why would the other men be invested in even taking care of that?
Well, no. I mean, that's how it's been. Like
one guy with like 19 women. And all their kids,
historically speaking, like since the beginning of time, like one man is procreated for every 17 women. Yeah. So what does that mean? That tells you that like the women were concentrating on a very small minority of men. Small minority of men were having sex with the majority of the women because women are hypergamous by nature and pick the best guys. And
what's the evolutionary strategy for the men that stuck to the tribes?
They just didn't procreate.
Yeah, but then how are they not just like gone? Why would they just leave?
Because you strengthen the tribes. Like,
yeah, but from a genetic point of view, that's not a winning strategy.
It isn't, but like that's why the dominance hierarchies are. That's why men operate on hierarchies. Like there's always winners and losers. The top guys got all the girls, and then the other guys were turned into eunuchs or whatever it may be. And they like, okay, you can go ahead and go off on your own, bro. But we got the chicks here, and we're gonna go hunt without you. So you don't need women are valuable. Men are not. Men are expendable commodities. Like if you have a couple of guys, you can make some shit happen. But if you don't have a couple of women, you guys are fucking dead. So I think that's why like women are almost always protected in society. Even today's day and age, they say children are women first because they're the future of the generation. So with men, you only need a couple. One guy can impregnate 100 women, but if you have 100 men and one woman, we're fucked.
Destiny, how would you feel? This is a hypothetical, right? Let's say your wife or your girl, right, went out, had a maybe like a sexual affair, or whatever, and she got pregnant. She came home to you, right, and said, "Hey, babe, I'm pregnant." You think
You
it's
raise
yours.
my kid?
You take care of the kid for like, let's say like 10, 15 years.
Wait,
Find
why
out-
the fuck would I do that on a paternity test?
hold on.
Yeah.
I'm saying you believe her, right? Let's say you find out it's not your kid after like 10 years. What would you do? How would you feel?
I feel pretty dumb for not getting a paternity test.
That's what guys feel. If I know my girl's going to be out there doing
Wait, but we don't. I don't think we make decisions like that right now. Like we have the ability.
Fresh is so dumb. What is this scenario? What is he asking? I have no clue what he's asking.
To avoid pregnancies and to check, like, really what would happen if she came when she was pregnant? Like, we're flying to fucking California, we had an abortion. That's really, that is what I came right now. That's the real thing of what's happening, right? But like, I understand. I guess I feel like there's not an acknowledgement on the other side. Like, I understand what you're saying here, and that there might be some reproductive stress in the guy. But this is like, I don't know why a woman would ever try to lock down a promiscuous male with children when that guy might meet a younger, hotter woman and just step the fuck out, and then he's gone. And now she's burdened with having to provide for that child because there's no guarantee she's getting child support. If they're not married, she's not getting alimony. If there's a prenup, she might.
All right, she's gonna get child support. Let's not go too far. Come on, Destiny.
Might be fucked, right? Not only is she now burdened with those children, God bless them, that sounds mean, but she has to deal with that. Her future is fucked because being a single mom is now you're fucked on so many different dating markets compared to single dads are honestly have it better than a single mom who's like completely fucked. So like if we're just going by like
even still, I would say being a woman is such so much of an advantage that even though being a woman with children is a greater fall from grace than a man having children from another person, I still think that on average, single mothers probably have an easier time dating than single fathers. I don't think certainly, I would say men who don't have children probably have an easier time than women who do have children. Actually, no. Fuck that. No. Nope. I know. And no. Women do not will. I'm trying to be nice. I was trying to be fair. But women just have it easier. It just is what it is.
The best like reproductive strategy or whatever. I don't think a woman should ever be selecting for a promiscuous male. Like even if you could go for like that top 1% guy, I think you'd rather get like a top 40% guy that you know is not going to be sleeping around or cheating on you or looking to upgrade the second he can to another woman and then leave you high and dry with 2 kids.
That sounds logical. That sounds
no, that's not logical. That would just be biology.
But here's the thing: like their biology doesn't allow them to do that. They always. The thing is that. Like, even though on paper it's terrible for a woman to pick a promiscuous guy, and I agree with you, it's a very stupid thing to do. But the thing is that promiscuous guy that has all the girls is inherently attractive, and attraction is not a choice. Women respond very favorably to guys that can get other women, and they respond. Think about it: fuckboys, assholes, dickheads, Dan Bilzerian, Hugh Hefner, Andrew Tate. People want to say nowadays, his brother Tristan. These guys are all playboys. They have these misogynistic, toxic traits, but women love it. Why? Because it shows women are attracted to men that don't give a fuck about them. So I get what you're saying. They should select for the more average guy that's going to be loyal to ensure their security. But they don't.
Do you think there's a difference between sexual selection and relationship selection? Because I would agree that women will fuck the fuck.
Yes, there's definitely a difference. Anybody think there's not a difference between selection for people you would fuck versus a relationship? I think we can move past that. Clearly a difference.
Boys, for sure. But getting with him in a long-term relationship, unless it's like a rich guy.
They can tie them down. They definitely will.
Yeah, but how can you tie him down? It can't be with a kid. Guys just step on kids all the time.
Well, okay, are we talking about today or are we talking about in the past? Like
today. I can understand a woman being attracted to a promiscuous guy because, if he is promiscuous, because he's already accomplished like a certain amount.
Yeah,
right.
For sure.
I agree with that.
For sure.
But to try to go after that guy just seems like such a bad reproductive strategy. Like having sex with him, yes, but a relationship, unless he's already like really high status in some other way. Like you mentioned, like Hugh Hefner and stuff. These people might be fuckboys, but they're not just fuckboys. They're successful too, right? These people are wealthy people. They have some resources. I can understand like that attraction there. But I feel like I know girls that will look at a guy like, I would fuck that dude. No fucking way would I ever date that guy. I would trust him.
The thing is that they fuck that guy and then they hope for something more. They realize this guy's not going to commit. Okay, fuck it. And then what happens is they fuck those guys in their peak years, in their 20s, right? We call it riding a cock carousel, right? On this side of the internet. And then they hit their 30s, and the next thing you know, it's like, fuck, where'd all the good guys go? And then that's when they settle with a guy that might be a little less attractive. That's when they start to concede, depending on the girl's own value, or they don't. They say, fuck it, I'm going to stay single. So, and then they end up not being satisfied anyway because the guy's a pussy. But the very things that create that security that she's attracted to are the very same things that makes her lose arousal for that man.
Do you think? Okay, so let's assume I'll grant you all of this, and I'll ask you a question on the other. I'm kind of curious.
Sure.
So if I grant you all of that, do you think that when you're pushing for women that are not as, I'll say, masculine, that aren't going after careers, that aren't going after whatever, don't you think you're kind of pushing women into that territory you want them to act like that? Because it seems like the only way that, like, how would you break a woman out of that, like, really baser, I just want to fuck the most fuckable guy and do that until I'm 30 or whatever? Like, it seems like the way you would break somebody out of that is to encourage them to live a more, like, I'll say liberal lifestyle, liberalism with a capital L, like go after a career, do some shit, like don't just try to like fuck, the most attractive guys in your 20s, but like try to make something yourself. Do you think that those women are more likely to make better decisions, or do you think they're going to be stuck in the same cock carousel?
That's a good question. That's when they settle with Henry. Yep. But very interesting question. Very interesting notion about what you're doing is a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you are acting this way and assuming that and I'm just reiterating what Destiny is saying. If you are acting this way and treating women as if they are this way, then are you not encouraging that behavior? Because that's what you're going after. If she don't fuck on this first date, I'm blah. So you don't want the tradcon girl who's waiting for marriage. Interesting. Yeah, let's.
Are you talking about like the women that are empowered that go to school?
Yeah.
And I mean, the thing is that that's the dream. That's the Sex and the City lifestyle that like kind of has been sold to women since like the 90s and, you know, since feminism really. So that sounds better. Like they tell them, hey, go to school, get your education, put off children, put off whatever. But what feminism doesn't tell women is that as they get older.
Yo, this Zentience dude, who ID'd him before, he gave $50 just to make a correction. Oh, you're talking about Thomas Sowell. Hell yeah. But, yo, yeah, I'm halfway there. When that super chat button comes alive, I'm going to be counting on y'all.
More money, they actually decrease their chances of finding the very man that they're competing in the college universities for. So, you know, I would tell a girl, your best bet is to cash your chips early when you're at your highest, you know, value and get the best guy that you can get when you're still young and beautiful. But a lot of girls want to wait off and say, hey, I'm going to find my guy at 31, 32 after I have my law degree. Yeah. Well, you've effectively handicapped yourself because what happened now is that you're older, you probably had sex with more people, you've been through some relationships, you have some experience on you, and you have a degree which earns you a lot of money. Congratulations, you've turned into the man that you want to be, and quite frankly, now most guys don't qualify for you. So I would say if you want a fruitful relationship and get the best guy that you can get and have children, you want to get married and get a serious relationship going when you're still young and have the ability to attract that guy. But we tell women, no, put it off. And then they get to the end of the line and then, you know, they end up on our podcast crying at 33 because they can't get a guy that they wanted.
Okay, I'll do this last time. I'll do this final word story because I know it's like it feels like if you set a woman up for that. If you tell,
that's what I'm saying. How do I get what? I will talk about whatever to get them motherfuckers over here dropping $100 on a fucking super chat, dropping $50 on a super chat, and then another 50 just to correct it. God damn. People got money to blow. Dudes got bank. I am not living that lifestyle. How do I live that lifestyle?
A woman that like in your early
actually, no matter how much money I had, I would not be dropping $100 super chats. I don't really feel like that's a good use of money. But if you guys, what, bro, it's not selling out, it's buying in. You guys should definitely drop $100 super chats on this channel, but I would never drop a $100 super chat on. Yeah, I don't think that's a good use of money. Like 20 to 50, that's like, that shows your support, especially if you're, you know, you really like the channel. Like TLA is probably, I mean, I've done super chats elsewhere, like with like Real Nathan Daly, people that you know, that I know, but on the regular, I don't give money to many creators, and TLA is somebody I consistently support, but that's because he's supported me. He always brings me on his panel. I've been able to, you know, shout out my platform. A lot of people here learned about me because of TLA. So, oh, hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. I would talk about anything that, if this is my job, I would prefer to talk about the stuff that I want to talk about. But I just hit 500 subscribers. So if this is going to be my job, then I'll fucking talk about coffee mugs and battery acid if it fucking takes it. I just don't want to work. Because then, here's the thing. Then I'll have a successful channel talking about whatever bullshit people are listening, care about. Then I can use that money to pay all my rent and bills and shit. And then I could have this channel, even if it's not monetized, even if it's not lucrative. I would still be here for you guys. But you're goddamn right, I would sell out in a goddamn second.
20s, you need to find a guy who is the highest value you can get at early 20s. That's the highest. I think the average dating age is like 24 female, 30 male. I think it's like these are like consider your peak years,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And if you aim for that and you go after a guy that's like that, then you're going after the type of guy that's always going to be looking for women like that. That like if you are advertising yourself at your peak reproductive years or whatever. Hopefully, when you start dating that guy, hopefully you lock it down with a kid as soon as possible, which there's a whole host of relationship problems that we don't have to get into. Like, hopefully you get that as soon as possible, within a year, I guess, of dating. But now you selected for the exact type of man who's looking for that optimal reproductive age woman. And it feels like that strategy is always going to keep both ends like
That's the point. That's why
I think that, again, they're thinking of the scenarios as more of a dichotomy than it really is. Because actually, Darshan, I'm thinking of you right now. You did your thing, but you've been happily married and in a family, and made a family. And I don't know your life. I don't know what you're doing, but you seem to be somebody who is very fulfilled in that aspect of your life. So when I was listening to Destiny say this, when I first watched this, it made a lot of sense. But like Click was saying earlier, we all want to be as promiscuous as we can. It's just that most of us don't have the ability. And so getting locked down might be slightly different. But at the end of the day, there's really no comparison between having, having the casual sex with randoms versus having somebody that actually rides with you. I don't even think they're the same thing. And I think these guys would agree, which is why they, have the one-sided open relationships. It's just about what she brings to the table in red pill speak. But I don't think Destiny's right on this. I want to hear what you guys think. I'm going to back this up a little bit.
Productive years or whatever. Hopefully, when you start dating that guy, hopefully you lock it down with a kid as soon as possible, which there's a whole host of relationship problems that we don't have to get into. Like, hopefully you get that as soon as possible, within a year, I guess, of dating. But now you selected for the exact type of man who's looking for that optimal reproductive age woman. And it feels like that strategy is always going to keep both ends like
that's the point. Right? That's why I tell women, if you want to be with a winner, understand that you have to share him. That's an uncomfortable truth that I tell women all the time, is that if you're going to be with a winner, guess what? Every other girl wants that very guy, and it's not enough for them to go around. High value men or beautiful women are common. And I think that's an issue that a lot of modern day women have, where they think, we tell women all the time, they're special, they're beautiful, they deserve the best, etc. The reality is no. Beauty is common. Like, you guys are all the fucking same. You all believe in, spiritual signs and zodiac signs and a bunch of bullshit. And, quite frankly, like, a lot of women are a lot more similar than they think they are. And my thing is that you have a highly successful, ambitious guy. That's rare to come by. You're not going to have him to yourself. Get your fucking ego on the side. Understand that you need to be the number one chick, and the other girls are going to be side chicks. And you do that by adding value, having a kid with him, getting him to commit to you. And then, bam, now you have some insurance policies in place where he's going to be punished for leaving you.
Okay, maybe last one, because we'll just go back and forth.
I mean, it's fine. I think it's a good discussion. I think we actually agreed on that a lot more than
there's a lot of like descriptive parts that I'll agree on, right? Like, I know like the average like optimal attractive ages or whatever, like the 24 female, 30 for male. I guess I just get worried sometimes that when we send people down those roads, you're committing them to, in my opinion, what is kind of like unsatisfactory life. That like ideally we are selecting each other for more than just like optimal male fucking achievement and optimal female fucking youth and beauty. And I would hope I don't think so. That's not the most fulfilling goal. That might be like in the most base or biological sense, like the way that we like kind of ooga booga relate to each other. But I think that we can push people a little bit more to like go after a little bit more in life in terms of like relationships, rather than like I'm trying to find like the tightest fucking 24-year-old pussy that will have my children.
I'll give you this, Sneak. So what you mentioned, I would consider those auxiliary benefits, but the primary benefits are what you described: the youth and beauty versus the man security and status, and then everything after that is like auxiliary. Like, think of it as like extra credit. Right, like you still have to score. Like, the woman still has to obviously reach an attraction standard. The man still has to reach like a success standard for them to even like be attracted to each other in the first place. Then from there, she has redeeming quality because she's she has this hobby that she's not the hottest. She's a 7, but she's really submissive. She's a good woman. I'll take this girl over a baddie. Does that make sense? Like,
so Vincent's saying, I need a rider that acts right though. I'll give up these 304s. And exactly, you'll find some clingy bitches out there. That's the thing. I wouldn't call that being, a rider. To me, like that ride or die is somebody who you already want there. You wouldn't call somebody a ride or die just because they're fucking crazy obsessed with you and they'll literally kill them. I almost said that. You know what I mean, though. But yeah, definitely that is I think that's a requirement of being a rider is that you act right. And that I want to, be around you when I'm not inside you. Preaching to the choir, brother. Preaching to the choir. Just saying, hard to find riders these days. They keep telling me they exist. And I'm keeping myself white-pilled. I'm keeping the optimism out there. I'm keeping my eyes open. I just don't know. Vincent said there's toxic clingy chicks. Riders move different. Facts. Super facts.
I agree with you, but I would swap the auxiliary and primary, I guess. Like, it'd be cool if she was like young and able to have kids and blah, 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 blah. But like, if I find like, I guess the difference is that like, if you and me were in the same spot and there was like a 32-year-old woman that fit like everything that I would want in life, and then there was like a 24-year-old woman who's way fucking hotter, but she was like deficient in a lot of areas, but she's not like horrible, that it feels like somebody in your position, not you, but somebody in your position might opt for the 24-year-old and I would opt for the 32-year-old. I guess that's the difference.
Okay. I mean, I guess it depends also on your goals. Are you like trying to find a family or something like that?
Or like a partner to share my life with, not just like the optimal reproductive strategy.
And this is the part that all of the red pill guys seem to ignore. The fact that, Kevin Samuels was very open about that men are I don't know, but that men are the true romantics. And that, like, yes, perhaps this is what Destiny was saying in the very beginning about the materialism. That, like, yeah, you want to be successful with women, but the end goal of that success the accomplishment of the success should be finding a rider. And it doesn't seem like that's the message they're sending. It seems like, and I'm talking about specifically Fresh and Fit, but it does, expand to other red pill, manosphere, whatever you want to call them people. But specifically Fresh and Fit. It's just too superficial to go any further than what it is. I mean, it's a superficial way of how to get girls, and that's it. And as long as you understand that that's it, that's fine. But these dudes dropping $100 on a correction for the last super chat, that's not how they think about this. Yeah, that's like Beyonce said, I need a soldier. And to be fair, whether, regardless of what got us here, regardless if it was the girls of the 90s acting this way or the men of the 90s acting this way, it's 2022. And so, again, regardless of what those women did in the 90s, the women today need a soldier. And dudes be weak as fuck. There'd be crazy times. I guarantee you that I am the most friend-zoned dude that is here right now. In my, my pre-red pill days, my super beta days. And I would like see text conversations. Hey, we got TFP Crayon. What is going on? Welcome. I used to see these text threads that girls would send, or that guys would send. Yo, I'm gonna have to time you out if you don't stop, please. TFP, I appreciate you being here, but please just don't spam the chat. Thank you very much. Fuck, what was I saying? That, yeah, dudes will be talking to these girls, and these are girls that I'm hard friend zoned. That, like, yo, these dudes would say the weirdest and most beta shit. It's like, yo, what? This is how you act? This is how you talk, and you get chicks like that? I'd be like, and I thought I was the beta. Some of these dudes out here, they are not soldiers. So be a soldier.
No, but you find fulfillment more in relationships than we do for the most part. Like, we could be.
That's another point. I am somebody who very much likes being in a relationship. I like the structure of that. Now, I was just talking about how much I love my simple life. I don't want to be in a shitty relationship. I would rather be single and have my simple life than be in a shitty relationship. But if I could actually be in a good relationship, I would love to have that over being single. And I guess that's not how everybody thinks. I don't know. What do you guys think? Are you personally more into relationships or being casual? So put an R or a C for relationship or casual.
Happy without the long-term life commitment. My wife, it's easier to be happy without that. But you're looking for like a life commitment.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm in a relationship, I want it to be somebody. But then I also, that's kind of like more like looking at the girl boss.
He's both.
Yeah, I guess.
Like, I mean, he's a man. Like,
His strategy's a little bit different.
Yeah.
And I acknowledge I don't recommend my lifestyle for anybody because there's a whole bunch of complications that arise from anything that involves more than two people. Even two people are really complicated.
Yeah.
But I feel like if I'm in a relationship, I want there to be some equal footing, and the auxiliary stuff is really important to me. I mean,
so the other thing too is that like most guys are not going to be okay with their girl being open.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
bro. So,
but I'd also say most women are not going to be okay with their man being open.
Hold on, he's got to be a winner first. That's my requirement. He got to be a winner.
But if you're gonna say that like, well, actually, if it's a top 1% man, that's fine. I would argue the same for the women too. If you're a random fucking schmuck and you're dating Beyonce, but she gets fucked the guy, you're like, okay, fuck it.
She wanted to date a regular guy. That's the point.
No, I know, but I'm saying that I understand that wouldn't be the case, but they would be okay with it.
That's the checks and balances because a woman's not going to date a loser, but a man will definitely date a loser that's a winner. That's what I'm trying to say.
A man will date a loser that's a winner.
No, I'm sorry. Like your example that you made, like Beyonce's with a
girl that's a wait, yeah. What is he saying?
Guy that's like a winner. She's top 1% in that eye. Like she wouldn't even look at that loser guy. Is what I'm trying to say. Like women only date bare minimum across hierarchies or above. So like it's far more likely that the guy's going to be with a loser ass chick. Versus,
it depends on
a woman that's a winner with a loser. It's just like
I don't think she's really a loser ass chick. I think that
as an example, I'm saying he'll date a girl that's like not 1%. Does that make sense?
No, I think he will date a 1% girl, but the percentages are different because I noticed something where people talk about like men dating up or down, but I think that when you rate women on a different scale, you're still dating up. So like for instance, like
okay, so Vincent here says toxic relationships be having you relieved to the point of there's no mourning period. You just be glad to get rid of that motherfucker. I did not ever operate like that. I fell so hard, so fast for every girl that, I mean, not every girl I ever slept with, but every girl like I was with for any type of period of time. And the last one was the most toxic. And I mean, it was short, so I got over it relatively quickly, but I was blindsided. And so I was with this chick for like a month, maybe. And this was, I've told this story before, but it was like right at the beginning of the pandemic. We both were, in lockdown, both had nothing to do. And so, the dynamic of texting and being on your phone was very different. Like we both knew that we're both just sitting at home doing nothing and our phones are right there. So we'd be texting back and forth for like 3 days straight. And then I was in. I was like, I love this girl. She had the best fucking tits I have ever seen. Oh, amazing. She had these piercing green eyes. And I just fell hard. And then I continued, texting her like that. And within a month, she got tired of it. And I didn't know what I was doing wrong. He said, describe them. I should have kept the pictures. They were fucking great. Oh my God, they were great. Like, and she was like, I like me some white girls. And she had that soft, milky, like almost pasty, but not pasty. Because, when they're pasty, then it's like, ugh. But she just had enough. Oh my God. I mean, all right, moving on.
I might date somebody that is like, oh, this girl, she has no money. She's whatever, she nothing special, whatever. But she's a fucking 10. It's the hottest fucking girl in the world. And I think some people analyze the situation like, oh, well, look, the guy's dating down because he's shy. Well, no, I'm not dating down at all. My equal, what I'm looking for, not me, but somebody else, I'm looking for someone who's really fucking hot. This is a top 1% girl. She's fucking hot, right? So I think when we talk about like dating up or down, I think you have to account for the different things.
No, I agree. But what I'm saying is that like a really hot girl, a lot of the times is not going to be with a bum. Or it's going to be temporary.
But a really accomplished man is not going to be with a homely average girl. It's going to be like, you don't see
Vincent, you need to join the Discord now. Look what we have. You see the title of that? Yeah. Oh, yeah. except she had every red flag that you could think of. She was when I matched with her, she was like 3 weeks out of a 3-year relationship. She had a terrible relationship with her parents. She had a 9-year-old daughter. Thank fuck for the red pill.
These guys that are 35 dating like average 35-year-olds, these top 1% men, right? They're going to be with like top 1% women, but they're top 1% in terms of looks.
Yeah, but I was just going off your example with Beyonce being with a loser.
Sure.
I was saying like a woman that's like that status level is not going to date down. Sure. A man that's at that status level, like a Jay-Z will date a no-name chick, but Beyonce's not going to date a no-name man.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I don't know if that's true or not, but well, I don't know if I can ever be
Beyonce ain't no-name guy, bro. Come on.
You think somebody like Jay-Z's dating a no-name girl?
Yeah. Cheated on her with a bunch of random chicks.
Well, cheated is different. Fuck the girl is different than dating a girl.
That's what I'm saying though.
Wait, I don't know what you're saying. Fuck the girl is different than dating a girl. I think a high guy will fuck anything, of course. But dating, I think he's going to be looking for somebody that's matching the class of like characteristics he's looking for. Unless there's like a really special circumstance, like they knew each other since high school or some shit.
I mean,
there's top 1% men are not dating like girls.
Kendrick got married to average ass girls. We don't even know their names.
Yeah, but I don't
Nicolas Cage is married to a waitress.
I would have to know the circumstances because sometimes this will pop up. It's like, oh, okay, well, damn, that's really crazy. How did that happen? Oh, they've known each other since high school. Oh, they were like family.
Leo dates a bunch of like no-name girls. Wait,
no, he dates young and hot fucking girls.
But they're nobodies.
But they're not hot. That's what he's valued. But he's not leaving because remember the fame part.
About career.
The fame part.
Yeah, you're into career, Beyonce. That's why we're.
Well, I'm sorry. When I
got confused on that one.
That's what it is. Because men are valuing women for their looks here, and women are valuing men for their accomplishments here, right?
Yes, right?
So a really, really hot woman is a top 1% woman. A really, really accomplished man is a top 1% man.
Agreed.
And I think these are the hierarchies that people, right? Like,
right. But there are so many more. According to his oh Jesus. According to his the way that he's framing it, there are way more 1% women than there are 1% men. Because all you have to do is be hot. There's plenty of hot chicks. There's not plenty of legitimate high value men.
It sounds mean to say, but like really unaccomplished men are going after not as hot women, right? They're like lower on the tone bottle, but they're still like kind of matching. A really, really accomplished man is not going after an unaccomplished woman. She is, but he's going after a really hot woman. And in that case, the hierarchies I think are generally matching. But
yeah, no, I agree. It's like different value that they bring to each other. I think we just got confused off the Beyonce thing.
Sure, okay.
That's where the confusion came from.
Gotcha. No, right, next one.
Sorry, you would say something?
Well, so I guess to make it a more understandable example, if you've got like a fugly kind of dude who's like fucking whatever, a normal dude, and he somehow manages like some top 1% insanely fucking hot girl, and she's like, I'll date you, dude, but like I get to fuck other guys. I think a lot of fugly guys are like, you don't want to fuck it, dude. As long as I get to fuck you, I don't care. I think there are guys that would go for that arrangement, especially guys that are fucking virgins or whatever. I think they would. It would suck a little bit, but it would suck a little bit in the same way that like that girl who has to let her husband be open because he's a top 1% male would kind of suck for her. I think they do it. I think
that's what the respect isn't there. And that makes for a doing relationship because if that happens in that dynamic, I get it. Yeah, he might love it because he's lower value per se, but disrespect him? Probably not.
Maybe, but I mean, I don't want to go all the way up, but I would argue that there's a lack of respect to on any one end of an open relationship. I would say the man doesn't respect the woman in that case because you don't need to chase pussy your whole life. You know your relationship would be more stable if you could commit, and that if you're not both going to go up and it's just you know it'd be more stable if you commit. You know there's lesser risk of you running out. You know there's less risk of you knocking somebody else out. So like if there's an equal amount of respect there from the man and the woman, the man should be able to commit to the woman.
In my experience, I think he's protecting her by being honest about what he wants. Yeah.
But what does he want more? Does he want to chase pussy? Does he want to build a strong relationship with a woman?
But let's be real though, right? Men want to for other women, so it's gonna happen regardless.
Yeah, but men want to shoot up heroin. Men want to drink and drive. You don't have to chase every single vice you have, right? Just saying.
So, real quick, Vincent, if you actually look at the first message, the welcome message, it explains everything, and then just play around and you'll figure it out. You're a smart guy.
Just giving the description that like men want to do a thing.
I mean, men
that's not the justification.
That's their innate sexual strategy, like heroin and having sex. It's
gonna happen, bro.
Yeah,
heroin can feel pretty innate if you've done it a few times. I mean, like there are guys, there are people that go through their whole life and only fuck one woman, or there are people that get married, they don't step on their wife. But you should be able to control it.
But here's the thing: like most guys fuck only one girl or get into committed relationships because they don't really have a choice. If I left a guy to his own devices and told him, listen, you can have your main chick while simultaneously being a fuck bad bitches without your girl getting mad at you, every guy's gonna take the latter.
For sure.
So
but that's always gonna lead to more problems.
Okay, let's flip it around. Now let's take a girl. Tell her, yo, you got your dream guy, but you can also go ahead and fuck a bunch of guys. The black girl's gonna say, no fucking thank you, I'm not a slut. That's the key.
Sure, but it's not the biological reproductive strategy. Is she worried about the blowback from the relationship? If there truly were no consequences,
reproductive strategy.
I don't know.
Women are not hardwired. Women are not hardwired to be promiscuous if they're with their guy. Most of the time, girls are promiscuous as a necessity because it's like, okay, this guy has money, so I gotta fuck with him to get because he has money. This guy's actually attractive and in good shape. Or I'm gonna fuck with him to get like my nut off. This guy is a really good talker and he connects with me emotionally, whatever. So a lot of times when girls have guys in rosters, each guy is completing some kind of compartmentalization in her sexual strategy. But ideally, she would like to get a guy that has all these components, only have sex with him. Now she's secured. She accomplished her sexual strategy. Now ask her, do you want to fuck with a dude? She's gonna say a resounding no because girls don't want to be hoes. But you ask a guy, he has a bad bitch. Yo, That girl gives you everything you need. You have kids with her. She's a fantastic mother. Do you want to fuck other girls? And it's not going to affect you. He's going to say yes. And that's the key difference.
Basically, you think men and women are equal.
I think in terms of sexual pursuing, I think that women tend to be a bit more emotionally connected to sex. But I think if you get like a really sexually liberal woman, I think, yeah, she wants to fuck.
But you want an equal relationship overall. You don't want to lead. You want to have an equal partner.
I mean, like, it's not going to be equal in all ends, but for the most part, yeah, I want somebody who feels more like a partner than like a servant to me.
That's where we disagree.
Sure. Which is fair. But okay, interesting conversation.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. No, definitely good conversation. I'll hit these chats real quick because we got, all the girls are here?
Yep.
Oh, shit. Okay. All right, we got Destiny. Isn't that a girl?
I have dropped the link. If you would like to come up, please keep it somewhat relevant to what we were talking about, but please come on up.
Is that a girl's name? And then we got here, Maverick S, all the way from the Philippines, goes, Destiny, speaking about emotional balance, how you emotionally balance your open relationship as a good thing. I want to learn from you. Okay, $50 from
just to reiterate, I don't recommend my relationship style for anybody. I wouldn't recommend any type of open relationship for anybody. No. Yeah, if you can find any, even the one ended or whatever, if you can find a way to make it work, then more power to you. But like, it's so much additional drama juggling. There's like a lot.
I think you have an X factor that like helps you significantly versus like a regular guy. You know, I mean, we don't have to, because I think that's a whole other conversation. But I think like the bisexuality like gives you like an edge where you don't necessarily like you don't have
ego attached.
That's a component, but at the same time, it's like there isn't the same imperative to keep your woman in line because you can get satisfaction from a gender that is like way more sexually open, that is willing to give you what you need at a moment's notice versus like for a heterosexual guy, like he's only going to deal with women. So like,
okay, wait, hold on. First of all, I'm like 99% is women. Okay, it's very rare.
I get 1% bisexual.
Yeah, very, especially on the fucking monkey punch shit. Okay, Jesus Christ, I'm not trying to get fucking legions out here. I'm not trying to die out here. Jesus Christ.
I'm not saying. I
understand what you're saying though. There are a lot of dynamics in my relationship. Like I have access to a lot of people that because I have an influencer, all that shit. So yeah, I don't recommend it for anybody.
So you don't tickle the booty.
No, I don't do any of that kind of stuff. I'm not.
So why are you bisexual? So I feel like the left shit just got to you.
Because if I end up having a threesome with a guy, I want to be able to, for all of us to do stuff instead of just like being scared, like touching dicks with each other.
You don't penetrate.
Wait a minute. Okay, he just said it. You don't penetrate. We need to hear an answer to that.
Because if I end up having a threesome with a guy, I want to be able to, for all of us to do stuff instead of just like being scared, like touching dicks with each other.
You don't penetrate.
For a guy,
we don't have to. Let's read the chat.
I wanted to hear the answer because that's an interesting distinction. If you run a train on a girl, that has like you're still around a naked dude, and y'all are having sex all together, like, but you're not penetrating him. He's not penetrating you. So where do you draw the line? And this is directly relevant to the restaurant girls and the bartender. Like I said, join the Discord and ask me about it. I will tell you all, but I feel like I'm too close with enough people that I feel like this would get to them eventually, and that's embarrassing.
The only reason I haven't said that was just to simply say that like it's different for him because he can get satisfaction from a party that is much easier to deal with. Does that make sense? Versus like as a guy, like when you're dealing with only girls, like you have to make sure you're masculine and you're dealing with her in a certain way because women are less forgiving of fuck ups in a relationship than another guy is, if that makes sense. Because women look to men for leadership and authority, right? So like if you're deficient in that, well, her respect for you starts to go down, and as a matter, and after that respect goes down, arousal starts to go down alongside it. They're intrinsically tied. But like if you're attracted to, let's say, men, for example, well, men are easier to deal with. Like you can get on Grindr and do whatever you got to do, and it's done, right? Like, okay, I got my sexual satisfaction. I don't need you, bitch. So that gives you, how do I say this? It gives you a layer of security in your sexual strategy because like you don't necessarily have to deal with women. So I think that's why it's like a unique situation because it's like you don't need to depend on your girl for that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, kind of. Wait, that's a whole other that's
a whole other thing. All right, I may have opened up Pandora's box.
That's all good.
Destiny, serious question. You talk with your wife about the sexual. The sex she has with other men, and how do you feel about it, especially if she had a better experience with other dude? Not trying to throw shade.
I mean, like we talk about all sorts of stuff. Like I'll talk about my experiences. Sometimes she talks about her experiences. Like sometimes we learn things from other people. Like we're pretty open sexually.
Fair enough. Damn. Alejandro Lopez. I can't disagree that most people can't handle true freedom because it brings anxiety or even for safety. But that is a passive person. A dominant or assertive person goes into the restaurant knowing what he wants. I'd argue it's the duality of the masculine and feminine. Okay. There's only one way to save this man's life. You know what to do. Destiny, what is your girl's number? We have to blow her back out. That's the only way that once he sees her in a wheelchair, he will be free. This is
every single day.
Bro, come on, man.
Destiny, I'm going to change my name to Deezer and stream Snipe my way to Grandmasters. And that's from Neil Castellone.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Remember S?
Grandmaster.
All right. So, a very interesting conversation. And I think challenged all of our views of what what the red pill does for us. I think there's a lot of things in what we just watched that maybe are not, don't fall right in line with the way that you want them to be. I know for myself, once I started hearing red pill stuff, it was, a lot of it was what I wanted to hear. And so I wanted to expand that beyond the things that were true and just live in this world where I could tell myself whatever I wanted. But that's some beta shit. No, that's not a way to live, because then you're interacting with people based on a way of living that isn't real. So I think it's, especially for slightly younger guys, like some of you guys are 19, 20, like I think having an introduction to the red pill around your age is a good thing. However, the danger is in the lack of life experience you have with the stuff that we're talking about to know where the red pill advice stops and some other type of real world interpersonal dynamics begin. They're not the same thing. And you have to know how to do it. You have to know how to do it. It's tough. And I hope that if, especially again, you younger guys, if you're watching this content, this red pill stuff, that you are taking the time to not just learn what it is, but question it. And for that matter, it doesn't even have to be the red pill stuff. Whatever it is that you're learning. Even in school. These days, especially in school. The a healthy skepticism should be applied to everything. Everything. There should be nothing that you take for granted. There's nothing that you should just brush off, without understanding what it is. And I think this was a good way for us to see, because we all love that red pill content. It feeds the ego, and it acknowledges some realities that we've never heard acknowledged anywhere else. But that can be addicting, and that can be dangerous. And that's how you go from red pill to black pill. And you don't want to be an incel. I understand why some of the younger dudes these days are black pill. It makes sense to me. But it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you think that women are horrible and they'll never look at you and they're well, of course you're not going to get girls like that. The important part is to understand that getting girls is not the end-all be-all goal of your life, but rather is a byproduct of you doing the things that you should be doing in your life, improving yourself, making other sorts of relationships, networking in that way, building your body the way you want it to be. All of these things, the women are a byproduct, and depending on who you are and what you want, it applies differently. There's no one size fits all red pill. They get a lot of views making it seem that way. Like, oh, we've got the answer. We've got it. All you got to do is listen to us and we've got the answer. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. And, it's we want to make sure that we as men are prepared to deal with, what the world is going to throw at us as best we can. That part is invaluable. But without the counter, without the destinies of the world to come in and push back against this stuff, then we're all just going to end up black-pilled losers. I don't want that. I don't want that for myself. I don't want that for you. I want you to be happy and fulfilled. And maybe that means banging a different girl every night. Maybe that means getting married. Maybe that means having sex every few months with, a different chick and then spending the rest of your time just hanging, whatever it is. Then I want you to be able to do that. And the only way you're going to be able to accomplish what it is you're looking to accomplish is that you understand what it is that you want to accomplish and you understand how to accomplish it. And it's not as simple. It's not as simple as just watching one podcast. We can't save the world. We can't fix your life in one night. But we did a lot here. So take all of this, and as we continue to do these streams, we're going to do the after hours one next, just because that's going to be fun with all the girls. So that's I don't even know what day it is. That is Friday's show. So definitely make sure you subscribe and come back at Friday 8 p.m. Well, where we will be going over the after hours show with all the ladies. But for now, I think this is a good place to leave it. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you all for getting me to 500 subscribers. I'm gonna not abuse, but I'm gonna use the hell out of that community tab. I'm so excited. I'm gonna go make my first post right now. I hope you guys got something out of this. I know that it can be a little bit tedious to go through this stuff, but I think it's important that we take the time to go over this stuff so that we don't have to fret with the negative consequences of not knowing any better. That's all I want for myself and for you guys, is to know better and to do better. Not that you're not doing good. I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but you can always be doing better. So with that, guys, I hope you enjoyed the party. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Remember, I am not monetized yet, but you can still check the link for the Discord is in the description. Vinny just joined, so we're gonna be having some fun over there. The party never stops. Also, my Cash App and Venmo rolling right across the bottom of the screen. Also, in the description. Before I am monetized, I could definitely use your guys' help. Work is really slow, but it's completely free to like, to comment, to subscribe, to ring the bell, to tell your friends, and to share it on every social media platform. It's absolutely free. But you know what? You don't even have to do that. It's enough that you're here right now. So if you just want to sit at home and think about how great I am and how amazing this channel is, you could do that too. Until next time, guys, I hope you enjoyed what we did here. I am out of here. Peace.